Welcome to the True Crime Cult. Here's your cult leader. The leader of the True Crime Cult.
How's everyone doing tonight? I was so blessed earlier today to be on PS panel with some amazing content creators like Bubbly Waters and Pia and Once Upon a Crime Time. I really learned a lot from them. We're going to be getting into something I've been kind of going over the last couple of days. The correlation between the Amityville Horror House, or they should say the Amityville Horrors, and 1122 King Road, which kind of coincidence. The Amityville Horrors happened November 13th, 1974. 48 years later, you have the Idaho 4. And just a year before the murders of Xana, Maddie, Ethan, and Kaylee was the death of Ronnie DeFeo, the murderer of his family back in 1974. Is this a coincidence? Is there possibly a copycat killer out there? We don't know. We're going to get Pia, who might be coming on panel tonight. This is a video I did yesterday. Quickly, they should have kept it up until. A lot of different meanings. Really? Come on. Let's get into some of the meanings right here. Jeho 4. Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. What corruption is going on behind the scenes at the University of Idaho? The importance of the number 13. Number 1, moon travels 13 degrees across the sky each day. Number 2, 13 weeks in each of the 4 seasons. Number 3, 13 lunar cycles each year, or 13 menstrual cycles each year. Number 4, 13 represents end of a cycle and rebirth of a new cycle. Number 5, 13 weeks between equinox and solstices. Number 6, 13 is a power number in nature and in spirit. Number 7, 13 is the only teen number in the Fibonacci sequence. Number 8. In religion, Jesus had 12 disciples, making 13 of them. Buddha had 13 disciples. Islam had a prophet and 12 imams, making 13. Number 9. We have 13 chakras, not 7. Number 10. In a prime number, 13 is incorruptible in nature. Number 11. 13 major joints in the body. Number 12. 12 constellations around our sun, making 13. Number 13. 13 is the most powerful number in observable nature. Xana and Ethan were never happy. Rest in peace. Is this the stakeout at Brent Kopaka's house? Because that does look like a sniper, does it not? See? 13 weaves into everything about Moscow. There's a grub truck photo. There's the city of Moscow. Is that the police talking to either Brian Koberger's neighbors or Brent Kopaka's neighbors? We do this for the victims, Xana, Maddie, Ethan, and Kaylee. We don't do this for Dylan or Bethany because I believe they're lying. It's only a 14-minute drive to Pullman. It's a straight shot. Another grip truck photo. Is that Maddie and Kaylee walking back there? Or who is that walking back there? You might as well call the grub truck an open air drug market because there's drug buys that goes on. Hey, in that area. Hey, Hollyberry. Missed you, Hollyberry. Justice for the Idaho 4. Justice for Maddie, Xana, Kaylee, and Ethan. They're gone, but they're not forgotten. And we will not stop until we learn the truth on what's going on in Moscow. And we will not stop until all the corruption is unearthed. Hey, Rodney. What their bedrooms look like in the house. Can you believe that's what their bedrooms look like? House frozen in time. until it was torn down. And we will not stop until all the corruption is unearthed. That's what their bedrooms look like in the house. Kind of small, huh? What their bedrooms look like in the house. The house frozen in time until it was torn down, December 27th, 2023, at the behest of the University of Idaho. What are they trying to hide? What is Scott Green trying to hide? Why did he want the house torn down so quickly? They should have kept it up until the trial. Yes, Holly, there's new documents. Does the corruption seep down into the Moscow Police Department? Nobody really knows. Some more grub truck shots.
Hi, I'm Will with R&R Tire Express, and I'm here to tell you about our everyone's approved affordable payment options. Most people don't have the extra money to pay for unexpected expenses, like tires. At R&R, we're here to serve you by providing the tires you need and the wheels you want, all while offering weekly, bi-weekly, and monthly payment options that best fit your budget.
There's the link to you.
We professionally install your tires or wheels today, and then you can use our popular 6-month same as cash option or choose to extend your payments until you're ready to pay them off. If you'd like to learn more, you can fill out our quick quote form or give us a call today. We look forward to serving you soon.
Is the college corrupt? Hey, Pia.
Oh, you get to see right here. Stop, Kim. Oh.
Hey, Pia. Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh. Yeah, I can hear you. Is the cult of Odin?
What is going on?
Yeah, I can hear you, Pia.
Okay. So I missed what you were doing at first. What were you doing?
I was going over a few grub truck grub truck stills, and the video that I had that showed the timestamp on the grub truck wouldn't fucking play. So this is the one. This is the one I did like right after that one because I did 2 videos yesterday.
Oh, okay. So you couldn't find the timestamp?
No, that video wouldn't play for some god awful reason. It kept freezing up on me.
Oh, okay. Jesus. Yeah, I know. StreamYard is. I don't know if there's a bug in it. I don't know what's going on. It like took our whole video down that we were gonna put on the front of our video. It was like a 6-minute long video, something like that. Maybe it's 3 minutes. I don't know what it was. So we just posted it separate.
But I rewind this video just a little bit. Yeah, I got a few stills of the grub truck video in this one, but they didn't have the timestamps. The one that had the timestamps for some reason StreamYard won't fucking play.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is.
And this one talks about the power of the number 13 as well. 13 lunar cycles each year, or 13 menstrual cycles each year. Number 4, 13 represents end of a cycle and rebirth of a new cycle. Number 5, 13 weeks between equinox and solstices. Number 6, 13 is a power number in nature and in spirit. Number 7, 13 is the only teen number in the Fibonacci sequence. Number 8, in religion, Jesus had 12 disciples, making 13 of them. Buddha had 13 disciples. Islam had a prophet and 12 imams, making 13. Number 9, we have 13 chakras, not 7. Number 10, in a prime number, 13 is incorruptible in nature. Number 11, 13 major joints in the body. Number 12, 12 constellations around our sun, making 13. Number 13, 13 is the most powerful number in observable nature. Xana and Ethan were never happy. Rest in peace. Is this the stakeout at Brent Kopaka's house? You see the sniper, right, Pia?
Right.
That does look like a sniper, does it not?
Yes, it does.
There's a grub truck a picture. 13 weaves into everything about Moscow. There's a grub truck photo. There's the city of Moscow.
Yeah, it's very small.
Yeah, it is. Is that the police talking to either Brian Koberger's neighbors or Brent Kopaka's neighbors? We do this for the victims, Xana, Maddie, Ethan, and Kaylee. We don't do this for Dylan or Bethany because I believe they're lying. It's only a 14-minute drive to Pullman. It's a straight shot.
Yeah, Sophie said it's almost like the very same city. They're so close together. Pullman and Moscow. Maybe they're 13 miles apart. I wonder.
That'd be weird.
Yeah. Maybe another 13.
Another grip truck photo. Is that Maddie and Kaylee walking back there? Or who is that walking back there?
Oh.
You might as well call the grub truck in an open air drug market because there's drug buys that goes on in that area. Justice for the Idaho 4. Justice for Maddie, Xana, Kaylee, and Ethan. They're gone, but they're not forgotten. And we will not stop until we learn the truth on what's going on in Moscow. And we will not stop until all the corruption is unearthed. That's how small their bedrooms were, Pia. Their bedrooms looked like in the house.
Yeah. That is pretty small. And what's all that?
House frozen in time. That's pretty dishes. I don't know if it's in the dining room or if it's in the storage room. 2023. At the behest of the University of Idaho, what are they trying to hide? What is Scott Green trying to hide? Why did he want the house torn down so quickly? They should have kept it up until the trial. Does the corruption seep down into the Moscow police department? Nobody really knows. See, that's the day of the murders. Why wasn't he wearing protection? More drug truck shots? Is the college corrupt?
What is that?
What'd you think, Pia?
What
was that last picture?
What was the last picture that you showed with that person in the hallway? Second to last picture.
It was a dude standing. It was a dude standing there in the hallway. He had a ball cap on with a mask on, and he was giving a thumbs up. I don't know if he was like working in there or something, but I know he had a mask on and he was giving a thumbs up.
Huh. It's interesting though that I think people are overlooking the fact that the mask covered the mouth and the nose.
Yeah.
But not the eyes. So like it's not like a ski mask, but they're also known to like be little creeps at this school, and like they did show the Scream movie right before the murders, and there was also like a time when they all dressed up like the kids from the high school did in Scream, and like were running all around the school like wearing the Scream masks. So I don't think it's like that new of a concept for them to be wearing masks around here, but I don't know if it was like a COVID style mask or like, I don't know. I have no idea.
It looked like almost like a breather type mask, like he was working around like dust or something.
Oh yeah, like what do you call that? Yeah, like it's like a painter's mask or something. Yeah. Yeah, that could be too. It's just interesting though, because like the cop's car was white, you know, so there's their corruption right there. Like I said in my live earlier, like if it was a police car, it would make a 3-point turn and it absolutely would take off to its next call. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
But they're not going to want to incriminate anybody on their police force. But like you can see right here in your chat, Australia. Like I've been getting a lot of correspondence from Australia, and it's good information. And you can't tell me that a case that's made its way all the way to Australia is just going to go away, you know?
Yeah. See, like I was I checked the Idaho courts docket earlier today, and there's some new documents up that was filed on the 8th of this month, and they were filed by the prosecutor. and one of the documents was a motion to deny change of venue because Bill Thompson thinks it's a premature move. He thinks he can find a clean jury pool in Moscow.
Allegedly, yeah. I don't think he could ever get an unbiased jury in Moscow. There's too many people. So if the police are involved, you can't get anybody who's related to or associated with any police. You can't have certain police officers even testify in the case because they're on the Brady list. You can't do a lot of things just because of the way that the investigation is going. So there's a lot of people that probably would be suitable for a jury, maybe in another city, but there's really like not a very big population of people. So it's very, very likely that they're not going to find somebody who's unbiased unless it's somebody. It has to be somebody from Moscow, though, right? If it's a Moscow jury. Yeah, because if they won't change the venue, then
yeah. And see, and there was another motion filed that Bill Thompson doesn't mind Ann Taylor and the defense team looking at the IGG, but he doesn't want them talking to any of Kohberger's family members.
Right, exactly. Which is, I don't understand that because I think you should have a way to defend himself and some kind of character witnesses that are like, I did hear one guy speak in his defense, and he said that when he liked to go running at night in the dark, he didn't want to go alone, so he would always call Brian. So I'm thinking Brian, he doesn't scare people, obviously. I wouldn't ask somebody to go jogging with me in the middle of Pennsylvania in the dark with somebody who I thought would do anything like he's being accused of. I certainly wouldn't think if all you knew about Brian Kohberger is that he grabbed the defibrillator and saved somebody's life at his old work, you wouldn't think he would be capable of something like this. I mean, I know everybody snaps. I have 2 degrees in psychology. I know it's just a thing that happens sometimes when people are overwhelmed and then when it's all over, but that's when they realize it. But the thing is, like, I don't know that his car stopped long enough to do this. You know?
Yeah. And
it was
like
Holly
just said in chat, well, he said they can approach the family members, but it has to be approved by the judge and the court.
Oh. Approach the family members of the victims or approach the family members of Brian?
Ann Taylor can approach Brian's family members, but she has to get it approved through the court.
What the fuck? That's really strange. Like, I never heard of that before. Because I understand protecting the victims, but like the accused, like Jeffrey Dahmer, like his parents were speaking, weren't they?
His dad wrote a book.
Yeah, his dad wrote a book. Like Ethan's mom wrote a book.
Oh, I didn't know Ethan's mom wrote a book.
Yeah, it's a children's book.
It's called The Boy in Blue. It's supposed to be, I guess, Ethan when they were young and she needed help telling them apart. He would be the kid that wore blue. And I also heard they want nothing to do with the case, which I find very strange because I would want everything to do with the case if that was my child.
Oh, yeah, same here.
So, like, their kids aren't going to leave their sorority or fraternity. Their Hunter, his one twin, he's got a scholarship. And then Maisie is the fraternity sweetheart at Sigma Chi. And they're not going to trial. So I feel like, I don't know, maybe they've had enough or maybe it's too much for them. But that's weird because I just started hearing that. Even if it's old information, I still just heard that. And I thought it was interesting because I had heard it after the fact that they were taking records from Ethan, Dylan, and Bethany's phones and their social media. Like as soon as something was up on Ethan's end of it, his family wanted nothing to do with it.
Yeah, you see what I found weird is they filed a search warrant just for Kaylee's Reddit account and Reddit posts. They didn't file a search warrant for Xana, Maddie, or Ethan's. They just filed it for Kaylee.
Nope, now it's Dylan, Bethany, and Ethan's.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, like, what is the connection between Dylan, Bethany, and Ethan? It's weird. Like two survivors and one victim, 2 guys and 1 girl. So I'm thinking, maybe something wasn't supposed to come out, and they told their boyfriends or something who were in a fraternity, and Ethan was supposed to keep it a secret because the price for going against their code of silence is death.
Oh wow, I did not know that.
Mm-hmm. Same as the Freemasons, and same as any kind of like organized crime. You know, like anything you can think of that's or an organization that does crime. They're all sworn to secrecy. So if they let somebody go, or if somebody turns against it, they can't have anybody with any kind of information, so they just eliminate them. And that could be what happened to Ethan, or it could be drug related. Maybe Demetrius. The audio I've heard sounded like a large person. Demetrius looked a little big, and he sounded like a really, really deep voice, and he was using kind of like inner city slang. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that could be Demetrius, and seemed like they were arguing about drugs and money.
Yeah, I talked to my brother last night, and he moved from Walla Walla, Washington, down to 45 minutes south of Pullman. And I asked him why he moved, and he said that he just wanted to get closer to the area. You know, he said for me to help me sleuth, and I'm like okay. I'm like, what did your wife have to say about it? He goes, she was unhappy, but she went along with it. But no, and he said he's going to keep his ear to the ground because he's only 45 minutes south of Pullman now. He said he's going to keep his ear to the ground and see what he can find out near there.
Right. Yeah, that's a good idea, because it is interesting. I have a friend of mine that lives in Washington, and I have some family that lives in Oregon, and those are pretty close to Idaho, way closer than me. And both times I asked these people what they had an opinion on this case, they didn't have any opinion. They weren't even following it whatsoever. They weren't worried about it. But I did see that Rodney in your chat said, I can see all the old guys associated and educated Alpha Sigma people watching. There it goes. Yeah, that's better. Thompson as occultists. I can see them robed up, walking around in the dark, lurking. I agree. I think that's what the grub truck was about. I think that's how they kept tabs on them.
I think he's meaning cultist, not oldest.
It's crazy. I'm telling you, Robert. Like, the smartest people that subscribe to my channel, they're all very smart. But I feel like in that side of the world, they know things that they think and process information and would investigate completely different than us. Yeah. Everything I've gotten in my email from Australia or New Zealand is like spot on stuff that I never would have noticed. I don't know if they're just smarter than us. I'm not sure, but they seem to be very interested in true crime.
Yeah. I actually had a comment on a live I did the other night, and it was clear from Israel.
Wow, that's crazy. It's scary. Like, it's so crazy. Like, it is all around the world. You know what I mean? People all around the world are like, because people all around the world moved to the United States. So
yeah. And see what I can't figure out, if she's wanting this case, the venue changed on it. There's not a nook or cranny or any place that hasn't heard about this case.
Right. It's strange, you know, because I can move along to any other case, but I don't want to. I think that Ethan, Xana, Kaylee, and Maddie all deserve justice, and I don't think they're getting it at this point. Neither are their families, but I would understand, like, any of their families saying, I don't care, I'm done, just like put this guy in jail. I could understand that because they probably want to move on and get on in their grieving process, but it's not as easy as that, you know? Like the college is saying we can't do it unless it's in the summer because we have football games and school events. But you would think that's for students that went to your school. Like, why wouldn't you want to? I don't care where their courthouse is, honestly. Like, that's their city planner's fault. Nobody forced them to put a high school across from a courthouse. That's just really dumb planning. Why would you put criminals near children?
Yeah, Lisa Ledlow just said how many stabbings happen at colleges all over. She said that's sus.
It is, and a lot of mysterious deaths within frats. Yeah, there's a lot of stabbings. I don't know why. I should have asked Sophie this in my live today. I don't know why Idaho has so many stabbings, but there was another case there where there was a man and he killed 4 people, like someone's whole family, and he did it with a knife.
Oh, wow.
I'm just wondering, like, are these people who can't buy guns, or are these people who want silent homicides? Because when you get stabbed, you can't scream. You know what I mean? You're just like that, and all your breath goes inward and you're silent. So maybe that's the new weapon of choice.
Yeah, that's what Rodney just said. I posted it on the screen.
Mr. Green judge hazing sucks. A lot of them are bizarre. Thompson, the judge. Yeah, it's a cult. I believe it's a cult. I believe it's if it's not a cult, it's preemptive to being in a cult.
Almost like Christ Church.
Right, exactly. And that's there too. And that's another thing. They like to strut their power at Christ Church, and they like to talk about a lot of political things, and it's an election year. So I don't know if they're just like flexing their power or if they're just trying to draw attention to themselves. But obviously, like, I don't think that I've heard anybody from the city of Idaho address this happening. I don't know if their mayor spoke or.
Well, the Brian Enton was talking to the prosecutor, and according to the prosecutor, this was according to what the prosecutor said, that there is no evidence of drug activity and no evidence that the kids were involved in drugs.
Well, that's weird because the toxicology report said
different.
Otherwise, they said everybody except one person who died had drugs in their system. And I don't know if they don't test for alcohol, but they didn't say anything about alcohol. But I know, like, you say it's a college, okay, so they're taking GHB, they're smoking weed, they're taking acid, they're doing fentanyl, they're doing all kinds of drugs. Yeah. Molly, yeah, all kinds of stuff for younger people to experiment with, and they got to get it from somebody. So possibly Demetrius and Emma kept some things in Moscow and kept some things in Pullman, because when Emma got arrested and she called for somebody to bail her out, she said she first tried to call her dad, and then after that, right on camera, the police officer hands her cell phone, tells her she can make calls until they get here. They get to the police station, and hey, what's up, AR? And when they get to the police station, she has already called someone to bail her out from Moscow. So I don't know. And then she's on trial for.
Well, she also had there like get the money out of the safe.
Oh yeah, she was also like, yeah.
Which is whatever. I mean, you can have a safe, but I know most people keep their drugs and shit in the safe, or.
Right, people keep drugs in safes. People keep cash in safes, like jewelry, anything of value.
She had $500 cash.
Yeah, she had $500 cash in a safe, and called somebody in Moscow and told them to get it out of the safe and bring it to her, so she could bail out.
So was there a safe in that house?
Right.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Ooh, I wonder if. Ooh, yeah. So I wonder if the safe was in the house, and then all of a sudden someone in to get the $500 to bail her out and realized there was a real lot of money in there. like a considerable amount of money or drugs or anything, and word got around and somebody wanted to break in and grab it, and they weren't worried about what they had to do to make that successful. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but see, here's the thing, though. She didn't get arrested for that DUI until February 2023.
Right, that's true.
Oh, was it?
Is it
before that?
I did too. I don't know. AR, do you know when Emma Bailey got arrested? I don't know when that date was actually. No. It couldn't have. Wait. Yeah, we're 2024. Okay. Back to the rail date. Let's see. I think she was arrested. No. Maybe it was her. When was her trial? When was their court date? Her and Demetrius, when Demetrius defended himself or whatever, represented him.
Sometime last year. I know. Because I watched the video, on her getting arrested for her DUI, and the video's timestamp was February 23rd, February 2023.
Weird.
And because in the same video, it shows her sitting in the little area. The cop escorted her into the little holding area.
Oh yeah, where she takes the stuff out of her butt.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. And it's all over the internet. She wasn't charged for that, and there's proof right on the internet. It's kind of strange, I think.
Yeah, I was
putting the link in the chat for AR.
Yep, it was 2/12/23. Bob just looked it up. She was arrested on 2/12/23, but that's weird. I wonder who bailed her out when she got arrested on whatever those charges were with Demetrius.
They dropped the fucking charges.
Right. So AR could probably tell you this. You could probably, if you had any information on a quadruple homicide, that's 4 lives, and you're on trial for being responsible for somebody taking a chemical that took 1 life. Like, it might outweigh the fact that they don't have the information that they need, and then they would drop the charges unless she's an informant or she's working as a, what do you call that? When they tell you, it's like when you get a drug offense and then they say, well, if you want to work with us, then we'll take away your charges. Yeah, informant. So it could have been a controlled buy, that went bad, or it could have been Ethan got his ass kicked so bad at that thing that when Xana called her dad at midnight, or her dad called her, whichever, when they were talking, and she said they were relaxing and eating pizza, maybe Ethan wasn't even conscious. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of activity on a video we watched last night around 2 o'clock?
Yeah, I watched the video True Crime Design put out called 2 a.m. is a dark hour.
Yeah.
And you can hear
why would she say that?
Yeah, you can hear some weird fucking shit from 203 to 242 from the Linda Lane camera.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we watched today, was that hour slot of that. I believe that if the murders happened, they happened between 2 and 3. Personally.
Right, and then we have to consider, where does his parents live? Do they live in Idaho? Ethan's?
I think they live in either Washington or Oregon. I'm not sure. Hey, Sophie, I'm putting a link in the comment. Come on up.
So if they're from Washington and 2 a.m. is a dark hour, that could have been 3, right? But the thing is, if they knew about it, even if it was between 2 and 3 that they found out about it, then his brother already knew to call his mom at 2 a.m. So is it even before that? You know what I mean? Did maybe Ethan, they said Ethan's neck got cut. Did Ethan maybe get like a roundhouse punch to him and the guy was wearing a ring? He starts bleeding out and they panic.
See, here's the whole thing with that freaking coroner. She don't know what the fuck she's talking about. Because you have Brett Payne who comes in and says that Maddie and Kaylee had visible stab wounds, but then you turn around and in the same breath he said that Xana and Ethan had sharp force injuries with an edged weapons. So which one is it? Is it stabbing or is it sharp force injuries?
Right, exactly. And were they piled on top of each other, or was one propped up, hunched over in the corner? You know what I mean? Like, which is it? Because they said Kaylee and Maddie from the beginning. Steve's like, they died in the same bed. Like, okay, they were right next to each other. Okay, well, that doesn't make sense to me because she wasn't right next to her. And they didn't die in the same manner. And he also said they didn't have to go up the steps, which I thought was weird because maybe someone came in through the balcony. Maybe somebody was already there, like all the other videos everybody's seen where there's always someone there, even when they're not there. But if Dylan and Bethany want to claim they're there, that adds a whole new element. Like, did they make that part up that they weren't there, or did the police make up that they weren't there so that the people who are responsible don't think that the police are onto them? Because if that's the case, it's been way too long for that charade. I would hate to be sitting in there like Brian, just waiting for them to discover something.
I was watching this video today, and it was from Chaos Sector, and according to Chaos Sector, who was it? Bethany, Ethan, and Xana's timelines were confirmed. Supposedly, they were at the Sigma Chi house at the party, and then you have Kaylee and Maddie, who was at the Corner Club. Dylan's whereabouts for the majority of that night was unknown.
Right.
Nothing was talked about her until she supposedly came back at 1 a.m.
Yeah, which is super weird because you know what? Everybody says that like the reason she came back is because she was Dylan's +1. Well, how come when she went to Dylan's +1, so she was at the sorority and Ethan and Xana were at the fraternity, and if Kaylee and Maddie left and they didn't leave with Dylan, and that's why she was there at a party with Dylan, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why did they split up then? Did something happen? They had an argument? Because I thought she came all the way back into town to show off her car, and because she was Dylan's +1. And if she was Dylan's +1 and Dylan isn't even willing to speak out to defend her friend and try to figure this out, that's messed up. That's no kind of.
I was listening to the new interview that Christy and Steve did, where they were saying how the bodies were found. How, according to Christy and Steve, Maddie was on the bed, scooched up near the corner and slouched over, and Kaylee was on the floor in the corner by the bed, slouched over.
On the floor?
Yeah, according to Stephen Christie, Stephen Christie said that they got some new information from through Shannon Gray, their attorney, that Kaylee was actually on the floor by the bed, like she was trying to get away from whoever was coming after them, and Maddie was in the corner of the bed, slouched over, and Kaylee was by the bed, slouched over in the corner, because according to Christy, the room was so small, Kaylee was basically trapped in that room, because according to Christy, the rooms to that house were so small that the door would scrape against the foot of the bed. Like, you couldn't have anything bigger than a twin size bed in that room because a queen size wouldn't fit. That was according to Christy.
Yeah. I mean, it's so weird because I feel like there's no way that somebody whose child died would say something that wasn't true. Yeah. There would be no reason they would want to mislead public opinion and make them feel like this is this, and then the police are like, no, this isn't this, that is that. Like, yeah, which is it? Because who's giving them misinformation if it's not the police? And who's giving us misinformation if it's not CBS or NBC or News Nation or any of those places that have a limitation on what they can say? Like when I was in the military, there was big limitations on what we could say. And you have to keep a straight face in the military. You cannot disobey any rule in the military. It will greatly affect your entire life, just the same as Sigma Chi, just the same as any other organization like that where you have to earn your way. You know what I mean? So I was in a position in the Army where I was sending and receiving government messages, and they were in code. I had to learn that code, and I had the top secret security clearance. So there's a lot of things that the military even doesn't tell the public, and that's for their own protection. But when it comes to law enforcement and the news, which is supposed to give us, you know, the news, they're going to give us whatever their sponsors want them to say, whatever the news network is permitted to say. So I prefer, when I get information about true crime, going straight to real people like you, like me, like different creators that focus on true crime and nothing else, because it gets quite distracting when there's drama and there's rumors and there's all these trolls in everybody's chat with like a zillion names, and you know what I mean? And they're all trying to say the same thing at the same time, taking the attention away from Ethan, Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee, because that's why I'm doing this, right? How about you? Like, I don't care. I don't care how many clicks I get. I don't care if my videos are monetized or not. I just think it's great to have as many eyes and ears on this case as possible. Just makes sense to me. But all the competition, all the nagging, all the like for instance, okay, you're gonna look at some Linda Lane footage, right? Obviously, you're gonna want to look at Jeff H's Linda Lane footage because he's a professional. He's great with the sound and he's great with that. Well, Jeff has told me, go ahead and use whatever you want, whenever you want, because Jeff gets it. Like, Jeff didn't film Linda Lane. No creator filmed Linda Lane. We're all using that footage. Yeah. I don't understand what the bickering is about. Like, Grub Truck. I don't hear Grub Truck telling us we're stealing their footage. You know what I mean? We're all working on the same case here. We're all accessing the same resources. And I feel like when people get in the chat or they get in comments and they take the focus away from the case, I just so don't want them in there. I just want them to go. Like, go. If there was a channel, and there is one kind of like this, but there's channels that like critique other channels, right? And their focus is not like, there's a paranormal guy I know, and he does critiques and says whether he thinks people are fake or not. Well, that's entertainment, and that's what he advertises his channel as. But when people get on here and they try to make a name for themselves, like they could do another genre of video for all I'm concerned, because I've only been doing this for 4 months. My channel's growing really, really fast, but I don't even want to associate my name in true crime with people who are not focusing on true crime, or people who are trying to email creators and make us say certain things or make us believe certain things, because I know in every single case, there are witnesses who are intimidated. So they're in the same light would be creators will be intimidated. And I've been threatened very, very grotesquely right at the beginning of covering this case. And I know that it's dangerous. I do not have any doubt in my mind that my anonymity and my image and my personal information needs to remain private. Like, you can't, it's just like Drip Drop when he does interrogation videos. Sometimes it worries me because I have seen, I even have pointed it out to him multiple times, when people are being interrogated in his videos and they've been released, they see their name online and they flock right to his live stream. Now look at him. He's not showing anybody what he looks like because these people can find you.
Yeah.
You know? Like, I worry about Tommy. He's got his name on there. I hope his last name isn't Jude. It makes me so scared. Like,
that's why I changed the name of my channel.
Yeah, it's scary, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, so Jeff is saying something. Let's see, Jeff. What you got? We shouldn't stress out too much about this case. Nothing any of us say is going to have an impact on the case, and we should treat each other with respect, whether we're team BK or team prosecution. I'm not a team nothing. No, I'll tell you right now. My team is justice and truth and facts. And when all the true crime creators realize, like, first of all, we're dealing with children. You know what I mean? Like, these are college kids. They're children. So what are children doing? They're online. They're changing things up. Like, oh gosh, so some celebrity this. Well, it turns into not this. It turns into this celebrity did this with this person, and it was over here, and they did. Like, come on. We haven't been told anything about any of these people we're so suspicious about. We're just putting pieces together. Like Sigma Chi. Nobody's making up that Sigma Chi is involved with dirty things, and they do hazings, and they cause embarrassment and shame to people so that they can blackmail them into secrecy, and then they do things that are questionable morally in order to gain a status, and then very easily they can join organizations like the Freemasons and never have a worry, because they're in a secret society and they're protected.
Yeah, just like when I first started my true crime channel, which was about, say, almost 4 months ago. About 2 months in, I met this creator. Her name was Stella Starr, and really nice lady. At that time, and I didn't have any mods on my channel like I don't have any right now, because one night she had a mental breakdown in my live chat and started just deleting everybody from my live chat. And like half the people right now in my live chat, she was going through and deleting them and blocking them because she thought they were trolls, and I know they're not trolls; they're good people.
Weird.
And so I had to go back and like unblock them and undelete them, and then she had me on her Discord for a while, and me and a friend of mine, we were doing a political podcast one day, and she was making fun of me and my friend in her Discord, and she was having another mental breakdown in the live chat. So I just went ahead and I unmodded her and basically blocked her from my channel, and I haven't heard from her since, thank God. But I'm not I'm open to having a mod, but I'm also kind of leery with what happened.
Right, it's terrifying.
Because it felt like she was trying to tear my channel down.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? How long have you been a channel?
4 months.
Yeah. See, we've been around about the same time, and you're getting similar emails to the emails I'm getting, and a lot. Like I said, I mean, you could ask Jeff. Jeff, put in the chat how many names you have on YouTube. You'll see. And so people will create all these different names, and they'll be jealous of your progress. I mean, look at, you're doing great. Look at all your subs. Like, you're doing amazing. You're doing a great job making a name for yourself in true crime. So think about the creators that haven't made the progress that you or I have made so quickly.
Yeah.
Well, like, who the hell are we? They're like, who the hell is this? No way. They're probably thumbs down on our videos, flagging them. You know what I mean? Just to see if they can get back up there. But the problem is, what does that have to do with true crime?
Yeah.
You know?
Was he like, there was I'm not going to mention his name or nothing, but there was this one channel that was, he sends his spies out to, and to take like clips and stuff of other people, of other content creators' content. And then they will email that the clip to him, and then he'll sit up. He's supposed to be a true crime person, but he'll sit up on his podcast and bash everybody in true crime, saying that the true crime, the Idaho Poor is his case, and blah 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 blah. And
This
people
was a
need to
creator?
huh?
It was a creator or a mod?
As a creator, he sends out his little minions to take video clips of everyone's content, so he can sit there on his channel and bash them.
Wow, I wish I knew who you were talking about.
And right now he has a bet going on who who thinks that BK is innocent. And the bet is whoever is wrong on the bet, then his subs will get that person's channel and completely change it and destroy it.
And he publicly made this known?
Yeah. He called it a bet.
Okay,
He
so
said he said he don't care if it's a big channel or a small channel. He wants that channel to take him up on his bet. And if they lose, then their channel is gone. Their channel goes to him and his subscribers.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Well, that's cool, because I'm glad none of my subscribers would fall for that shit. You know what I mean? They'd be like,
I'm not.
Okay, why I'm gonna be his subscriber because of some bet? Like, it sounds like a pretty toxic person. Sounds like somebody who's trying to dig a hole, and he's fitting right in it. I don't know. Does he howl at the moon? You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Does he? Does he have a 3-name title?
I'll type it. I'll type it in a private chat.
Okay, tell me in the private chat, because I think I know exactly who you're talking about. It's a creator that's like making videos about everybody right now. Oh, nope. That's not who I thought it was. Wow. I don't even think that guy knows I exist, but I do know exactly who you're talking about. I watched a video that he made on the Kylie Rodney case once. I think he was pretty intoxicated. I don't know. Real hyped up about stuff. I wouldn't have guessed him though. I thought it was totally somebody else.
No, he has a lot of minions on his channel, and and a lot of his minions will try to destroy other content creators on his behalf.
But now that you say that, his people came into my comments section and they were posting his link, and I tried to explain, like, why are you taking down the link? Why won't you help me promote this person? And I was like, I don't even know you promoted, because YouTube most of the time they eliminate any chat messages with any hyperlinks. It's like a protection for the creators to not have some spam stuff on there, you know? And I've never gotten a spam link in an email from true crime related stuff or in a chat, but that, I think they just do that, you know?
Yeah.
So the only ones that got mad, they were from his community. And I think that's interesting, because he's never come to me and say anything. I do hear people make comments about true crime clowns, and I assume that means Drip Drop and I, because as far as I know, nobody's concealing their identity in that way, but it's a smart way to do it because it doesn't pick up on facial recognition. They figured that out when they were investigating some case with ICP fans who had their face paint on. You know how we do.
Yeah.
And so the FBI wanted to call ICP a gang because you cannot pick them up with facial recognition. So they're pretty much free to do whatever they want without being identified. And that's why I do it. And that's why Drip Drop does it. But I know there is a guy, and he's called True Crime King. And he has it out.
I watched one of his videos last night, and he was like dissecting one of Drip Drop's videos, calling him.
He was awful. He was really, really cruel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I was like, wow, like, what is what is this guy's motivation? Just seems like a real sarcastic jerk that wants to tear people down instead of doing some kind of investigating of his own.
Yeah, claiming that he used to be one of Drip Drop's paid members, and then now he's out to destroy Drip Drop. I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck? Drip Drop's did nothing wrong.
Right, never. Like he's doing everything everybody else is doing, and he does it great, and he does it with confidence, and he does it with, like fact. He backs it up with fact, and he's pretty. I mean, he's pretty real. He's pretty down to earth. I think I am a paid member. I would announce that, yell it from the mountaintops. I support him 100%. Drip Drop is amazing, and I'll tell you that. Are you a paid member of his community? Hey, Bianca.
Not yet, but I'm planning on it.
Okay, so when you become a paid member of the Crime Circus or the Crime Circus cult, he does a lot of members only posts. And like there was a time, like I think it was last week or the week before, and everybody was like, oh my God, Drip Drop's not doing the Idaho 4 case anymore. And I said over and over that he was making longer content, longer format.
Yeah.
And there was even that one where he released like an 8-hour video. And I kept saying like, he's just releasing a long one. He's just doing something big. And everybody's like, no, he's scared. No, he got threatened. Like, yeah, he's been threatened like almost every video he's ever made, including the interrogation videos. He's never going to stop doing it. And then last week, after saying it so many times, he said he's putting something big together for the Idaho 4 case.
Yeah.
So I don't know, like people are just grabbing at straws, trying to make things up wherever they can. But there's usually no truth to stuff like that. Yeah, Holly, cool. I'm glad you're a paid member too.
Yeah. Rodney goes, shush, Jeff.
I have a Crime Circus coffee mug. You do? Is it from the Crime Circus YouTube channel? Is that what you're talking about? Or is it a different? Just says that. Oh, Rodney, look at that. Rodney knew who you were talking about. Robert, who is the creator? I would love to know. Well, Robert is a creator, so he might not want to say it. Because he could find himself as a target in the next video.
I've been a target of his before.
So his bet is if what he thinks he's guilty or innocent.
And he doesn't really say. I've tried to watch one of his videos, and pretty much he really don't say much about the case. He just like sits up there and talks about other creators. He
doesn't talk about true crime.
Yeah, there was like two or three times that he actually talked about the case, but most of the time it's like videos bashing on other creators.
Right, and there's another person doing that too. Oh, okay, yeah, in the private chat, I told you already. Yeah, there's somebody that person has been targeting people for like, I would say the last 2 weeks, and it's not okay to act like that. You know what I mean? It's almost criminal if you think about it. Like,
yeah, I just typed a response
public harassment. What's that?
I just typed a response to you in the private chat.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Well, at least there's different kinds of true crime creators, I suppose. There's ones that are pleasant to listen to, and there's ones that like are full of negativity and judgment and strange content. You know what I mean? Like I can't sit through somebody like, right, Bianca, it is disturbing and disgusting behavior. She's right. It's a shame. It's like, I don't know what, like you tune into something, you expect to see one thing, and then you don't see it. And then he's wasted your time. And anybody who's lost anybody, they're not alive anymore, somebody passed away, how valuable time is. So I just think it's really, really irritating that you would have to compromise your time thinking that you're going to watch something and you might be able to help somebody out or find a detail that nobody can see, and you're just listening to like negativity. It's like,
yeah, I think that's why I kind of flocked to you, and Tommy, because we all three think alike on
right,
on certain things.
right, especially about respect. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because like I try to tell everybody that subs to me, I have 3 rules: no politics, no religion, and no disrespect. If you disrespect in my comments or in my chat, then you are immediately gone, whether it's to me, to somebody on my panel, or just somebody in chat, because that just distracts everybody. Like, I don't need us to be distracted. I need us to have as many eyes and ears on this case as we can get. And that means getting along. Or if they don't get along or they don't like each other's channels, then they could just, not watch them or mind their own business and work on their own channel. But unfortunately, those are the things that we face doing true crime, and you can either ignore it or face it. You know what I mean? And it just gets to a point sometimes, I think, where people can't emotionally control themselves when they're being attacked and they're retaliating, and then that makes the other person retaliate, and then the true crime is diminished. There's no true crime left. You know what I mean? It's just about who is more popular than who, or who came up with something first, or whose footage you're using. But again, like, none of it's our footage. None of it is. Nobody owns that footage. Nobody got it first, and it belongs to them. It belongs to whose ever camera that was. And unless one of these creators lives on Linda Lane or wherever else they're claiming they know what happened, then I don't know how that's possible, because we're all using what we're given. I don't think one creator gets more than the rest of us.
Yeah, I've noticed that as soon as I'll say something like in the live chat on your channel or in the live chat on Tommy's channel, everyone will be like, "Oh, True Crime Cult, you're here." I'm thinking, oh wow, do I have that many people that support me? And it just kind of makes me teary eyed, knowing that as soon as I like come into a chat, like half the chat knows me.
Right? Yeah. It's because, like, for the most part, true crime viewers and creators are really good people. Like, they're good-hearted. They just want to help out, because just like, if you've ever been in like a hurricane or a really bad earthquake or some kind of natural disaster or something that happened like completely unexpected, and you were totally like blindsided, and then your whole world comes crashing down. That's what happens when people get murdered. That's what happens when people lose their family, and it's very unexpected. So people flock to help because they know it could one day be their family. And if somebody got killed in my family, I would definitely expect that there were good people in the world that would try to come figure it out. And in this case, the whole world is trying to figure it out. And it's unfortunate that these 4 people are getting so much attention and there's murders every single day. But this one scares me, because this one is proving to us that the police will convince or attempt to convince or manipulate or attempt to manipulate things that they're just not true. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And you can't live life knowing that police are going to do things like that, because then you know that like, when I see that they're corrupt and I see other footage of other police officers in different states and cities around this country, and they're corrupt, and people say, well, Jeff just said before in the chat, like, the cops, Brian should be innocent until he's proven guilty, and the police should be presumed competent until they're incompetent. I think that's how you said it, Jeff.
Yeah.
No, they're not easily thrown under the bus. Just so you know, my dad served in 3 branches of the military, and when he was in the Navy, he was a chief of police of the whole military base. I have great respect for the police. I just feel like not everybody's meant to be a part of the police. Just like
my dad, my dad, he passed away when I was 10, and he served in the first Korean War, and then his brother Doug, which was my uncle Doug. He did 2 tours in Nam, and he was on the ground when they're dropping Agent Orange. And my dad passed away in 82, and my uncle passed away in 85, because the Agent Orange like riddled his body with tumors. And my uncle, he was a 30-year retired police officer here in Wichita. When he passed away back in 1992, he had been retired from the police force for 10 years, and he was on the force for 20.
Right. So to clarify for Jeff, they're not easily thrown under the bus. They throw themselves under the bus, as well as throw all the good police under the bus when they allow each other to get away with things. So as the daughter of a 3-branch military member and as a member of the Army for 8 years and a well-educated woman, I can tell you that good cops hate corrupt cops. So anybody who's going to say that cops are being thrown under the bus, sorry, Jeff, but that's a real easy thing to say when you don't know somebody's opinion. And my opinion of the police is they have a career that they need to take seriously. And they have a career where they must obey the laws that they are expecting us to obey. They shouldn't be given special privileges, nor should they expect special privileges. They should treat everybody with dignity and respect, and like a regular person should have to confess to the things they have done wrong and face the consequences. And if you think I'm throwing any law enforcement under the bus in this case, I would really enjoy your thoughts on why they put such young men on the case that were inexperienced. Why did they pick this specific experience to put their young, barely trained officers with no experience who are probably the same age as these victims? That's corrupt. They should have had the best people on their force working on this case. And so the ones that are being corrupt and compromising the investigation, as well as the whole law enforcement in Moscow, Idaho, is at fault here because they shouldn't allow it. The first spot of a mistake in the investigation, I think, would be one suspect. You cannot bank on one suspect and guarantee the safety of a city. And then guarantee the safety while he travels almost all the way across the country to Pennsylvania without being taken into custody if they were sure that was their guy. No, that's not the best way to choose from, because I don't know, I guess you don't watch my videos, Jeff, which is unfortunate, but he said they had young officers on the case with no experience who had never seen anything like that. So I'm not sure why. It's like a conflict of interest. They could be dating, you know, they're the same age.
I mean, even Steve said that the police force was way in over their heads.
Right, and they have a recruitment program from Sigma Chi for the police force. So if you didn't know that, then you could easily find it, as well as their links to real estate endeavors and everything about living an elite lifestyle and being handed to you. You know, like nothing in life is free. I wonder how much the wealth of their parents costs their morality and how much it's going to cause theirs.
Well, like Chloe said is on the screen.
Chloe? Yeah, they have to glow. If they didn't know, yeah, they did know ASAP, because that's why I feel like it's weird that they had a meeting with the college every day, but possibly maybe they were getting people coming in with anonymous tips every day, and they wanted to just say, hey, you know, you can drop it in this box or something and we'll contact the police. But I don't know that that's acceptable to be contacting the university every day, but they definitely did know Glowy, because they have to go to the head of the sorority and the head of the fraternity, because there were sorority girls and Ethan was in a fraternity, and they have to contact the heads of their sorority and fraternity before the police, because they are the only ones authorized to speak to the police.
Yeah, just like when those cops were harassed, those cops there in Moscow harassed those victims like daily and nightly. And there was a video that I had shared a while back where you could hear a cop go, "Stupid fucking kids."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yep. I think it's super sus that the handling of this case is just being allowed to be so unprofessional and so strange. Like everything that Ann Taylor asked for is turned down, but yet they can create Netflix shows and they can create like whole hour documentaries on paid networks about a case that hasn't even seen its trial yet. I don't know if that constitutes a mistrial, and even if it did, if it would work for him, but I feel like you're not allowed to do things like that. Like you would have to present both sides. Even when that what was his name, the Making a Murderer series on Netflix, they were only allowed to say certain things, and they were only allowed to accuse him or unaccuse him at the same time. They had to be on both sides of the fence legally. I think that was in Wisconsin, I think. But it was on Netflix. I can't think of his name. It was like a guy and his nephew, and they had like a graveyard or something like that.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I just can't remember the name.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah. But anyway, like all these networks have privy to like using this information, and then using like, for instance, like the Paramount network that did that cyber sleuth.
Yeah.
When I spoke to Tommy in private, he told me that he wasn't even made aware he was going to be on that. So I find that really weird too, that they could just grab our stuff off the internet and use it for their gain. Like, so was Dago. Dago is also in one, I guess. I've only seen the first one.
Well, I know it was in one of my videos. I think it was yesterday or today, or one of the early ones I did this week. I just noticed the comment today from somebody going, "Oh, you guys are nothing but conspiracy theorists. Wait till the real trial. Wait till the trial and the real evidence comes out." And I'm and I'm thinking, wow, this person must have came from Paramount.
Right. Yeah. I don't know, but the thing, it's weird. Like they use clips, right? But then the first episode they had, what's his name? JLR, JRL, JLR.
Yeah, JLR. I don't trust him.
Yeah, right. And Bullhorn Betty, right? They were both on, but they had like obvious spots on there. Like they were definitely interviewed for their parts. So they knew they were on it. But I feel like it's weird that there's so many like weird copyright things that I don't understand. Like when I was in the haunt industry, I was involved in a lot of people's commercials on TV and on the radio, and I didn't even know it. So,
oh wow,
yeah. So I'm thinking like, okay, so if they're allowed to say things and not say things, or have to be on both sides of the fence, then why are they allowed to present things that aren't fact? Because it's so frustrating when I'm trying to look into everything, and I'm like, is this fact or not? It's hard to tell. Stephen Avery, that's right, Sierra. His name's Stephen Avery from Making a Murderer on Netflix. Rory was offered JLR spot. Oh, that's it, JLR. Yep, that's what you call him. Yeah, that guy has a lot of subs. He's pretty successful. Wisconsin. Okay, yeah. So it was Stephen Avery, and he was in Wisconsin, Sierra says. 200 feet away from me, used a knife and had on one of his. Oh no, Lisa, that's awful. It is like they were in a horror movie, Glowy, and you know what? There was a rumor that they were filming one.
Jan says JLR is creepy, and the video of him is he's crazy.
I don't know what video you're referring to, but I haven't really seen that much of him.
Hey, Sophie's coming on panel.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
There's the link, Sophie.
There she is. Yeah, Lisa, you know what? You're right. because the way that the land is behind the house, it kind of, like Jeff could probably tell you, it's kind of like an amphitheater shape. And the
Hey,
acoustic
Sophie.
would have been heard.
Long time no
Right? Animal take two.
Yeah. I just like listening to you guys this last little minutes, and I was thinking, like, yeah, just I personally have zero intention of ever wanting to create anything on YouTube, but as you can see, I took my last name off here.
Oh, smart, very smart.
Yeah, I was like, I looked at it yesterday, and I was like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
probably a bad idea.
You're like,
Yeah, probably not a good idea.
Right, here comes the creeps, right?
Right.
At least the letter goes right.
I like
Right.
what you're saying, though. I mean, it's too bad that some of the people that are on here are not humans, whatever. I guess some of the other creators are not as open to just being respectful, I guess.
Right, not very receptive.
Yeah. Yeah.
They need attention. You know what I mean? It's kind of flattering almost. I mean, I can't be all the way flattered because the guy that did a video about me, he only said the creator's name's the initials of the channel are SS. And I was like, what? I didn't hear it. Somebody emailed it to me and they're like, check it out. It's on this timestamp of the video. And I was like, who's this guy? I guess I'm not going to say it. If you guys know, you know. That's all I can say. Because some of you subscribe to that person and subscribe to me as well. Maybe you didn't catch it, but it definitely was in one of his videos. I'm just waiting to be on the True Crime King channel because he's got it out for clowns, apparently. He fucking hates Drip Drop. I don't understand.
I saw somebody make a clown comment, and I thought they were talking about Drip Drop, but I hadn't found you yet, and maybe that's because you weren't on here yet.
Yeah, could be. Thanks, Jeff. That was nice.
Chaos Sec put a new video out 2 hours ago. You guys want to watch it?
I do. I've seen that one, but yes, please play it.
Yeah,
maybe that will share some insight. For sure. That's a for sure. Everybody can be exposed to this.
It's a good one. I actually watched it already, but I'm super interested in your opinion.
Oh, cool. I got one. I definitely got one on this one.
Yeah, it's called the wolf in wolf's clothing.
Yeah, which is an interesting thing to say.
I dated one of those ones.
He's a sheaf in wolf clothing. Hubby Waters. Huh? Oh, this is so cool. Okay, everybody, you paying attention?
Yeah, wolf in wolf clothing.
Yeah.
Welcome to the chaos sector. Well, a challenge has been presented to us. Yeah, some have seen their video in regards to a comment we left. Let's break down what was discussed, because we need to address this the same way they publicly addressed the chaos. To get a clue, we will be using your response video as our source to rebuttal. So I hope there aren't any issues regarding that. For those who haven't seen that video, briefly, it's about Get a Clue, identifying a white Chrysler 300 as the vehicle circling Queen Road apartments. We presented a question about it, and they responded in a very condescending way. We only dish out what has been sent to us, so don't blame us if this goes left. Now for authenticity, here is the post we left on Get a Clue's video regarding the Chrysler 300. Quote, there's a question though. If you claim it's a 300 and that vehicle is owned by someone in that neighborhood, why would they get in their car to drive around Queen Road apartments? We assume that's to monitor what's going on at the victim's home, right? They could just look out their window or hang out on the side of the building and keep an eye on the house. It's at night. Nobody would see them in the dark, really, but the light bulb will obviously be spotted, especially by the surveillance camera that I'm sure they know exist in Linda Lane apartments. That vehicle, in my opinion, is the police cruiser who came back after someone called. The vehicle is clearly keeping an eye on the home. It circled from 3:30 a.m. to 4:07 a.m. The police cruiser was just there about 15 minutes ago after wrapping up those citations. Unquote. That's the post, as you will hear in this video response. Let's get started, shall we?
I got a comment from Chaos Sector on one of my videos. Actually, it was on this video. Yeah, the Chrysler 300 revisited, okay?
I like his voice
So
better
this
like
video
this.
right here, the Chrysler 300 revisited, I got this comment. It was way after the fact. I mean, this had been up for a week maybe. I get this comment from, of all people, Chaos Sector. We've all heard of Chaos Sector.
What does of all people mean? Oh, right, the Chaos doesn't have the right to pose a question. But let's continue. That's the first jab taken, by the way.
Right? People keep telling me to check out Chaos Sector. I never do, but they keep
Janet kind of seems like he's attacking Chaos Sector.
So this is we're gonna have a talk here.
Yeah.
So Chaos Sector said there's a question though. If you
this is her video about him being
that vehicle is owned by someone in that neighborhood, why would they get in their car to drive around Queen Road Apartments? I don't know, Chaos Sector. It's not my job to know that right now. It's not my job to do any of this, but that's not the point of me identifying the vehicle. My goal and my task was to identify the vehicle, and I identified it as a Chrysler 300. I'm going to show it again for you. Okay, so my task or goal was not to figure out why this person would be making suspicious maneuvers around their own apartment complex like they did between 3:30 and 4 o'clock a.m. I don't know.
Okay, you say it's not your job to figure out what the vehicle is doing, you're just identifying the vehicle. Well, we've looked into a bit of your content, and you so-called identified the vehicle quite some time ago, and this was before this current issue. Just so you know, we viewed you examining the video footage near Queen Road Apartments, spotting that same Chrysler 300, found it interesting, thought about it. Okay, whatever. So what's the next step for you? What is the next step in your investigative work? You identified a white Chrysler 300 circling Queen Road Apartments. Surely the next step in your investigative work is to find out, wait for it, why the Chrysler 300 is circling around Queen Road Apartments. Oh, maybe that's not your strength or interest. You just want to identify the vehicle. Okay, well, it's kind of stagnating if you're considering yourself investigating the Idaho murders, right? Anyway, let's continue.
My point was that, yes, we probably should get an answer to that, or somebody should, investigators should get an answer to that, whether they be Ann's investigators or whether they had been law enforcement. And my point and contention was that I don't think law enforcement ever investigated this. I don't think they ever investigated the owner of the Chrysler 300. So if you know, if you want to make the point that this person should be questioned so we could understand what they were doing and understand their activity, you know, and then check for signs of, you know, peculiarities with this individual, then yes, I think law enforcement should have done that.
Why aren't you doing it? You're claiming that it's that specific vehicle. You've made content about it, breaking it down. What's the purpose of revealing that it's that vehicle? You're basically claiming that vehicle may have been linked to the murders, but won't even present that as a theory, as you'll hear in a moment. You're alluding to it being possibly linked to the murders, and that is strange. There's nothing wrong with presenting a theory that the vehicle might be, keywords might be, linked to the murders. Based on your investigative work, you spotted the vehicle circling the apartments around the time frame the murders took place. Yet, in this video, you act as if, wait for it, you don't have a clue, or you won't even present the context clues together to suggest, you know what, let's continue.
And Anne should certainly do it. So that was one of my points in this and bringing this all up about the Chrysler 300 is that its behavior to me is even more suspicious than the white Hyundai Elantra, which is seen only one time on the 1330 Linda Lane camera. Chaos Sector goes on to say, we assume that's to monitor what's going on at the victim's home, right? No, I don't assume that. I do not assume that. I have no business assuming that. I don't know what this vehicle was doing circling its own apartment complex 3 times between 3:30 and 4 o'clock a.m. I think that somebody should figure it out or at least ask this person and investigate this person fully. But I can't make the assumption that they were doing that to monitor 11.2 King Road. I don't have enough information to make that assessment. So I do not assume that. I'm not assuming that. I will say the behavior does appear suspicious to me, highly suspicious, for a person who lives at this apartment complex to be circling it 3 times in the span of a half an hour, between 3:30 and 4 o'clock a.m.
What I'm getting from this get a clue individual is a bunch of mind games. Simple as that. And I think it's evident here. First, you claim you don't have enough information to make an assessment. Okay, so if you did have enough information, you could make an assessment, right? That means you would be willing to provide that assessment, or basically a theory, as to what the vehicle is doing, or may be involved in. Pay attention to what people say, because this type of blabbering goes over people's heads easily, okay? If you claim the vehicle is more suspicious than the alleged Elantra, isn't this enough information to make an assessment that the vehicle could be monitoring the victim's home? If it's suspicious by your own perception, then what do you make of that suspicion? You just kind of, well, disregard it in connection to the investigating you claim to be doing. We assume is based on the fucking investigation and everyone in the true crime community has broke down thus far. A vehicle is spotted circling Queen Road apartments during the time frame the murders had taken place, even based on Moscow PD's time frame. And anyone who is being honest and not shuffling their feet would come to the conclusion that the Chrysler 300 is possibly linked to the murders. Or some may even present that as their firm belief that it was linked to the murders. You're not going to say, my name is Bennett and I'm not in it. In other words, you won't present your thoughts about the vehicle possibly being linked to the murders. Yet, you will point out it's a specific vehicle that was owned by someone who stayed in the neighborhood, circling the apartments around the same time frame the murders took place. Yeah, would rather shuffle your feet around, jump through loops, rather than just address the issue. Someone presented a question to you, and you realize it presented a legitimate inquiry about that vehicle's possible role, and you shuffled your feet away from it. But let's continue. Furthermore, it was an honest question, by the way. We were just voicing an opinion about the vehicle he claimed was spotted.
They could just look out their window or hang out on the side of the building and keep an eye on the house. I guess they could if you're assuming that was the purpose of them circling the 500 Queen Road apartments. I'm not assuming that. You are, not me. Okay, you're making, and I'm just going to say here, you're making a lot of assumptions, and I'll get to my point about where I believe you go wrong here, and I think you go wrong on a lot of things as a result of this. You need to separate out theory from evidential analysis. The two should not coincide. And I think you do that all too often. That's where you get stuck.
Evidential analysis? Are you claiming that your claim of the vehicle spotted in the Linda Lane surveillance is based in evidential analysis? You have not proven that a Chrysler 300 is circling those apartments. You're presenting a theory just like many. So-called body panel comparisons does not prove that it is a Chrysler 300. You assume, yes, you assume it is. So first off, you don't have actual evidence to stand on. Second, a theory can build from the so-called evidential analysis. You know, like a theory that the Chrysler 300 was linked to the murders due to it circling around the apartments during the time frame those murders took place, or even your claim that the vehicle was behaving suspicious. If you claim that the vehicle was behaving suspicious, then that suspicion naturally leads to a theory in your fucking brain, regardless of what you present to your audience, or as a rebuttal to the chaos. Whether you present it or not, that's up to you. You're talking in circles, and that's the mind game of get a clue.
It's at night. Nobody would see them in the dark, really. But the light bulb will obviously be spotted, especially by the surveillance camera that I'm sure they know exists in Linda Lane apartments. I don't know what you're talking about here. What light bulb would you be talking about that would be caught by the Linda Lane, by the 1330 Linda Lane camera? What light bulbs? Are you speaking about the light bulbs on their car? Is that what you're talking? I don't know what you're talking about here. So that doesn't even make any sense to me.
We're talking about the fucking vehicle itself. It's starting to get a bit frustrating. If you watched the content as you claimed you haven't really, but then somehow have come to a conclusion about our theories, then you would know we nickname light-colored vehicles, in this case, white vehicles, light bulbs, because they are the most highly detected vehicles in surveillance footage at night. Oh, now you get it. Oh, okay, it makes sense to call them that, right? You need to catch up, dude.
That vehicle, in my opinion, is the police cruiser who came back after someone called. You're just wildly conjecturing here at this point, all right? You have no proof that anybody called anybody. I mean, it's just wild speculation. And then you're basing what the vehicle is,
Now, this person is about to be exposed. We'll let him go on his little rant for a moment, and we will come back to this very segment as he will eat his words from a bitter spoon.
The identification of the vehicle, you're basing it on this wild speculative theory that you're theorizing at the moment. Now, I have looked at your channel on occasion, and you do a lot of theorizing and a lot of wild speculating. I don't do that here. I'm not going to wildly speculate. The most I'll go on speculation is that from the profiling of this murder, it appears to me that it involved more than one individual. It also appears to me that Dylan and Bethany have to know more than they know. I don't know what the extent of that is, but that all is as far as I'll go on speculation and theorizing. Okay, so you're theorizing here. It's pure, and not only
sounds like an
wild
assumption.
Theorizing, wild speculation. I didn't approach this with a theory in mind when I identified this vehicle, and I told you in the video, if you watch the videos related to this, all of them, at the time I was having substantial doubt related to the potential innocence of the defendant at the time. Anybody will tell you at this time I was experiencing substantial doubt. They had to bring me back to center. My fellow brain trust had to bring me back to center, help bring me back to center. And so when I was reviewing this at the time, I was actually reviewing it for, I want to, now prove this was the Elantra. That was my goal in mind. I was going to prove it was the Elantra. This, is this his car really that's circling the neighborhood? So I was looking at it with the perspective of an Elantra in mind. And I'll be damned, I could not prove that it was an Elantra. And in fact, I proved that it was a Chrysler 300. So my mind was completely objective at the time. I couldn't have been more open-minded, and meaning I couldn't have been prejudiced in trying to prove the defendant innocent. It was the opposite for me. I wanted to prove him guilty at the time.
You broke rule number 1 of an investigator. You don't investigate to prove someone is guilty or innocent. You investigate based on the information and evidence presented to you. Once you have collected that information, then you can, quote, prove that that person is guilty or innocent. At the very least, based on authenticity, you present a theory of that person being guilty or innocent. And he tried the slick disclaimer, stating that he was open-minded, and he wasn't sure if Kohberger was guilty or not. See, this word salad needs a bit of dressing. If Kohberger's DNA was found in the victim's bedroom, at this point in the investigation, never mind the vehicle, did you still have an open mind about him being guilty or not? Because you would have to be convinced by something other than the DNA to try to prove he was guilty. And if you're basically saying that it was the Linda Lane surveillance that you used as a determining factor disregarding the DNA, then I call bullshit, because you can't even identify a white Hyundai Elantra in that surveillance. So you're determining a man's fate by a vehicle that hasn't been identified as his vehicle. The vehicle hasn't been identified as a white Hyundai Elantra. Your software can't determine which vehicle that is. It can only resemble the vehicle, as it resembles quite a few based on the obstructed view. You can zoom in, add filters, trace an outline of it, and match it to the Elantra, and you still wouldn't be able to tell what type of vehicle it is. It's inconclusive, and you can't say the chaos was biased towards Kohberger because we broke the case down with the possibility he did murder those housemates. We collected information, we collected evidence, we broke down inconsistencies in Dylan's affidavit, and we obviously broke down the DNA on the knife sheath. We did the proper investigating first, then we came to a conclusion Kohberger had been framed. You, on the other hand, was trying to prove Kohberger was guilty. And that is bias investigating. You're not doing genuine investigating. See, a bias investigator is no different than a detective planting evidence against a citizen. In his own words, my friends, let's hear it again.
It was the opposite for me. I wanted to prove him guilty at the time.
Now, here's the question. What would motivate you to prove Kohberger was guilty? It would have to be based on bias investigating. You wanted to prove he was guilty, although he had already been charged with the crimes. So it's quite counterproductive to attempt to prove he was guilty when he was already arrested and charged for the murders. Haven't you been keeping up with the case? They have his DNA. They have him spotted in surveillance. They reported he had visited that neighborhood 12 times prior. They reported he had stalked the girls in the home. They reported there is digital evidence of this stalking. I mean, he's guilty, right? Yet you want to prove for sure he's guilty. Okay? I don't buy it. Here's the more likely reason for your actions. You've watched channels like the Chaos Sector, where we questioned everything and came to the conclusion he was being framed for the murders. Yep, another DC agent. Oh, if you don't know what that is, it's a damage control agent. Put this into perspective here. A man is facing the death penalty who may be innocent. You are trying to prove he's guilty, though. So naturally, you are disregarding the possibility that he is innocent and are fighting to prove he's guilty so he can face the death penalty. Now, don't conflate this point. I would tend to think you wouldn't, because you ask others to get a clue, right? So you depicted yourself as being quite intelligent, right? If he's guilty, then he's guilty. That's a separate issue. You trying to prove he's guilty, though, is your implicit bias against Kohberger, instead of having implicit difference. Implicit difference is basically the same as indifference. Now, due to Kohberger being charged with the murders and the DNA was claimed to be found in the bedroom, implicit difference wasn't the thought process of many, going back to when he was initially arrested. But over time, based on many who have investigated this case, that implicit difference was formed. Meaning, some didn't know what to think, some still thought he was guilty, and others thought he was framed. But you contradict yourself anyway, because you claim it's not your job to figure out what the Chrysler 300 was doing circling around the apartments, yet you claim you were trying to prove Kohberger was guilty. That's not your job, remember? Leave that to the detectives, right? Sir, you're a rambling idiot at this point.
And instead, I got the Chrysler 300 out of that. I don't think I could have been any more objective at that moment. There was no theory involved for me. It was just, what is this vehicle that is doing this circling?
I'm not sure how to explain this without being sarcastic. Get a clue claims there was no theory involved, in him questioning what type of vehicle was spotted and what was it doing. You're asking a question, sir. And if you're asking a question, by default, either a hypothesis or theory will be generated from that question. Because once you get an answer to your question, the brain dealing with problem solving, the part of the brain that deals with fucking thinking, being the prefrontal cortex, the frontal lobe, generates various hypotheses and theories linked to your question and answer. So even if you won't admit it, sir, you are at the very least thinking about a hypothesis. And let's be real, you had a theory as well, being the Chrysler 300 was a potential suspect. But for some reason, you would rather keep ramming your head against the wall in spite of the chaos. We just presented a general question. It was a fundamental, logical inquiry about the vehicle's actions in the neighborhood. You went into panic mode and flat out lost control. Let me reiterate, based on investigating. Because Get a Clue will try to claim he's just, quote, looking into things in the case. It doesn't matter, though, if you spotted 3 vehicles in that Linda Lane surveillance, all within the time frame the murders took place. One of them was owned by a resident in the neighborhood, one of them is alleged to be the killer, and the other is the same make and model of an unmarked cruiser. What exactly do you conclude from that? Get a Clue would say, I don't know, maybe Ann Taylor should look into it, or Ellie should investigate this again. Basically saying, my name is Bennett and I'm not in it. But he has tons of videos addressing the same issues the majority of people have dug into. So a hypothesis exists and theories exist within those videos. But when it comes to the exact time frame in that Linda Lane surveillance with potential suspects spotted during the murders, he, quote, leaves that to the authorities to figure out. He even has videos about Brent Kopacka. I mean, all of the videos are surrounding giving your thoughts, which are considered hypotheses or theories. But when it comes to the heat of the moment, the time frame the deaths had occurred in the Linda Lane surveillance, Get a Clue, somehow can't find a fucking clue. Mind you, that's the only surveillance released that is physically during the time frame those housemates were murdered. Yeah, I see his little game. You don't want to present a theory about those vehicles because it conflicts with your narrative that Kohberger was the killer. Yes, the only vehicle that matters in that so-called evidential analysis would in fact be the white Hyundai Elantra. He tries to focus on the so-called Chrysler 300, but had already so-called established that the white Hyundai Elantra was there. So the suggestive programming to his audience is that Kohberger was physically there, and of course was either the killer or involved in the murders.
The vehicle is clearly keeping an eye on the home. No, it's not. It is not. We don't know that.
We pay attention to context clues here. The first words out of this person's mouth was, quote, no, it's not. And then they state, we don't know what the vehicle is doing. The first response is a definite answer.
And he said,
meaning,
we don't know
Get
that.
a Clue knows that the vehicle is not keeping an eye on the victim's home.
The vehicle is clearly keeping an eye on the home. No, it's not.
yet in the same breath
What?
states he doesn't know what the vehicle is doing.
It is not. We don't know that.
Sir, can you make up your mind about what the vehicle is doing? You don't know, right? So how can you say, no, it's not? Don't attempt to throw that question back this way, because we're not contradicting ourselves. We stood on that claim, and that's that. Let me tell you what Get a Clue is doing here. He's trying to debunk that theory because it puts that so-called Chrysler 300 in the position of being a suspect, something he doesn't want to even present as a possibility for some odd reason. Anyone who examined that surveillance would know that the alleged Chrysler 300 Get a Clue claims is physically there, is a suspect. The murders were occurring during that time frame. The vehicle was not seen earlier in that surveillance, so just stop with the bullshit. And it's so perplexing because he's pointing out that vehicle on top of that.
We don't know what the vehicle was doing. All we know is it was circling the 500 Queen Road apartments. For all we know, it could have been related to something going on at the 500 Queen Road apartments at the time. But not necessarily that it was concerned with 1122 King Road. It could have been, certainly, but it might not have been either. The most that can be said about it is this Chrysler 300, this white Chrysler 300, most likely, that'd be an incredible coincidence that there happens to be a white Chrysler 300 that still resides there. The occupant still resides there and did then. That would be one hell of a coincidence. So I'm going to say probably it's a strong, strong possibility. It's almost 100% certain that it's that white Chrysler 300 and the occupant still lives there. So the most that can be said is it's highly suspicious behavior for it to be circling the apartments 3 times between 3:30 a.m. and 4 o'clock a.m., especially in relation to a massacre which was allegedly was about to occur, and for all we know may have occurred during that time frame. We don't know. That's the most that can be said. We can't definitively say it was interested in 1122 King Road and that's why it was circling. We don't know that. You're making assumptions once again and stating them as fact. The vehicle is clearly keeping an eye on the home. It circled from 3:30 a.m. to 4:07 a.m. No, it didn't. The white Chrysler 300 circled the 500 Queen Road apartments 3 times between 3:30 a.m. and 4 o'clock a.m. That's it.
You'd be
At
scared if
4:05,
this is his
42,
actual
it was
voice.
the white Hyundai Elantra, which I've identified between the years 2011 to 2020, and then thereafter, about a minute and 30 seconds thereafter,
Might be
it
more
was
entertaining
then
that way.
what I have identified as a Ford Fusion. Then and only then a Ford Fusion. So we have 3 separate cars. So you're incorrect.
When he shouldn't have made this video to begin with. He could have just responded back in the comment section and voiced his opinion. But no, he wanted to, well, I guess discredit the chaos and made a complete fool of himself. But that's what the DC agents end up doing. So let me get this straight. You have a white Chrysler 300 spotted from 3:30 a.m. to 4 a.m., then a white Hyundai Elantra, which we assume you're suggesting is Koberger, spotted at 4:05 a.m. Then, lastly, we have a Ford Fusion, which would be the unmarked police cruiser, spotted at 4:07 a.m. You do realize that every fucking vehicle coming around that corner has to come back out on the other side on Queen Road, right? That's where the victim's home is located. So all 3 of these vehicles had circled, including the fucking Ford Fusion you stated you spotted. Now, ask the Elantra and the Chrysler 300 for a moment. What reason would the unmarked police cruiser be doing circling Queen Road apartments during the time frame of the murders? You spotted it, right? It's the same Ford Fusion the officers were driving in the body cam footage, right? Oh, let me guess, you don't know why they were circling the apartments. Oh, but I'm pretty sure you know what the white Hyundai Elantra was doing circling the apartments, right? Oh, they weren't circling the apartments. They made one pass at 4:05 a.m. and headed straight to the home. Mind you, there are vehicles circling the apartments during this time frame, and the unmarked cruiser would have to spot something, right? Heck, the Chrysler 300 would even spot something or hear something. Let me guess, it was the biggest unfortunate case of timing, hey? The unmarked cruiser had just left the neighborhood, and then Koberger murdered those housemates, right? Yet we're the ones with wild speculations. Your shit is literally off the wall, batshit crazy. This needed to be addressed because this person is a DC agent working hard audience that Koberger was the killer. So eager to do this that somehow he would claim that there were 2 other vehicles circling the Queen Road apartments at the same damn time that Koberger was about to massacre those students. And one of them would have the power to stop it, being Moscow PD in the Ford Fusion. and it was only about a minute
James, will you please just
after the
answer
alleged
Robert's question?
And then you have to also factor in the DoorDash driver. See, this is the problem with these true crime impersonators. Their shit always crumbles before your eyes because they're not genuine. The DoorDash delivery would be in the time frame of the Chrysler 300 circling, the alleged Coburger
What'd you say, Fia?
circling,
I
and the
said
unmarked
that.
cruiser circling.
So
The
James
so-called killer
LaCroix,
wouldn't be able to
who
get
is another
anything done
creator,
because there's too
is
much traffic.
sending a
neighborhood.
stream of chat
The
messages,
DoorDash
and
delivery will
everybody's
take a few minutes.
asking
The Chrysler
where he got that
300
information,
obviously is driving around for some
and he's
reason
just
at
going
3:34
on with the
a.m.
information instead of
And the
saying where he got it
unmarked
from.
cruiser is in that area doing some form
So
of
I'm like, well,
monitoring
you
Yeah, I
just
see it.
investigating, right? They're
Yeah.
not just driving around that area for the fuck of it. You have to drive
James,
down
can you hear
Taylor,
us?
enter
Because
the neighborhood,
Chad
drive
has
to the
been
back,
asking you the same question over and over.
circle around Queen Road apartments to even be spotted by that surveillance camera. So why was Moscow PD driving back there, huh? Let's finish up here.
The police cruiser was just there about 15 minutes ago after wrapping up those citations. If you mean 15 minutes ago, as in 3:15, and you're starting this at 3:30, yeah, okay. But remember, this police cruiser was also on its way to another call shortly thereafter at 4 something. I forget what it was, 4:17, 4:15, 4:12, something to that effect. So it couldn't have been both places at once. So
Exactly.
I would think if the Ford Fusion that I identify as a Ford Fusion circled this neighborhood at 407, one of the things I said, it would had to have crossed paths with the Hyundai Elantra, with the white Hyundai Elantra. It would have crossed the paths of the white Hyundai Elantra.
That's for
Both
you.
coming
Yeah.
into the neighborhood and leaving the neighborhood, in my opinion.
Aw.
So that makes you go, that's interesting.
And there you have it, gradually falling on his face. Despite
Right.
trying to deny that it's the unmarked cruiser, the
Exactly.
vehicle would be circling the same fucking apartments as the alleged Koberger. Just like he stated, that vehicle would more than likely see Koberger enter the neighborhood and perhaps also leave. And then you have the Chrysler 300, which would also see Koberger. Even the so-called DoorDash driver would be in the neighborhood around this same time frame. And yet, nobody claimed to have spotted Koberger. If Koberger was the killer, that town would have snitched faster than you can blink your eye. He's not from that town. They don't know him. His vehicle spotted, and he's physically spotted right along with Dylan's description. The point here is the reason Get a Clue is fumbling over his words is because he knows it was one vehicle, and that was the very Ford Fusion he himself claims to identify, but at the same damn time won't claim that it was the unmarked cruiser. Because if they were there, then this means obviously, I mean, come on. This would mean they were scoping the victim's home due to being notified that murders had taken place. Or it's even involved.
Okay, but we know, for example, it had to be on its way shortly thereafter because it went to a call.
Your brain is like an egg being fried in a skillet. All of that damn stuttering. Claim to identify a Ford Fusion, the same vehicle Moscow PD was driving that night, seen in the body cam footage from 2:54 a.m. to 3:15 a.m., and not claim it was the same Ford Fusion spotted in Linda Lane's surveillance. Whose Ford Fusion is it, and what are they doing circling Queen Road apartments? Oh, you don't know?
The answers yet.
Well, you sure as hell decided to look into the Chrysler 300, though. Now, didn't you? And you would tend to think you would want to find out more about the Ford Fusion, considering it's the same make and model of the unmarked cruiser. He's giving off vibes of a plant. He exposed himself based on a general inquiry we had. It's unbelievable when you think about it. A phantom Ford Fusion driving in the area near the victim's home during the time frame the murders had occurred. What are the chances that it's not the unmarked cruiser? About a 0.5 in 5.7 octillion. No, wait. Let's increase the wackiness. 5.7 octatrillion chance of not being the unmarked cruiser. That's the chance that Get a Clue is hanging on by, though.
With those two guys who stole the sign. So, once again, I'll say where you're making your mistakes is you're deriving your identification of the vehicle not because you're identifying the characteristics of the vehicle. You're just stating you want it to be this vehicle because it stems from a theory you have. I'm not doing that at all. I'm just purely identifying the vehicle. Okay, let me tell you why it can't be between 3:30 a.m. at least and 4 o'clock a.m. This 3 times circling the apartment, why it can't be either a Ford Fusion or a Hyundai Elantra. Let's look at it once again.
Negative. Not going to get into your nonsense. I want to know whose Ford Fusion was it, if not the Ford Fusion of Moscow PD.
That makes you go, because that's interesting because it went to the ident, and then at 4:07, shortly thereafter, about a minute and 30 seconds thereafter, it was then what I have identified as a Ford Fusion. Then and only then a Ford Fusion. So I would think if the Ford Fusion that I identify as a Ford Fusion, the
yeah,
Seen that on screen,
see,
Pia.
with these fucks, they like to speak in riddles to keep from putting their foot in their
Yeah,
mouth.
he
won't
also
deny it's the
sent me
same
a
police
picture
cruiser
of what
because
was
it is,
supposed to
and that
be
only supports our theory that it was
Xana, and it
the
wasn't.
entire fucking time frame from 3:30 a.m. to
Just
4:07
saying.
a.m.
It was a
Right
very
smack dab during
graphic
the time frame those
picture.
murders occurred, even based on Moscow
Like I
PD's
couldn't.
reports. He only
I could
opens
not
up the
show it.
theory that it was one vehicle because identifying the
But
same
just so
vehicle
you
he
know,
claimed was
James
circling the apartment,
LaCroix,
being a police
if
cruiser,
you sent that because you weren't
only
sure if it was
justifies the
real
theory that they were
or
aware of the murders at
whatever,
that
like I'm
time.
not
That's
dissing
why
you
they
or
were circling
whatever,
the
but
apartments. Remember,
I
he
work
hasn't
in the
given
haunted
any
house
reason for
industry and
any of the
acted in over 24 states. If you look at my shorts, you can see that I'm not going to be fooled by any kind of fake makeup that looked like a staged picture, that looked like it was for possibly an independent movie. I don't know.
Photoshop.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't Xana. You can look at the nose and see it wasn't, but I find it kind of disturbing that you would have a picture like that, honestly. You know? I don't know who would have sent that to you, but if that was real and I'm wrong, whoever that was,
spotted
that's
for circling the
terrifying.
apartment. But the Elantra would obviously have a reason, right? And then plays this mind game where he even suggests that there's a possibility Koberger could be exonerated. Get the entire fuck out of here, dude. You're not fooling anyone. Let's wrap it up. Which claim seems more logical between the chaos and get a clue?
That's what
One
Jeff
vehicle
H said on the
being
screen.
the unmarked police cruiser circling Queen Road apartments after the murders occurred, or 3 vehicles circling the apartments, including the alleged Koberger's Elantra and the Ford Fusion driven by Moscow PD. We'll let the audience decide. Never mind, it's the unmarked cruiser, and Get a Clue is executing damage control because he's been sent by Moscow PD to protect their role in covering the shit up, and plays these silly Jedi mind tricks with his audience, where he is identifying a Ford Fusion, the same make and model of the fucking vehicle, spotted an hour earlier in the body cam footage, leaving his audience to figure out what the hell he's saying. Once again, that kicking the can down the road, my friends. And get a load of this. He even asked his dollars. Wow, they're really out of control on YouTube. And has a wolf as their channel avatar? I mean, it can't get any more blatant than that. He's basically calling his audience a bunch of sheep, coming to steal all their money, disguising himself as one of them. Get a Clue joined in 2022, the same year of the Idaho murders. In fact, November 8th, which would be 5 days before the murders. That's interesting. Quote, "This is not a safe space. Please leave now before it's too late. I am clueless and know nothing. I need to get a clue, but for the life of me, can't." There are many more informative, intelligent, educational channels available for your consumption. I'll suggest a few. First and foremost, JLR Investigates. If your goal is to up your game, that's the venue for you. If you consume that channel daily or even hourly, there is no need for over-the-counter vitamin supplements. Another suggestion is Tyler Feller. Everything he does in Jesus. And we all know that means he's pretty much infallible and thus right
I have
about
a question
everything.
for you, Rock.
I thank you in advance for speedily clicking away from this menu for the sake of your mental and physical health and well-being. JLR, you're pumping up a criminal? And I noticed Get a Clue went from titling his videos Idaho 4 to Brian Koberger. Why the change? Sir, is that a form of suggestive programming? JLR did the same thing. He would put Koberger's photo in every thumbnail when the video may not even be about Koberger. And apparently that's one of your inspirations.
Okay,
So
hold
you're
on,
a part of that group, Gray Hughes, JLR, these agents running around. Oh, you so-called debunked Gray Hughes? More of a technicality if you think about it. You joined 5 days before the murders. I wonder, what was your first video? It appears to be 8 months ago, June of 2023. So you're telling me you joined November 8th in 2022. And from that time, then the day of the murders, your first video regarding that case was June of 2023? That doesn't sound right to me. I smell a rat. This is mind-blowing. That's it. The chaos meter is rising again. Could have just left a comment in response, and this would have never had a general disagreement, and that would have been the end of it. But as the saying goes, the guilty always draw to the truth.
Okay, I have a question for
What do we think,
Rock.
guys?
Rock said,
Yeah.
where was that? He said, where are you? I can't with Jeff ever. That wasn't it. Strange, I agree. That wasn't it. What did you say, Rock, that you thought that he was a very smart guy? Did it prove? And why is he a smart guy? Is this smart publicity or what? Because I'm wondering if he's so smart, why he's not just focused on the crime and not some creator's interpretation of the crime. Because I'll tell you, I watch True Crime Cult. I watch Tom, I watch Bubbly. I watch a lot of channels, and I don't understand. There's like one of these things is not like the other. I don't see people. Oh, okay. Okay. I understand that, but I'm saying, no, I didn't say that, Jeff. That was in the comments. Rock said that. But Rock, what I don't understand is what is smart about having a true crime channel and not discussing true crime and instead insulting creators and distracting from the progress of the case? That's my question. Like, make sense of that to me. Tell me how that's a smart person. I would think a smart person would stay on topic and be respectful of everyone who's trying to help, whether he agrees with them or not. I don't know if you're familiar with my channel, but I don't allow that kind of talk on my channel. I wouldn't even talk about stuff like that.
Yeah.
Ashley
Brogdon just said, get a clue. Thinks BK is Ashley Brogdon. Here, I'll put it on the screen.
Yeah,
oh, well, wrong one.
You guys are very, very,
right
very
there.
welcome to like whatever YouTube channel you want. But when I get emails telling me that some creator made a video and mentioned my channel in a negative light, instead of like emailing me and asking something like an adult, not like acting like a middle school kid and spreading things around and insulting people, like I don't, yeah, that's what I'm saying, Rock. Like, I don't understand at all. I feel like, what the hell did I do to this guy for him to try to paint me in a bad light to his subscribers? Because anybody that subscribes to me knows that I have 3 rules. And the last and most important rule is no disrespect. Not from another creator, not from a subscriber, not from a paid member, to anybody. It's not smart to act like that. It's very ignorant and childish. So whether or not he's a smart investigator, nobody will ever know that, because his last 3 videos have trash talked a lot of creators, including myself. And I have no idea. It was some kind of argument about who came up with the proof of the DNA. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So he was saying like,
oh yeah, I know.
Like, he came up with this before this creator. He came up with that before another creator. Well, the royal family from hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago knew about the brass. So I'm pretty sure that Get a Clue didn't come up with the brass theory, and Google didn't come up with the brass theory. And I don't get my facts from blogs, by the way. And I don't name drop people so that people will hate them. But as far as I'm concerned, if you want to name drop my name, you might as well say Strange Suspicion. I mean, that's obviously me, SS. Yeah. I haven't seen another true crime channel like that. So obviously he's looking for a fight. But the problem is, joke's on him. Like, what are you going to send people to my channel and I'm going to get more views? You know what I mean? Like, they're going to see that I'm not insulting people and I'm kind and I respect people. Like, I couldn't imagine looking at something online and ripping it apart in front of my whole community because I didn't agree with them. It's like a certain form of harassment. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like you get, that's like in front of the world saying something. And I'm thinking like, I just started my channel, based it on respect, truth, and victims getting justice and their families. And I've never asked for trouble from anybody. So I felt like it was really, really like it was disgusting. You know what I mean? I would never insult him. I would never retaliate anything to him, but for some reason, once he started with me, then it was Clue, then it was Tommy Jude, now it's Chaos Sector, and now everything is like, I don't know if he's like the Rush Limbaugh or like the critic of true crime now. I don't know. But it just strange. I don't watch his YouTube ever. I don't agree with him downing other not cool. Okay, good, Rock. I'm just saying, like, the guy, he's probably very smart, but he's way too emotional. You know what I mean? In his own way, he might have been smart.
Rodney put, Jeff, are you wearing makeup? And Jeff goes, Rodney, for you, I just might.
Oh my gosh. Look at that. They found love in and True Crime Cult chat. There you guys go. That's cool. You should be charging for that. I'll tell you that, Robert. Not a free service. Okay, so it says I followed his other channel before Idaho 4. What other channel? He has another channel. How many channels does that guy have? Jeff, is it you? Is it your channel? Uh-oh. No.
Jeff goes, Pia may have gotten me considering wearing makeup.
Oh yeah? For your safety? I mean, I'm telling you right now, you should be careful. And I have heard, I won't say which creator told me, but I have heard that the creator we were just discussing has Linda Lane footage, right? All the way up until noon. Explain that. Wow. Interesting, right? Right?
Yeah.
So like I haven't seen any footage up until noon. Jeff, have you seen any footage up until noon? Like from the camera? Why isn't Jeff just in here? He's like having the whole conversation with us.
Hey Jeff, you want to come up? Sophie, you still here? You're awful quiet. I see her on screen, but I don't hear nothing. There's the link for you, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff, why don't you come on in here? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just said that. I was like, Jeff's having this whole conversation with us, so as long as we don't out-talk each other.
Did Sophie lose connection? Because I see her on the screen, but I don't hear nothing.
Weird. Huh, Sophie. Did you leave us here?
No.
Oh, there she is.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, before we didn't hear you.
Oh yeah, no. I think one of my headphones died or something. I was confused. I was just sitting here listening to you.
Rodney goes, well, there is a mute button Robert can't control.
Yeah, I just found that out too. About the mute button. I've seen Tommy do it though.
There's Jeff.
Where?
Oh, hey, Jeff.
Look at that. Jeff,
you there?
Grabbing my head.
Get a Clue type voice. Tell me if he sounds like Get a Clue, you guys. Talk, Jeff.
I do not sound like Get a Clue.
No
never
way.
have,
You just fake that.
What?
Bollocks.
Ain't me. That ain't me.
Bollocks.
I'm telling you right now, that ain't me. I swear to God, that ain't me. This is me. This is Jeff H.
See?
What voice do you want? I can be whatever voice.
Hey, right there.
I'm not that guy's voice.
Oh
Can he
my
do
God.
voiceovers like I do?
You sound just like him right now.
No, that's just because he must have a really good mic like I have. That's what it is.
How do you know that?
My microphone, because, well, I'm just guessing. My microphone is like a $1,500 Neumann TLM 193. If anybody's curious, I didn't pay for it, but I got it through my old job where I was a video editor for 20 years. Kind of a nice little thank you.
Oh no, then you're not him. You're not him then, though.
No, I'm not him.
If you're a video editor for 20 years, you're definitely not the same guy.
Yeah. Who did you think I sounded like? Get a clue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You totally do. And I would guess that someone like him has a lot of different channel names is a thing too, because I would guess he probably says a bunch of things in people's lives under a different name. And
yeah, I mean, I only have different channel or multiple YouTube channel accounts just for the sole purpose of when I'm blocked. For whatever reason, I don't think I'm ever worthy of being blocked, but I get blocked. And then I just come back in and I just continue in the conversation. And I don't like hide and pretend to be somebody else. I come in and basically say it's me. Sometimes I might wait just a minute or two, just see if anybody guesses basically from the question I might ask. Because that's all I do really usually is ask questions and make some gentle natured comments. But, people don't like differing opinions. It's like Republicans and Democrats having a conversation. It's like, get him out of here. It's like, we only want to hear from those that agree with us. And it's like, that is a boring conversation if you ask me.
Right.
That's what Rodney said on the screen.
What's that? Oh, I think creators are jealous of other
on screen.
If they don't like it, they get you.
Yeah, I get blocked. Rock is asking why I get blocked. A lot of times I get blocked by mods. Like mods are like these little like power hungry people that or like feel like I guess they're doing. It's like they feel like they're doing the best for the creator, and they will like me if I'm sure they would approve that I take this Jeff guy and shove him out the door, and it's funny because sometimes you see I was in the comment section on a Drunk Turkey show, and man, the mods were totally out to get me, and I just was ignoring them, all except one, Angel D. She was the only one I would interact with and respond to, and I think it was irritating the other mods. And they were poking at me, trying to get me to like be irritated and maybe come back at them and then justify them booting me. And it's like, not tonight. I'm just gonna ignore you. Yeah, and eventually they just like left it alone. It's like a bunch of lions in the wilderness. Like, I guess there's no more meat on this bone. Let's get out of here. Let's go find somebody else to chew on.
It's really strange, like that somebody would want to investigate any kind of crime and only see it one way,
Yeah.
Because you don't unless you're the investigator, and even if you are, or unless you're the correct suspect, it's just a guessing game. Anybody could make a mistake. Rock Shop. He's done because
and M-Cause.
I go in my own direction. I have one brain. What other? I go in multiple directions.
Jeff, you made him leave. He said, "I can't with Jeff ever."
See
I don't know what you're talking about. We can't what?
Yeah.
You keep saying that, and then you're just gonna leave a cliffhanger like that. That's weird.
Right.
Sophie, what happened? You're back.
my earbuds keep going out. I know. I think I'm back.
Think so?
Jimmy Rosenberg says, not on Brittany channel with me. The fuck?
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of times, you're hated for the people you associate with. And see, I've made it no secret that I'm a Christian, and I believe that we should be able to associate with everybody, even like the most hateful, the most ugly. It doesn't, everybody's choosing how they're going to be and doing what they're going to do. And, it's funny because I don't even get credit for the times that I try to talk those that are doing what I would call like maybe just sending not nice words towards other YouTube creators. And I try to, talk them into not doing that, but that's their way. They're, you can only control yourself. You can't control others.
Right.
Yeah.
That is true.
Hey guys, James is back.
I know. James, I could just tell you that I watch your channel. You could just answer the question. Like, you're one of my subs. Why didn't you just tell us where you got that from? And like, do you work for internal affairs, or? I'm just saying, I'm not even trying to be rude either. I'm just saying, like, you keep saying all these things, and they're saying, what, like, he's saying one of the cops that was on the case was being investigated by internal affairs, and he's saying like things about Kaylee and things about like things that we wouldn't know. You know what I mean? So I'm like, how do you know then? Because I spent all day and all night on this case. I'm sure there's things I don't know, but the things that he's saying sound like is this personal knowledge? I don't get it.
Here's another one.
What is James' channel?
Keep quiet. Who is the fifth target then, James? Enlighten us, because I don't know. Was it Bethany?
Yeah. Well, I'd like to say something. This whole thing about the coroner saying that the kids were murdered in their beds, right? Then how did Xana's blood leak down the foundation on the fucking outside if she was in bed?
And why
did assume that was, well, I don't know. There's differing opinions on where Ethan was found, where Xana was found. I think there's even some people that believe that they, you know, because if they killed all these, if they unalived the 4 victims off-site and brought them back, then who poured the blood on the floor to come out the side of the house?
Yeah, are we positive it's even blood and not rust?
I think I saw somewhere that, I don't know if it was a news story, but they confirmed it was blood, or that maybe the coroner confirmed it was blood. Don't quote me on that, but I always wondered, because I have a friend who does plumbing and works on houses, and I sent him a copy of the picture. I said, could this be rust? I even showed him I took a picture of my water heater, and it had very similar brown drippings from rust just before it failed.
Yeah.
Because I get like mud on my wall when it rains really hard.
Right, and you can get like in the shower from water. You know what I mean? It's weird. Got in trouble for Stickergate. Someone else was saying those cops got in trouble for Stickergate. Yeah, they should have got in trouble for Stickergate. There's just a bunch of Jewish people trying to help the city. It's very strange. Very, what do you call it? Very discriminating to like target a whole group of people that were just like, I saw them like, from what I saw, they were like cleaning up the city. They were like cleaning up garbage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They were like getting rid of graffiti. Like how dare them, right? I don't understand. What was the issue?
Yeah, I know.
What's Stickergate?
They had like these stickers up everywhere. I forgot what they said even. Damn it. Damn it. It was a Jewish group in Moscow, and what they did was like, God, it was like clean up Moscow or something, it said. And they were just like literally cleaning up Moscow. And Wilson put stickers up, Rock Chalk said. Wilson.
Who is Wilson? Is Wilson the pastor of that church over there?
Yeah, is he the Christchurch guy? Doug Wilson?
Yeah. Christchurch did them stickers, Rock Chalk said.
Oh, wait. Were the stickers making fun of them or something? For being Jewish? Anti-Semitic or something? Christchurch it's a very powerful I guess church organization. And that guy is like very, very rich.
Is it a cult?
Yeah, I think it is a cult. I don't know. He's one of those, like, I don't want to make the comparison to somebody, but I'll just say it like this. Somebody who has a lot of money and thinks that they're above the law and makes YouTube videos about it. Like he has the weirdest, most very mentally ill videos I've ever seen. They're like,
who is that?
It's like his truck is on fire and he's talking about like it's November, you know what I mean? And no, like basically
no quarter November, basically.
Yeah, no quarter November, which means do whatever you want and there's no consequence. So maybe that's when they get things done. You know, I don't know. Maybe it was a big deal. Maybe it had to do with rumors about Dylan. I don't know, but Dylan wasn't harmed. And we don't know that Dylan was actually there. It's just her word. She could be afraid. She could have been threatened. They could have said, you know, like, she opened the door and someone was like, if you fucking leave this house, you're next. Okay. So she stayed in her room. And she's scared to say it, because then the person will come after her, because the person is safe right now. If it's not Brian Koberger, they're safe. They're living their life just like you and me.
Right?
Yeah. And why that's okay. If you're going to kill 4 people, what's stopping you from killing 4 more people? Especially if they know who you are.
Right. And if you would think that if you have done it in such a way that has seems to have confounded many, it's like you might start to feel like, hey, maybe I found something I'm good at, and would keep doing it. But yeah, I don't think anything like this has happened since, right?
No, I don't think so either.
I hope not.
I know. There was one guy that killed a whole family or something with a knife in Idaho. And it was 4 people, which was ironic.
Yeah. But they knew who it was.
Yeah, they knew who it was. He was the guy. Was he the guy that I think somebody exposed himself to his family or something? So he decided to wipe them all out.
Look what Rockchalk just said.
Dennis Rader was my husband's neighbor over 10 years. Who knew?
Jeez.
Who's Dennis Rader? Is that the guy?
No, that's BTK. That's BTK.
Oh my God.
That's scary.
Holy cow, that's terrifying.
Yeah.
Well, you're lucky then, I guess. Very lucky. He must have liked you. Or not had a problem with you.
Yeah, because one of his last victims was his neighbor that lived like right down the street from him.
Wow.
That's so scary.
And that was in 1991.
Wow.
I'm really curious to hear what Catherine Ramsland has to say about this case. And, you know, I mean, she's talked so intimately with BTK. What does she think of BCK?
Right? I don't know, because a lot of people are making the connection between criminology and serial killers that he's studied. But I have a bachelor's and one of my master's degrees is in psychology, and I studied serial killers. I would hate for somebody to use that against me. Like, my whole master's thesis was on the behavior patterns of people who are serial killers and how they're related. So I feel like
that's what Rockchalk just said. BTK's wife worked for our racetrack.
Whoa.
God. At the time she did? That's crazy.
Yeah. Dennis is almost dead. He won't eat anymore.
Oh, well.
Hey. Sorry.
Was he guilty?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one guy from Delphi, he won't eat either.
Well, I've been hearing some shit about Richard Allen. I don't know if it's true or if it's just speculation. I watched a video the other day that said that he was receiving shock therapy in the jail.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Is that legal?
They're not treating him really well. And from what I hear, they're like, every time he speaks, like, he's just like, walking around like terrified. And he keeps asking, like, is my family safe? Is my family safe? So I don't know if he's getting a lot of threats or he was set up, but he looks like 100 times different than when he got arrested.
Totally.
Like, it's sad. And I guess the guy was like a pharmacist. I'm thinking, like, okay, so if allegedly that's him in the picture, if that's him in the picture, what if he was on the phone talking and he wasn't even talking to those girls and something happened later in their walk? Like, there's so many what ifs all the time, but it's like law enforcement thinks they have their person a lot lately and never look at different possibilities. Like, Brian, if Brian's guilty, okay, then he's guilty, but who helped him with this? Who opened the door? Like, who, you know what I mean? Who left it open?
What do you think? Which door do you think it came through?
Stopped by the other night I was playing.
I think he came through a door. I think he came through the balcony in the back.
The other night.
What I hear you both talking.
The video I was playing the other night that you stopped. Okay, the video the other night I played that you stopped through to watch, Strange, that Jay Embry, he released something that's kind of eye opening. The way he's putting it, if Brian did it, Brian wasn't alone. That the 3-point turn was Brian whoever dropping an accomplice off.
Right. Or dropping somebody off to pick up their drugs, waiting for him to come outside. You know what I mean? Circling and circling, like, come on, dude, let's go.
I don't think you like speed off like that from your drug dealer's house.
Right, exactly. That's why I think it's the police, because they would speed off if they were like, hey, you got to go to whatever address. But I mean, they were dressed kind of weird. The police was a little off. And they gave tickets to people for drinking without giving them a breathalyzer or proving they had any alcohol in their system. They let that guy keep his sunglasses on. You know, weird.
Yeah. So the sunglasses thing is bizarre to me. Why wouldn't you just take them off to be polite?
Well, to identify, you know, they took Steed's picture of his license, and then they're just gonna, like, oh my God, you don't even know if that guy's the same eye color as the ID. I don't even think he had an ID. They just ran his name.
Yeah, I was wondering if he has glasses on in case he was on some drugs.
Yeah, maybe. Or in case he had bruises on his face. It was right outside, right? Wasn't it right outside?
Yeah.
Where they lived?
Yeah, it's like right across the street or whatever.
Where the jacket was found.
Yeah.
Now, do we ever lose sight of that guy with the glasses? Is there any chance that, like, somewhere where we didn't notice or wasn't? Well, then the body cam's running the whole time, I guess. So I guess we would see at some point if one of the officers asked him to remove his glasses. But
I felt like he was like a rude kid. Maybe he was some cop's kid or something. I don't know, but he was just like real rude the way he answered everything. And the other guy sounded like pretty scared. The guy all the way on the right. He had like weird body language with his mouth, but he could have been on something. Or scared or cold. But at the same time, like, why, like, what about them? Were they considered, like, everybody who I would, if I was investigating the crime, I would totally implicate, my first suspects would be implicated as the people who have the last contact with them. And none of them are suspects.
Yeah, see, and I would like to know those 5 people that you see either fast walking or running that you capture in the body cam. It looked like they were running back towards Sigma Chi, and it looked when they were, because it looked like they were like running or fast walking away from the house. When the body cam caught them underneath the light, and they were like moving fast towards Sigma Chi.
But they could have just as easily been running from the big building that's right there and going in that same direction. I mean, it is a college town, and that's a Saturday night, right? So
it's also very close to a trail where you could run.
Plus, too, I think that somewhat, if you're getting written up a ticket, I mean, I had the same kind of thing happen to me. My friend was getting arrested for drunk in public when there was this drunk guy that just parked his car in front of this cop. And I told the cop, I said, "What?" I said, "You're arresting my friend who has a designated driver, me. And what about that guy that just pulled up on the curb, came to you, said, 'What's going on?' And you told him to keep on walking." And I asked the cop, I said, "What about that guy?" And he said, "What guy? I didn't see any guy." So, I mean, could it be the same kind of thing where these guys are getting ticketed for being, having alcohol in the Banfield? Are they not going to say, "Why are you ticketing us? Don't you see those bloody people running by?" So I'm thinking they just, my gut tells me that it's just a bunch of college kids that just are going by, has nothing to do with anything. Just proximity to the murder does not mean you're involved in the murder.
Right, because there's a lot of places that go in that proximity.
Yeah, and I think this is, if you look at it like kind of like I do, that this is somebody that from, we at first we thought it was one of the jacks. We assumed it's somebody close. And I really believe this is more of somebody came from a great distance, did this crime, thought they could get away with it and hide in the shadows. And if you want to keep a secret, be the only one that knows it. So
exactly. Don't ever
so that's
tell
why
me.
I personally think it's just a one person job. I don't really completely know the reasons why he would have done something like this, but I have speculation, on it. Like everything is speculation.
What do you think, Sophie?
I was silent for a second. What were we talking about? The only one person killing all four of those people?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think that's possible.
And why don't you think it's possible?
Well, the only way I think it's possible is drugs, like as in like those girls were drugged at some point and nobody could do anything. Like I don't know how 4 people could be in that house and one person could get away without some sort of, picking up a anything in your room and trying to hit them with it so they are like injured also. How do you keep one person if there's one girl getting stabbed on the bed and the other girl's supposedly like on the floor or whatever in the same room? How are they not screaming, yelling, whatever, and getting the attention of the other maybe 4 people in the house, definitely 2 people?
I think, yeah, when your theory is that they were in the bed together at the same time, then yeah, it makes it hard to imagine. But if you think about the way Ted Bundy went into that sorority with a piece of firewood, and his plan was hit them in the head with the firewood. Now they're knocked out unconscious, or like you said, if they're on drugs, they're kind of in this unconscious state. So you can put them in an unconscious state with a piece of firewood. Then he strangled them with stockings, I think. So that was his methodology. Now, if a criminology student that studied under BTK's autobiographer, surely he probably knows about Ted Bundy as well. And if you know anything about the K-bar knife, the butt end of it, the back end of the knife is basically a hammer, and it's a marine tool and weapon. They use it to put their tents together, hammer nails. I've got one. I mean, if I smack it into my palm, I'll leave a bruise. So I can easily see the butt end of that knife being used as like a hammer. And when you knock somebody out, I mean, I don't know how many blows it takes to the head with something like that. Probably doesn't take many. And see, the thing is, I believe that Kaylee was in her own room. So I think knocked out Maddie first with the butt end of the knife. And then when somebody's knocked out, I think you can also carefully choose how you slice them up and which way the blood, goes. So then I think Kaylee came in. I think Kaylee came in because it doesn't say I heard her scream, "There's somebody here." It just said, I thought I heard somebody sound like Kaylee say, "There's somebody here." I'm assuming that's like somewhat calm. Like, there's somebody here because my dog woke me up, and probably woke you two up as well, Dylan. You heard the dog, right? And Dylan probably would have heard Kaylee say that most clearly if she was in the hallway going from her room to Maddie's room. And so that's why I think that, because it sounds like it was in a calm voice, there's someone here. I'm going to check it out, because the dog, this is the way, I mean, my dog does it. If somebody's coming to the door, a visitor or whoever is pulled into the driveway, my dog acts a certain way. I say, "There's somebody here." But so I think it was, so basically in my theory, I think that he encountered each victim one at a time. And that's how it was done, quietly. That's how, and if his methodology was like religiously to knock them out first and then use the sharp part of the weapon, go to went to the next victim, knock them out first. And part of me wonders if he only intended one victim. Had Kaylee not come across the hall to Maddie's room, would Maddie have been the only one? He would have slipped out and gone away. But he encountered Kaylee, didn't expect her. I think it probably surprised him, causing him to drop the knife sheath to deal with Kaylee. And I think he probably, because she was coming at him, I'm sure, trying to save her friend, that butt of that knife, I heard that Kaylee's face was pretty messed up and damaged. I'm thinking the butt end of that knife was hitting her in the face. He probably threw her onto the bed, and she tried to scooch back, into the corner. But that's my theory. Everybody's got one.
Yeah, I was actually thinking like maybe he killed those 2, and then Xana and Ethan came home, and so he couldn't get out from upstairs.
Well, timing wise, if it's true that she did and I think it is true that she did a 4:12 a.m. TikTok post on an old friend's TikTok account, and she typed a message on the TikTok that said, "Never forget the foundation in the bathtub." That was at 4:12. And if he's coming around the corner of past the Linda Lane camera at 3:07 and a half, he's probably in the house at 3:08, 3:09. If her last TikTok is at 4:12, I'm assuming that, the timing seems right, that he would finish doing what he does on the third floor, come downstairs. Part of me wonders if she's on TikTok with her back to the door, perhaps. Now, it has to be this way for my theory to work, but perhaps Ethan is in the bathroom. If Xana is anything like my wife, if we get DoorDash or Uber Eats delivered, I'm hungry, I want to eat, but she's like, go wash your hands. It's like, okay, clean freak. So if Ethan is in the bathroom, and so here comes the killer coming up behind Xana, she's on TikTok or doing whatever, got her back turned, those footsteps, she probably is assuming or Ethan's returning, and she gets hit in the head, because that's the methodology. Hit him in the head first, like, hitting her on the head, drops her to the floor, thud, she's whimpering, and then, just like a scene out of Pulp Fiction with John Travolta coming out of the bathroom, I think maybe the killer hears Ethan, I don't know, flush the toilet, hears the sink, washing the hands, and coming out. So all the killer has to do is tuck back in the corner of Xana's room. If you looked at the floor plan, and you can be in the corner of that room, Xana's on the floor, maybe kind of half knocked out. Ethan comes out of the room. Maybe they've been drinking. We don't know how drunk they were, because we know how drunk, Maddie and Kaylee were, but we don't see video of Xana and Ethan. But maybe Ethan looks and says, "Oh my gosh, we drank too much. Look at you. It's okay. I'm going to help you." And he leans down to help her stand up or get up, and then is ambushed in the same manner from the killer that's tucked back in the corner. Boom, you've got 4 victims, each of them knocked out first. And in order, now Kaylee, maybe not. Kaylee, I think, was, of course, fought back as Steve G would, her dad. This is seed of Steve G. Steve G is alpha male. Kaylee is not going to let something happen to her friend. But I think that's you've got, now he's got Xana and Ethan easily knocked out, easy to control what you do with the sharp edge so that it doesn't spray onto him. And it takes a while for the blood to exit the body. I mean, he just does what he does, and he gets out of there. That blood is, yes, there's a lot of blood well after he's gone, but not when he's there. I mean, and if he can control the amount of spray because they're all knocked out, I think then he just goes out the back door and, removes all his stuff, puts it into either a tarp, a plastic bag, or maybe a plastic tub, like a bin, and then puts that in the trunk. And I swear I hear a trunk on the Linda Lane footage at 4:21:01 a.m. And then 18 seconds later, that's when you hear the car speeding off like it just robbed a bank. So, and I've compared the sound of my friend's 2016 Elantra trunk closing to this sound on Linda Lane, and it sounds very similar to me. It's not quite scientific enough for me to say, yes, it's definitely, but I always thought it was weird when I first noticed it. Like, why is there 18 seconds from the time I hear this door close? Because at first I thought it was a car door. And there's 18 seconds before we hear this car clearly taking off. You hear gravel, it sounds like it loses control. And I think is what is the reason why we saw those skid marks in front of the house, because he's making that left turn. I think he almost lost control. And, but yeah, so that's.
How do you think he got? How do you think he got from the house to the trunk without leaving any sort of blood trail?
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, I think he didn't cause any blood that would have ended up under his feet. I think he was able to control the blood. I mean, if he got up and stepped on the bed, like with a bunch of footsteps, maybe he would have picked up some blood. But I don't think,
or in his clothes or something, yeah.
And if he came up behind Ethan and slit his throat, I mean, if you look at the Jodi Arias crime scene, where Jodi Arias slits his throat at the end of the hallway, the blood is all right there in the carpet. I mean, she's behind him, so where's it going to go? It's spraying in the opposite direction of where she is. And that with regards to the time, if you consider that little Jodi Arias was able to take down,
I thought she killed him in the shower because he was found dead in the shower.
Well, yeah, he was kind of chasing her, trying to
died in the
stop
shower,
all this. Yeah, she ended up dragging his body and putting it into the shower. That's where they found it. But she was taking photos of him in the shower, and then she dropped the camera, and then began putting the sharp thing in him 27 times. I think he came out of the shower, tried to stop it, and then he managed to crawl like down the hallway, where I guess she came up and the final thing was going across his throat. And then, but it's amazing that the camera captured photos during this. I mean, it's just like, I was like, man, Sony should have put out a commercial for this camera. It's like, this camera even works during the commission of a murder.
Wow.
Oh, but the thing is about the time, I mean, she killed him in under 3 minutes. So if it's under 3 minutes per person, right? If you go by the Jodi Arias time frame, then there seems like there's plenty of time to do what happened here. And now keep in mind too,
nobody to fight her off though.
Well, if you're comparing Jodi Arias, so Jodi Arias had a victim who was a Mormon, so he probably wasn't drunk, and he had just had a shower. Now, granted, he's at a disadvantage because he's naked, but in the floor is probably slippery. But I mean, he's a big guy. And I mean, if you look at her defense and what she said happened, she said he came at her like a linebacker and tackled her, which I think part of that is probably true. I mean, and then shows you that, like, it kind of reminds you of her small size, his big size coming at her, and she was able to take him down with that knife. Yeah, she did. I think shoot him afterwards, and the reason I think the shot came after is because the bullet shell was found on top of the blood. So it seems like if she shot him first, the blood would have splattered on top of the gun shell.
And the gun shell would be right there.
Yeah,
that's crazy. People are nuts.
Yeah.
Like, man,
No
just
doubt.
stop talking to someone if you don't like them.
Just ghost them. Come on.
Right?
Why
is everybody so aggressive right now?
I wish the human body was designed to, like, where you'd have like the orgasm of your life if you just told the truth. Like, people would be admitting, confessing. I'm going to confess to this. Yeah, the more horrible your crime is, the greater the orgasm you get.
Right.
Wouldn't that be nice for society?
Probably pretty nice, yeah.
Now, maybe that's a kind of statement why certain people can't take Jeff. I can't take Jeff. I'm out of here.
Well, it's a good analogy, though. You know what I mean? Like, they're rewarded for your honesty. I don't think anybody who's involved or knows anything about this thinks that their honesty is going to be rewarding. I think they might think it's going to end their life.
Right.
And like, even like us true crime creators, it could end our life, which is terrifying because we're just trying to help. But if like, I feel pretty strongly that Brian is not the murderer. If he has something to do with this, I don't think he's the murderer. He could be the cleanup guy. He could be a lookout, but I don't see him being the murderer. So in my mind, there's somebody out there or a group of somebodies, and we're not going to find them because nobody is putting them on any kind of suspect list. There's not even, as far as I know, there's not even any backup. There's just
it could have been the wheelman.
Yeah, it could have been. I'm so scared to say this, but it could have been one of the three people. It could have been Dylan, Bethany, or Ethan. Or maybe Ethan was warned, because I'm trying to see the correlation between Dylan, Bethany, and Ethan all having their information searched versus all the people.
Yeah.
Because I would guess, like, why did they differentiate that? They should have just said all their stuff is going to be looked into, their social media, their email, everything they mentioned about Dylan, Bethany, and Ethan.
So you're saying they're looking into Ethan less than the others? Is that what you're saying?
No, more.
Oh, looking into Ethan more.
Ethan, Dylan, and Bethany were all named in the same. When they were talking about a new request for information, the new request for information was for Ethan, Bethany, and Dylan.
No,
I never saw like a separate one for Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee. I could have missed it, but I don't think so. Because when I saw that, I was like, how is that even how are they connected at all?
I've seen one for Kaylee. It was a request to seal the search warrant for Kaylee's Reddit account and Reddit posts and information. But the prosecutor quickly turned around and sealed the search warrant up.
You think that had to do with like her love for true crime stuff? You think that was true crime stuff she had on Reddit, or
it could have been?
I wonder if that's what that.
Real weird to me. You know, I've seen both sides of the spectrum. Like that girl, she was on OnlyFans. She killed her boyfriend or whatever. She was like a social media person.
Clenny. Last name's Clenny.
Clenny?
Yeah. I can't remember what her first name is, where she killed her boy, like was beating him up in the elevator. That guy?
Yeah, that's the same guy, yeah. And he that was so sad. Like on the 911 call, he was like, I'm dying right now.
Oh.
And I was like, what? And she just like in her interrogation, she said, I watch a lot of Christina Randall.
What the fuck?
And so I've seen like killers on the side of liking true crime, and I've seen victims liking true crime, like Xana and Kaylee.
Holly just said Courtney Clenny.
There you go.
Courtney Clenny is her name?
Yeah.
I never heard of I'm not on OnlyFans. I've never you know what I mean? Like I feel like real uncomfortable about the site.
Come on, tell the truth. You get a really big orgasm.
Yeah, I probably do have an OnlyFans. I'm just joking.
Clowning around.
Like I don't know what she did on OnlyFans. I'm assuming some kind of modeling or some kind of whatever with her looks, but I feel like that guy like dying like that and her saying she knew true crime, it makes me feel like maybe she had some kind of desire inside her and she saw too much true crime and she thought, hey, I could get away with that because this person I saw on Christina Randall claimed this and didn't go to jail. Like she claimed he was beating her up, but I never saw that. I saw lots of video of her doing it. Like screaming at him and like.
I mean, it's a shame. People will kill each other for like $20, maybe less, $5.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Or over a word.
Mm-hmm.
Like guys don't like to be called wimps or like, you know,
right.
Other word, whatever.
Like in Back to the Future. Like Back to the Future with Marty McFly being called chicken. And it's like, it's on.
Yeah, right. And I go, who cares?
Right. Yeah, when I was growing up as a kid, it was like the phrase was sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me. I don't know why that isn't a common feeling nowadays. Now all you got to do is be dissed. If you feel like you're dissed, then you're gonna get, it's on.
That probably sucks.
Yeah, I've actually seen the crime scene photos for the Courtney Clenny home where that guy was killed at.
Didn't she post it?
She posted it, and then I ran across some pictures the other day when I was searching Google for something, and the crime scene, it is like bloody. Like there was blood everywhere in the living room, in the bedroom, in the hallway. It was a very gruesome scene.
Yeah, and then in the interrogation, she's like, I think his name was Christian. She's like, Christian's dead? Like, what do you mean? You just posted it all over OnlyFans. She knew he was dead. He was bleeding all over the place. He like literally said, I'm dying right now, and then died.
That's the thing about a liar. You always have to remember the lies you've told previously.
That's the hardest part. That's why nobody should do it.
Right.
Then that's another lie. Then that's another lie.
Yeah, when you always tell the truth, you just open your mouth and speak.
That's what Holly said.
You don't have to hit the brakes.
Right? That'd be easy to remember because it's the truth. You have to remember lies, but see, that's the thing. True crime is weird like that. Like you don't know who to believe. People, email you to help you, and people email you to mess with you. Like, I've had a lot of people emailing me.
All those emails I got from Tamara Terry. Yeah, with her
same person. Yep.
Yeah, with her conspiracy theories on Steve Gonzalez.
Like all the things that people email me, like that kind of thing. Like I'm like, please contact the authorities, you know.
Right?
But then they like overstep. Like there was CCs on this email to like Ann Taylor and like every other creator, and she would email me and like harass me and tell me I have to say this on my channel. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm like, what do you like? Get your own channel. I'm not going to be scripted. If I want to be scripted, I go apply at Fox News or something. You know what I mean? Like,
apparently she sent some emails to Tommy, and his response back was, please cancel my order.
I get it. That's a good one.
So every email I get,
every single one,
cancel my order.
Yeah, I'm thinking like, does this person use a computer regularly? Like, I don't understand. The subject is exactly the same in every email, and then every email was like, I won't bother you again, and then I'd be like, cool. And then right away again, and I put it in the spam folder. Now I'm seeing that she's absolutely still emailing me in the spam folder.
Who is this you're talking about?
Like, I gave you 2 weeks to do this, and I'm thinking like, what the hell? Who do you think you are? Like, giving me 2 weeks or what? Like, nothing's gonna happen to me.
And I freaking archive them.
It's weird. Yeah, I have them all in a folder. So she like. It's definitely harassment towards me because I was never anything but nice to her, and then it was out of control. Like I have to live a normal life. I have to create videos on my channel. Like I can't just cater to one person. It was like I didn't even know when she slept. You know what I mean? Like there was not even a break, and the emails were so long. I don't know, like if she's okay.
Yeah,
it was scary. Like I've studied psychology, and that is very impulsive behavior, and it's intimidating behavior because nobody in their right mind does that.
Right.
No, like I was getting shit like Steve Gonzalez is the kingpin of Moscow, and there was a hit on the house by this by this dude named Bailey or something that's in prison right now, and
Jesse James Bailey.
Yeah, Jesse James Bailey, and how Emma and Demetrius went to Jesse James Bailey and told him about how Maddie flushed drugs down the toilet. I'm thinking, what the fuck?
Oh my gosh! You know what? You just got rid of the problem. You just said everything she wanted us to say. Tamara,
I think Hollywood needs to descend on this area.
I've actually I heard another creator say that actually. Somebody fell for that.
It's crazy.
These are good movie script ideas, I think.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Like they should put this energy to work. Like I'd watch that movie.
You know, one of the weirdest things that happened to me, I had a person comment on my grub truck video, and they called me a sicko or something like that. And I said, what are you referring to? What are you talking about? She said, I heard your voice laughing. You left your microphone open after the scream that this person heard on the Linda Lane footage. And I'm like, no, I just removed some bass frequency noise from the video, but just passed it on through. There was no microphone open anytime, any point. And they kept going on and on about it. And then to deal with it, all I did was I just pretended that they were like a friend of mine. And I was like, George, is this you, George? I was like, all right, you got me. That was a good haze. And then I just left it at that. And then the conversation stopped there. So I think it's still on my YouTube channel.
Wow. Right? Like people are ruthless. They don't even like they don't even know anything. Like I'll make a whole video and they're like, I loved your video. I'm like, okay. And then they'll ask me something and I'm like, well, I answered that question in my video. I thought you watched the video, you know? But it's like maybe they don't like the filter, or maybe they don't like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't really care if anybody likes it or not. I'm not going to compromise my safety so somebody can be comfortable, because true crime should be uncomfortable.
Yeah.
We should be truly uncomfortable with injustice, especially like I don't even get it. Like, Jeff, if you were an investigator, would you only have one suspect? Wouldn't you be like, it's one of these group of people, like one of these, maybe at least two people?
You know, I mean, it really comes down to what they know versus what we know. I mean, what percentage of what there is to know do you think we know?
5%. Yeah.
Right.
Maybe.
So I mean, you know, it's like a jigsaw puzzle. If they've got 50 pieces of a 100-piece puzzle, they can probably guess what the final puzzle is going to look like. And with us, with like 5 pieces of the 10 pieces of the puzzle, we're like, well, I can tell you what the border looks like. I got a piece of the border going in the corner, you know, but
right. Like there's red on this side.
Right. Yeah. But I think, you know, when I heard that they talked about the position that Kaylee's body was found in, it's like, wow, that's recent. That just happened recently. So clearly there is, even to this moment, there's a lot that we don't know that there is to be known. And I think that's the thing that might irritate me the most, is like the police get a bad rap for they know more than we do. And so their determinations should, you know, considering they know more than we do. And how hard is it? Can you imagine being in law enforcement and hearing all the stuff that's said about them and being like, oh gosh, I wish I could just get on this panel and just tell them what I've seen and what we know. But they can't do that. They have to just, you know, they just, the gag order. It's all the system. They're not the attorneys, you know.
That's how justice is served, by keeping the good stuff secret and then revealing it at the right time.
But I'm telling you, I know it will be something else when the trial happens and we're all watching, and I just can't wait to just get answers to questions that we all have, like, you know, what was said to Adam, and you know, just all kinds of, you know, what actually, you know, I was always curious too. I think I might have found the answer, but I have a sliding glass door that's just like the one on the back of that house. And whoever installed my sliding glass door installed it with the little claw that comes out when you push the lever down. They installed that claw upside down, which means that when it was locked, all you had to do was lift up like an inch and slided the door open. It was no lock at all, basically. And so I actually shot a whole bunch of video of my door, that phenomenon of being able to just lift it up and slide it open. I even videotaped me fixing the lock and then showing how it's like nobody's getting in now. But I couldn't seem to find anywhere a picture that definitely said that their door had the same problem.
And we'll never know, because they tore the house down.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, there's a bunch of photos. I even emailed Derek Shook from Fox News Digital, and he said he'd kind of look and see if he could find anything in all his photos. But you can look and see photos where you might assume like, okay, I think it's locked. And if it is, okay, that little lever is in the correct position. So maybe my theory's nothing. But if my theory was correct, it was like, because the correct way is that little white lever goes down and then it's supposed to be locked. Mine was up, which if you think about it, doesn't make sense, because a little lever like that up, you could kind of shake the door and gravity will probably bring that little lever down. So the fact that it's down, it's not going anywhere. It's already down as far as it can go. But
and how old is that sliding glass door? Because they get janky. Like sometimes you'll have a sliding glass door that hardly opens and is really hard to push open each time.
Yeah. Well, you know, and those stools that were blocking the door from being opened, it's my understanding from somebody, they said that they're pretty sure that's the police put the stools there. But I was always wondering if those stools were placed there, like that was the method the roommates used, because it's like that door screwed up and nobody wants to take time to fix it. So, although, I mean, wouldn't you just use a stick or something, you know, a piece of wood that's that length? So
yes, like her dad, when was it Xana's dad who redid the lock on the door? wouldn't he secure a slider also?
Right. Yeah. If you're going to do the front, why not do the back? I assume the front. I assume that's the lock he did.
No,
I actually want to get one of those locks. I've looked into them. The one that they have on the front door. That's a good lock.
Yeah, that is a good lock. I have one on my front door.
It's a Schlage or something like that. Isn't that who makes it?
Yep.
I thought he was doing the lock to her bedroom because she was wanting a new lock on her bedroom.
Yeah, but there was a keypad on the front door.
Okay.
And I don't think that was probably a very secure password either, because there were people in the house when they weren't in there.
Right.
Yeah, it's probably like 1122.
22, yeah.
Or
0420.
0420, yeah. Or 420.
Is that what yours is, Strange, on your house? You better change it.
That is not it. Not at all. But yeah. I think it is interesting, and I think it's interesting that Solo was saying that up there that about Dylan and Bethany. Why call a friend from another address to check on Xana and Ethan instead of asking Kaylee and Maddie for help? If she didn't hear anything, she didn't know nothing was wrong with them.
Yeah,
where do we know? Where do we know that Dylan and Bethany
opened her door 3 times that night? Dylan did.
Yeah, but she said she saw some dude in the house.
After
walking
the 3rd
in
time.
the darkness with a mask covering his nose and his mouth. Like, who? Because I did see a picture of her dad. Did you see the picture of her dad that he posted saying, if you mess with my daughter? And he's like this big, huge. He looks like he probably earned it, but like if it was anybody else, I would say steroids. He's a very big dude. And he posted it on social media. It was just him like flexing in the gym mirror or something. Yeah, this is Live Rock.
Yeah, this is Live Rock. With this whole 8, I'm sorry, guys. I cannot get past the 8 hours of frozen shock face where she is terrified, but yet she is in her locked room texting all the roommates to see if they're okay. And supposedly is what she said, and with Bethany the only one answering, that would tell me something. That would say, "Hey, I need to fucking call the cops."
Yeah.
Hey, I'll tell you what. I got when I was like 22 or something. The guy I was dating threatened me with a gun, and I didn't call the cops.
Why?
I ran out of the house and hid at a neighbor's house. And then I had a friend come pick me up and take me out to their house. And then I called my dad the next morning, and my dad told me to call the cops, and I called the cops.
No, but she stayed in her room for fucking 8 hours.
Right. I'm saying, like, was I in a frozen shock base? No, I was like in save my life mode, but I didn't think that he was going to go out and shoot anybody else, or I would have called the cops.
Yeah, and strangely, Kaylee's dad did mention that Kaylee once was so afraid to call 911 when somebody, I guess he said, pretended to break into their house. And he said that she called 911, but she was too scared to talk, and she was hiding under a bed. And he said he was preparing her and telling her how to jump out the window or something if she needed to. But then he found out it was a prank. So I know that Kaylee was in danger before, or she believed she was, and she was afraid to call 911. But I mean, if you were here, that there's a difference between thinking someone's in your house and hearing someone right across the hall being murdered. Because Ethan and Xana lived right across the hall from Dylan, who didn't hear the struggle between Xana and the murderer or murderers, that she struggled so hard that her fingers were almost severed all the way off. They bagged her hands. And I would guess that's because she was scratching and pushing and fighting. So I would think there's DNA under her fingernails.
Didn't they bag all their hands though? I thought I heard.
Probably, yeah. If they all fought, I don't see why they wouldn't.
Yeah, just you assume that maybe there's something under the fingernails, one of them.
Right.
But I think too, your fingers can be sliced off if you're doing nothing more than just holding your hands in front of your face, kind of like remember in that movie Psycho when the woman's in the shower and that she's just kind of has her hands near her face trying to block, not really actively trying to grab the knife. I'm going to stop you. Just, if I remember right, her eyes are kind of closed and her hands are just in front of her face, I guess trying to protect her face, I imagine.
Yeah, like a scared position, like blocking, like a boxer.
I wish they could define the term frozen shock phase a little better for us, because I think depending on what that means,
it's trauma.
Well, do we know that? I mean, frozen shock phase to a young, how old was Dylan? She was younger.
She was 19.
So she's a 19-year-old. Some guy that she doesn't recognize walks past her without acknowledging her existence or being there. Is it possible a 19-year-old describes it as it was weird, man? It was I was in frozen shock phase. So my question is, are we assuming that it was frozen shock phase means she was in extreme fear? Keep in mind too, she's answering the questions of this officer the next morning. She's trying to recall from memory what happened the night before. And I still lean towards she had a good night's sleep and now has discovered what the heck happened last night, and the sounds that she thought weren't something awful. Now she's having to recount and recall, something that at the time she didn't think was that bad, because I don't think it's 8 hours of solid fear. I mean, my theory that I seem to stick to is that the noise that was keeping her awake from upstairs seemed to have stopped. From across the hall, she heard what maybe she could assume was maybe Ethan saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." She did hear crying. But if Ethan's there with her and she heard, "It's okay, I'm going to help you," okay, that situation across the hall is okay, taken care of. And then, close your door, go back to sleep. Although it does sound a little bit like fear when you read the PCA, but what level of fear? I just don't know.
Right. And is it frozen shock because of what she saw, or is it frozen shock because of she heard this might happen and she was like, wow, they really did that?
I just don't see them. It seems like for some reason in Idaho and with I can't see people being that comfortable and that complacent with regards to murder, especially murder of their friends. I mean, if I see a complete stranger, if I see a jerk that has been a real a-hole to me and I see him being, unalived, that's going to disturb me. I'm going to want to help him and going to, so I can't imagine just, everybody at the grub truck is like, hey, woohoo! We watched the football game earlier today, and then we watched the murder tonight on the phones. Wasn't that awesome? Hey, did you get screenshots of it? I'm sure somebody got screenshots of it. Nobody got screenshots of it? Really? Everybody's got a phone, and everybody is guilty because they have their phones out at the same time. I would be more suspicious if people didn't have their phones out at the same time. That's how people are today. Me, my mom had to tell me when we went to lunch not too long ago. She's like, "Would you mind putting your phone aside?" It's like, "Oh, Mom, I am so sorry. I don't even realize I'm doing it sometimes. I'm a YouTuber now, so sorry, Mom."
I've heard some interviews from people that used to live in the house, like guys that used to live in the house.
Yep.
And this one guy said that the house is so creaky that you can hear the way he put it, you could hear a freaking mouse step on the freaking floors above you. And he said I don't understand how these two girls that survived couldn't hear anything in that house. He said I lived in the house. He said it was echoey. He said I could hear everything. He said I'd be on the bottom floor. He said I could hear I could hear my roommates on the third floor. He said that's how creaky and echoey and noisy it was in there. And then he went on to say about it. He said at night, he said it is pitch black in there. He said you can't even hardly see 5 feet in front of you. He said if she saw somebody walking towards the sliding glass door, he said she's lucky. He said because that person probably didn't even see her because that's how pitch black in the house it was at night.
Right. Well, that makes total sense, because if that good vibes light is shining right in his face, I mean, have you ever tried to make out the person that's in the car with the headlights right in your face? I mean, you can't. So the person in the car can see me very well because I'm lit by the headlights. They could tell if I've got bushy eyebrows, big nose, if I've got a zit, but I can't see them.
Right. Good point. Really good point.
I think too that with the creakiness, well, like right now I'm wearing a pair of like kind of cheap Sony noise canceling headphones. If my dog was wrestling somebody who's trying to break into the house right now, I might not hear a single sound. You know, I just keep on going about my business on this live stream right now. So now I wonder if there's a chance that they have noise canceling headphones. Would the police leave? Would the police leave that out of the PCA, because then that might imply to the judge that's doing the arrest warrant or whoever is looking at this, maybe you don't need to mention that, because that might make people think, oh, well, maybe you didn't hear a thing then. Maybe you have nothing to say as a witness because you mentioned these noise canceling headphones. So, but I mean, if both of them, I mean, I have three pair. I've got 3 pair of noise canceling headphones. If they just if each of them just have 1 pair of noise canceling headphones, it can explain a lot. And that's the thing. I want the explanation. I don't want the speculation. Give me the real explanation for what happened, why this happened, why that happened. The real deal. I don't want to hear tunnels under the house. You know, that's okay. That's a nice story and everything. And who knows, maybe possible. But Occam's razor says, you know, it's the simpler answer that is most likely the real true answer.
Right. Yeah. I agree with that. I agree that like people they're reaching, you know what I mean? I mean, you see it, Jeff. Like you see pictures and you have the software, you have the technology on your end, you can look and be like, I don't see that at all. You know what I mean? Like
it really irritates Tommy, I know, to no end, that I'm looking at the video of Linda Lane and the reflections, and I'm
offering for people to use your footage, like you're trying.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, here's the deal. I might do a video soon that shows that Linda Lane footage has a lot of video compression. Like if you look at the parking lot, just the concrete, it looks like it's moving, right? Because the pixels are not constantly, but every few seconds are updating. I can replicate that same thing. And I downloaded a bunch of like 4K video uncompressed, and then I compressed it to like 12. I made it 12 frames. I compressed it to like super low quality, and you get the same like movement. So I've because I've worked in video as a video editor for like 30 years, I look at that stuff and I say instantly, oh, that's video compression. As a professional video person, that's what we're trying to always avoid. We're buying cameras that shoot uncompressed video. We're not buying cameras that shoot compressed. Like an iPhone shoots somewhat compressed, although it looks amazing. But a broadcast camera, or like a Canon C300 or something, that's uncompressed video. When you shoot the parking lot in the concrete, it does not move. It's a black concrete as it should be. But you compress that video, or say you take that video and then you've got to send it to somebody, you got to shrink the file down. Now that you're going to get moving pixels, because compression, the way compression works is if as in the case of this Linda Lane footage, that camera does not move. The pillars do not move. The fence does not move. It's stationary. And in video compression, if nothing in the frame changes, for the most part, it just shows you a repeat of the same frame over and over and over again until something in the frame changes, and then it makes new pixels just in that area. So when when the car comes and drops off the 4 people, I think it's going to make new pixels around the car. And that's why I think you see things that look weird, like, oh, that could be a knife in his hand. It's like, well, yeah, but he's a new piece of information, new pixels that are blending with the line on the parking lot there, and right where his hand happens to cross over, you got new pixels being created with the old pixels that were being shown, and the edging there, of course, it's going to be kind of messed up. And if you see a knife, you see a knife. But look in the clouds, and it's no different. What do you see? Do you see a pig? I see a pig too. Yeah, hey, that's cool. We agree on that one.
Yeah.
But if it's you know what I mean? And I'm
I
no
didn't think
expert
it
on
was a
how
knife.
video
I thought it
compression
was like the side of the car, like a line on the side of the car.
Yeah.
Like the design or the paint job or whatever. I was like, I didn't see a knife at all. And I thought his time was off too. Like when I looked at the time, it looked like it said like 12:30 or something. And I was like,
yeah, I've got
12:30. I have to do that anything.
Yeah, 12:27 to 12:29, I think is what I remember it being.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because right away when we were watching it, Bob was like, "What is this?" I'm like, "I don't know. It's apparently a knife." We couldn't see it. Like we tried so hard. I like took a screenshot and I messed with a lot of the settings on the image, and no matter what I did not see a knife.
Yeah.
And the thing is like if you see a knife in one frame, doesn't logic tell you, well, what's the next frame show? And what's the next frame show?
Right, where's the knife there?
The knife's gone in those frames. Interesting.
The magic knife.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe he's a magician with sleight of hand. Who knows? Could be.
Yeah, Rodney just said from that kind of crime scene, what is like a trance you never, you need to hospital. Basically, he's saying that with a crime scene like that,
he's right.
She would need to go to the hospital with that kind of
like my education agrees with him, because you do not, when you use the word shock, it's like it's the same as like say like you get in an accident in the car and everybody's dead but you kind of just like are having like kind of like a little seizure in your mind. You're like not able to respond and not able to process or handle emotionally or logically what's going on, so you're kind of just like a deer in the headlights, and you like non-responsive, you know what I mean? So like non-responsive is not texting, non-responsive is not, you know what I mean? Like that means nothing. Right. That means she's doing absolutely nothing. But like Jeff said, that could have just been a descriptive word they were using. And
doesn't it seem like it's more likely her words than the officer? Because it seemed like the officer would put, phraseology that is common, is like, just like you use like instead of saying ABC, you say Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, so that there's no confusion with the words. So I'm wondering if that's her words, because if you Google it, I mean, I can't find anything. I can't find a single other person that's I've used that has used the term frozen shock phase. What the heck?
That's not real. Nothing I learned about in my master's degree program, and I think they would have covered that. Like there is shock, but that's like, I think that's like more like a physical injury type shock, where like your leg gets amputated in a car accident and you're staring at it. You know what I mean? Like, oh fuck, like my leg is gone, and you don't know, like you can't process it.
It's on the screen.
Yeah, I have never heard of it, and I have a bachelor's and one of my master's degrees is, so I'm a what do you call it? So my major is psychology and my master's is psychology. Then I have another master's. But in all of my education, I have never ever heard of somebody being in frozen shock and texting and just moving on with their life. Like,
Pio, with all your education, then you know how crazy we all are.
Yeah.
I'm sure you looked at all of us and thought you all are
everybody is crazy. So like if anybody in the chat doesn't know that, like if you think that you know somebody who's crazy and it's a unique circumstance, everybody's crazy. Like technically everybody has some kind of issue.
The joke is like, if 2 out of 3 people are crazy, and if you look at the 2 people next to you and they don't seem crazy, then it's you.
Oh no.
There's 4 of us here.
I was just thinking.
Yeah, I know there's 4 of us here, and Sophie, she's quiet as a church mouse.
She's not crazy.
Must not be.
She's crazy.
See, what I don't get is all that blood in the house, and there's got to be a stench from that blood, and you're locked in your room and you're texting the roommates with the stench of that blood, and you go back to sleep and you wake up and the smell of that blood's even fucking worse in the morning. And yet you're not calling 911 until like almost noon.
Right. I mean, maybe it would be believable if she's talking about blood upstairs and there was like a sealed off stairway or something, but it was an open stairway and there are 2 dead people right across the hall from her or in the hallway. I'm not really sure how they were found, but all I heard was Kaylee and Maddie were in the same room. I don't know that Zen and Ethan died in the same room. I heard some audio that I'm not sure if it's real or not, but I heard, just like Jeff was saying, that Ethan was using the bathroom. He said, I'm peeing, as if somebody like opened the door and he's like, hey, I'm in here. You know what I mean? It was like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know where they died, but I'm assuming it's on the 2nd floor somewhere. Unless Ethan went down to get whoever ordered the DoorDash. He like went down to grab it for whoever. Santa, allegedly. Then
yeah, see, and like Chaos Sector was saying in one of their videos that Emma Bailey was a dasher. And there was, I guess, some crew members at the DoorDash told the FBI that somebody fitting Emma Bailey's description came through the drive-through that night, ordered the food, and then delivered it to the house.
Oh, well, I kind of felt like either that was ordered for her or that's like the way that they deliver drugs.
Yeah, I think Emma was trying to set 4 a.m. I think Emma was trying to set a 4 a.m. timeline.
Right. I know all these things that we've been given, I think manipulate the actual timeline.
Yeah.
Because they don't want people figuring it out.
But I mean, just like people say, you know, Brian wouldn't use a rental car or use a friend's car because there's a paper trail or there's a human trail that would speak about it. It's best to use your own car because you'd be the only one to speak about it. That the DoorDash, you know, to involve DoorDash in this would just leave a paper trail, would help the police figure out you were involved or this person was involved. I don't see the DoorDash being anything other than a DoorDash, but I do wonder if maybe if they had, like sometimes when I order a large order for the family and I'm picking up the stuff from the door, I can't get the door yet, and because I've got too much stuff to carry. I don't know if they were big drinks, if they got 2-liter bottles, you know, along with this DoorDash order, or just that one little bag that we see. And that bag we see could be from the night before. Who knows? They look like they were kind of slobs a little bit. But if you can't close the door and you take the food and you go upstairs, maybe you forget that you left the front door open. When you got the food, because maybe it was unusual. Most times you can close the door, grab the food. Maybe on this time you had too much. You intended to come back, or you tried to kick it with the foot and close the door, but it didn't latch, and then slowly came open, and that explains why the door was open on the front of the house. When the next morning.
On the screen.
Yeah, I do see that. I was gonna say something, Yvonne. My boyfriend Bob, I don't know if you're familiar with my channel or not, but my boyfriend Bob did do a really cool edit on what you're talking about, where you're talking about Maddie's black jacket being put back in the bushes. That really pissed us off. When we saw that really pissed us off. So we mixed it with Maddie at the grub truck when she pointed at that guy and said, "Fuck you, buddy." When the cop picked up the coat, she pointed at him. Bob put her like pointing at him like, "Fuck you, buddy." And there isn't an answer for that, because first of all, that jacket didn't fit her. And she liked to dress pretty
cute.
Right. Like her size, exactly her size. Like she was appropriate for her size. But she was wearing a jacket, and when they picked up that jacket, if it's not the same jacket, I don't know how they determine that by picking it up and putting it back down. Like, I would have put it in a bag or something and brought it back and said, "Hey, this is right next to their house. Wasn't she wearing a black jacket? I thought she was."
Yeah.
What if my theory on that is that if she was killed in the same jacket she was wearing that we see her on the grub truck, wouldn't the detectives know that, okay, this is a jacket, but they wouldn't connect it that this is Maddie's jacket because Maddie is laying in her jacket dead, Or the other option might be that this jacket smells like it's moldy and has been there for like, a week, and they know the crime just happened. So, unless they kind of overlooked and thought, or made the judgment call, oh, Maddie would not have worn a moldy, stinky jacket that's, been here. I don't really know the reason. It does
not
seem
a
kind of
cop, but
weird.
why wouldn't they pick up everything? Why wouldn't they pick up everything?
Yeah,
right,
but
if you look, everyone. But
did you ever see the pictures of the dumpster that's just like a couple feet from the fire hydrant where they found that? Those dumpsters are constantly, or not constantly, the photos I saw, they were just filled. I guess especially when everybody's leaving to go home, for holidays, those dumpsters were filled to like where it's filled up and it's trash on the floor as well. I mean, this they may have been able to determine this probably is just more trash, like what's just a couple feet from this. It would be in the the dumpsters are like in the area where the camera that was pointed towards the people running past the light or walking. Who knows? It's hard to, I can't quite tell if they're running or walking,
but it's the same
in that direction.
It's the same like oversight as the garbage in the back that they didn't ever move until the house came crashing down on it.
I know Holly Berry points out something really good. See, I'm just the mirror opposite of all the other channels, really, is what it is that I guess my problem is that I don't have disdain or distrust for law enforcement. So therefore I give them the benefit of the doubt that they know what they're doing. You got professional YouTubers versus professional law enforcement. And I don't know of any YouTubers that have a degree in YouTube but the officers, I'm going to assume, have some, they have a year's training. Everybody says such nice thing. See, this is why I get blocked, just because I have a different opinion and I don't agree.
You're handling it really well.
The thing is like, okay, they're saying I'm going with the narrative. It's like, well, if I feel that the narrative has got it kind of correct, then wouldn't it make sense that I would be similar to the narrative? But I would like to think I'm thinking on my own and trying to come up with like, because I could sit here and say, you know what, black jacket on Maddie, black jacket. There's no other black jackets on the planet. That's got to be hers. And it's in proximity, even though it's 2 blocks away from the house. And it's a college town where people are throwing beer cans and they're showing jackets. And who knows? It could be anything. But I guess if I have to latch onto it and say, yes, that must be Maddie's jacket, and the police are idiots.
Like you could totally get a job for the Moscow Police Department.
I mean, they're nice people. I emailed Chief Fry and he emailed me back, and I think they're okay people. I have no reason to think that the Moscow police are corrupt or stupid or don't know what they're doing. They called in the FBI. Clearly they knew they needed help.
They called in a lot of FBI for people who are dead and for one suspect.
Do you think the FBI picked up the jacket?
No, I don't think they look like FBI to me.
There's
possible.
There's over 50 FBI agents on this case to this day.
Hey, AR.
Yeah, hey,
AR's in chat.
Yeah, why didn't you come up here, AR? We tried to get you in my life. What the hell? You won't like me no more, AR. That makes me sad. Really.
How do you order the food if you're dead? Is that what Rodney said? So Xana's last sign of life is
right.
Xana's
so
last sign of life is 4:12, but the food order is at 4, so that seems like she's still alive.
We got a regular in chat tonight.
Who's that?
Jenny Hendricks.
There he is. He'll come up.
He loves me, he says.
Aw.
Yeah, he's a great guy. He made a whole video about me. It's pretty nice. Super.
And Holly Berry, if you're directing that at me, that you mean no disrespect.
There's the link, AR.
Disrespect.
Finally, we could hear him. He's on
I was going to point out, like, the trash there is to me, the first thing I noticed as an Idahoan was how atrocious it is to have the trash out like that when there's plenty of trash bears. We have black bears and all over the mountains that most towns keep their trash away from residences.
Right, because of the animals.
Yeah, there's
too, right?
bears. There's black bears. They love garbage.
Yeah. Right. You
You
don't
mean
want
on
a bear
the back
in
of
your
the
front
murder
porch.
house?
Yeah,
He did.
on
He
the back
did.
of their house where the dumpster's at, all the trash.
I did,
Like
AR.
that's just so close to their homes.
Yeah.
Kind of scary.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
There's the
Yeah.
link, AR.
It's like I wouldn't want a little kid going outside to a bear. That would be so messed up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've seen plenty of bears
Very
here.
unfair.
My friend had a place in Lake Tahoe that had these wires, these metal wires wrapped around the house that would shock the bears if they, tried to break in, because they can smell that there's food and there's something that they want inside the house. So these things you had to, before I would leave the place, he let me stay there for a couple of days, and I pulled the lever, down like almost like a mad scientist, like, now the power's on. Come on, bears, I'm going to fry you up. Where's AR?
Am I not seeing it? Okay, well, because you're gonna look where it says Idaho 4 panel. I think that's confusing him because it's not your name. He's probably searching for you.
Right there, AR. Where it says True Crime Cult.
Oh yeah, it does say True Crime Cult. I'm looking at your name on the screen, like on your icon thing. Right? He's like, what? I don't see it.
Rock Chalk, AR link is here. I see it.
Yeah, it's right under Vermanda Buddha Blessed.
Yeah.
She must be Buddhist. Very nice.
Who was asking me about how to highlight like a person's name in chat?
Yeah,
earlier.
that's right.
That was Holly.
Was it Holly? Because
Yeah.
I used to sit there and I would type the @ sign, the thing that's above the number 7.
There's
I would
AR.
type the @ sign, and then I type the first couple letters and then click on the name. If you type the first couple letters and you see the name that you desire, then you can just hit the tab button and it fills in the rest for you. Ever since I figured that out, it makes it a whole lot faster to respond to people and use their name. What's up, AR?
Wait, say that again. What do you do?
Yeah, this is a good tip, I think. Like,
yeah,
say you're in chat. Say Jamie Rosberg has said something I want to reply to. So I'll type the @ sign, right? Okay. That's the @ sign above actually it's above the number 2. I'm sorry, I said the wrong number. So you type the @ sign, and then I'd type JAM, and then maybe Jamie's name will appear. Mm-hmm. I used to take my mouse and then click on his name, but that's all you have to do is once his name appears, all you have to do is hit the tab key, and then it fills in. It basically does the same function. It selects it. Now it only works though if you say there's 2 Jamies, you have to type in enough so that you only get one name appearing, and then you just hit the tab and it takes care of the rest. Try it out. It saves me a whole lot of time, makes it a lot easier.
Down the rabbit hole to hell. Do website.
Yeah, a lot of people are asking about Tommy's live.
Yeah, some mishaps happened over there. It'll all work itself out. I unfortunately I was a part of that. Unfortunately, it was a misunderstanding, but there were also some other trolls in there that kind of caused some issues. It'll all be worked out. It'll all get worked out. It's not going to be a big deal. I mean, it will all be fine. So, no big deal.
Let's hear your opinions on the case, AR.
All right. First of all, I just got in here. I'm just hearing. Which case are we talking about?
Idaho 4.
That's it.
Okay. So we're coming back to the normal everyday case. That's what we're doing, right?
Yeah. We're still here.
It's a baffling case, and I think we're going to be talking about for a long time from a lot of different perspectives, and it's going to have a lot of disagreements. It's going to have a lot of agreements, and it's going to be heart-wrenching until we get to the end of the day. That's for sure. Is that not what everybody wanted to hear?
No.
Everybody's like, man, that's not what we wanted to hear. That's just, yeah. You know what? That's like the safety net way of saying it, isn't it? Like that's how we just really safely put ourselves out there without actually putting ourselves out there.
Sound like you're running for Congress, AR. I'll do your commercials if
Maybe
you
he
want.
is. Like
Well, you know, the Idaho 4 case is probably the most misunderstood case across the board because of the non-transparency. Jeff, you and I talked about this a lot the other night in regards to, I truly believe that if we had had more transparency at the beginning of this case, people's questions could be answered from a standpoint that we would all have to accept. But because prosecution and law enforcement and everybody has buried everything within this case, there's so many questions that many of us, and it's really the truth, even within the content creators, we all kind of chosen a path that we believe, and we go that route. Even though we support each other, we kind of meet in the middle and say, yeah, I see your point. Yeah, I see your point. We all have different beliefs.
That's right.
And that's just because the fact that we don't have the answers, nobody's coming out in a position that literally could answer these questions. Now it's creating a big dilemma. And at the end of the day, if we really look at this and we say, okay, we're going to go trial with this case, there's so much BS out there now that's floating around on all spectrums. It's all reasonable. It's all reasonable doubt at this point. Nothing makes sense. Even if someone came with the absolute truth right now, we would all debate on it. So I personally, I mean, I hate to say this, guys. I love everybody. I love my entire subscribers of my channel. I love everybody that supports you. Bob, they support you. Jeff, they support you. Tommy is supported. Dago's supported. We all have amazing people. We all do. And I love everybody that's willing to show us love. But God, it's really hard for me at this point. Guys, I've been very ill. I've been battling some real big health issues. I've been, really trying to focus on some other things just to divert my mind. Bob, I hear you had some health issues not long ago. And I think you've even attributed some of that to this case. I believe Tommy tonight had a little bit of a back step mentally in regards to this because of some pressure on his plate. I think we all need to really be careful because we really care. Otherwise we wouldn't be doing this. We really truly care. Otherwise I would have quit too, guys. I would have walked away and said, you know what, I'm done. I don't want to do this. I don't need to do YouTube. I do it because I love it and I love the people and I just really want to make a difference, but I don't have to do this. Like even my wife told me, if you need to take a step away, go away. Like go away for a while. But I care too much. I care. And the Idaho 4 is one of these types of cases that we've all grabbed onto. And I think it's because, well, of course we want justice, but we also want the actual system to work appropriately and be honest in the steps that they do it. And then at the end of the day, all the way across the board, we want the right people incarcerated that actually did this crime. Whether it's one person or 5, we want the people held accountable. Just like when I committed my crimes, it was important that I got held accountable for what I did. And it's the same thing in this type of case, just on a much higher level. And I hope that all of us as content creators could take a deep breath and understand we're all on the same team. We're all on the same team. Whether we disagree in what happened or how it happened, we are on the same team. And Jeff, I absolutely adore you. Jeff and I, everybody, we have a friendship we have a friendship outside of the whole YouTube deal. Like literally I go to him to discuss my mental situations. He's great. And I absolutely adore him. So anybody out there that ever has a question about Jeff H., you have a question about me too, because I literally utilize this man to improve my mental thought process, to keep me in a straight line. And Pia and Bob, I hope you guys know I'm right there for you in the same way if you ever need it. I'm right there for all of you. Okay. And anybody in, the subscribers or Tommy or anybody out there, I'm right there for all of you. Whether we disagree or absolutely love each other's theories, I'm right there for all of you because that's what this is all about. That's why we do this. So, Pia, when you asked if I still love you, I absolutely adore you, Pia. I absolutely adore you. I love your significant other. You guys are amazing. Bob, I know you and I haven't chatted much. I haven't been intertwined on your channel much. I absolutely wish you only the best. I'm only here to help you in any way I possibly can. And I'm the same with everybody else out there. Okay? I'm the same way out there. For everybody, but
we're team positivity.
And I know there's other content creators out there that frown upon us, and they don't view us as part of their community. They view us as their competitors, which is kind of bullshit.
And you just got to overlook that, my friend. You got to ignore it, and you got to move forward, because the successful in what we're doing, the people that are doing this the right way, don't look at any of the negativity because we don't have time for it. We don't have time.
From everything.
Yeah, check your rearview mirror every now and then, but not constantly. You just keep moving forward.
You got to look in front of you. You got to look at the.
I utilize the negativity. Only does one thing for me. It only does one thing for me. It actually solidifies why I'm doing what I'm doing and how I can better do what I'm doing. They're never going to bring me down. I don't care. I got every hater in the world, guys. It is what it is. You know what? We all do. We all do. You guys get the emails too. Don't tell me you don't, because you do. And it's okay. Laugh about it and look at your day and get better at what you do on that very day. Why? Because that's why you're doing it. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter about the haters, guys. It doesn't matter. If you and I, Pia, had an argument tomorrow, and I said, Pia, I don't like what you said, and you said, well, I don't like what you said. That's okay. We can move on because we can get better tomorrow. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We only had a disagreement. It doesn't mean I don't like you. It doesn't mean that I'm putting you down. I just didn't agree with you.
You just have
laugh about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Laugh about it, move forward, and do a better version of yourself tomorrow. And Bob, I say the same thing to you. Don't worry about your views, man. Don't worry about how many people join on each and every video. Don't even look at it. Stop looking at that. Why? Because you're going to do it anyway. So just do it better. And then the next day say, how can I be better than I was yesterday? And guess what? Your views and everybody will join you. Everybody will follow your positivity. And that's why I love Jeff. Let me tell you, Jeff, the conversation the other night truly helped me out. I pulled Jeff aside. I was having a mental breakdown, guys. And I pulled Jeff aside. I said, I got to talk to you. And he spent hours talking to me. Hours. And I felt like at the end of the day, I came out of that better, stronger.
So did I. It's a dual thing. That's really cool.
And that's what's cool about it, guys. And you know what? Every creator out there, Tommy tomorrow is going to come back stronger and better. Even if tonight was a struggle, he's going to come back tomorrow stronger and better and put out some amazing content. And then somebody else that struggled will come out tomorrow better and stronger and put out amazing content. Bob, you're going to do it. Pia, you're going to do it. And guess what? I probably won't because I'm lazy. But one day I'll come out with something. But that's
Right?
what
That's
it's
why
all
that's why
about.
we get along so good, AR. We get
There's
along so
plenty
good
of
because I'm
attention
lazy
that-
too.
There's plenty of cases that need your attention. You know, there's
Well,
crimes every
and
day.
that's why, you know what? And Pia, that's a big thing. Like, I get how many of you are so invested in the Idaho 4. I get it. I understand. And I'll give tidbits here and there. But I'm going to rely on you guys to handle that for a while. I think you guys are doing well, and I think you guys can handle that. So I'm not going to cover Idaho 4 for a while because you guys have it. You guys got it covered. And if I can help, I will. But I got other things on my plate that really mean something, like the Idaho 4, and like you said, Pia, that means so much to you. I've got a couple on my plate where actual family members reached out to me and want me to cover some of their cases. And I really want to deep dive into that, and I want to do that. So guess what? That's actually a bonus for everybody because they get you great individuals covering things. And I get to go do something else, and every once in a while I'll jump in and help you guys, and every once in a while you'll jump in and help me, and it's better for everybody.
Exactly.
Win-win.
That's my opinion, at least.
Right. I was saying, like, these are four very important victims, but at the same time, they're not the only victims. Like, I've lived in cities where there was 10 murders a night, every single night, and they never said every single name.
Right.
Only when there was room for speculation and people to talk and distract from the fact that 9 other people died that night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what about those?
I absolutely agree. And I do see people making comments like Lori Markle. She's one of my favorites. She's an absolute doll. She's a subscriber, I guarantee, to all of us, and she's amazing. I absolutely adore her. And she's right. We do need to keep pressure on the Idaho 4. We do need to keep an eye on that. And that's why there's great content creators like all of you that could do that. And trust me, don't think that I'm going to back off on my stance of holding the justice system accountable and sharing the experience and the knowledge I have of that to help emphasize everything you guys are saying. That's a little addition I can help with, is I know the system pretty well. Been through it, so I can give a little bit of info there. But I guarantee you guys, I just have a gut feeling, all of you guys, included with Tommy, Dago, Clue, the top creators that are out there, you guys are going to do very well in covering the case. So
yeah, and I look forward to seeing what cases you're covering.
Yeah, who knows? It might be the mental unstable cases.
Yeah, and that's the most interesting kind, I think. But I would suggest, like, the Kansas City thing. We had to remove part of our video about the Kansas City 3, and I think it was because of the Super Bowl. I think they don't want any bad publicity for Kansas City, probably for a couple weeks.
And the sad thing,
and stuff, you know what I mean?
the sad thing about it, and Pia, Bob, Jeff, everybody in the chat knows how many actual cases happen on a daily basis.
Yeah.
It's everywhere and it's constant, and I was talking to Jeff the other day. One of the best things I can do to help is to catch people that need a little bit of guidance, that are actually thinking about doing something in a negative manner, because I've been there, I've done that. I see the signs. And if I can help stop 1 or 2 people a day from doing something stupid, now we have a little bit less of an issue because they can go out and stop others as well. I get the true crime. I mean, it's cool to talk about. It's crazy to deep dive into, and it's important. But even getting on top of it and stopping it from happening is just as important.
When 9/11 happened, I had this notion that, like, what if, like, because these guys lived in apartment buildings next to neighbors. Like, what are the chances, or why didn't like some neighbor just kind of get into conversations with them? But for, you talk to a certain person or the right person, they can convince you of, you might be on a path. Like, I think AR is perfect to talk people off the path that they're on, if they're on a path to do evil or to do something destructive to themselves, and just say something that makes them stop and think. And then the next morning when they wake up, that conversation is still in their minds, and they make a decision and they take a detour and they go a different way. And I just wish, like on 9/11, somebody could have like talked to one of those guys and said, just had them thinking like, wow, what am I doing with my life?
Right? Why am I running?
Yeah, and the sad thing, it happens every day. Let's just say, just shoots and giggles, the whole fraternity house in Idaho is mixed in with Demetrius and Emma, and then let's throw Brian in there for just fun and giggles.
Now, what about
anybody? Yeah, well, you know what? Let's just put him in there because we know he was struggling mentally as well, whether he was involved or he wasn't.
Correct. Yep.
If somebody could have got into that mix and just said, hey, look, I get it. You guys are really upset at that group of individuals right there, and you're thinking about doing something just way out of whack. I see it in your eyes. Let's go let's have a beer and talk. Come here for a minute. I got a little experience in this, and you don't want to go down my path. Come here. And if I could have pulled a couple of those people away, let's just pretend I get Kopaka, I get Demetrius, and I get David Loach, and I say, come on, let's go have a beer. Let's chat. And then all of a sudden, the Idaho 4 never happens. Yeah. Because guess what? They were over having a beer with me, with somebody who could sit right in front of them and say, man, I know how you feel. Like, I was sitting right there at one point, and I almost did it too. I remember I had a dude's throat in my hands, and I was going to end it, but this is what I chose to do. And just think about your entire life before you do this. And it ended it before it happened. Could you imagine where we'd be today?
Right.
We wouldn't be talking about it.
Right.
Right.
Imagine if we had a DeLorean time machine. We could really clean up some stuff that's happened.
Well, Jeff, what's really important is getting to the point where we have enough voices that are heard loudly and clearly. We don't need the DeLorean because we've touched enough people right before it happened. Someone like a TJ Lane that shot up a school and then acted a fool. Let him sit down with someone like me from the penitentiary and said, hey, by the way, TJ, just to let you know, if you pull this off and you end up in the yard, I'm going to beat the living crap out of you for the next 365 days. I'm going to literally beat the living crap out of you. Do you want to do this? Do you want to go here? Because this is where I live. This is my house, the penitentiary. Do you want to come? You want to join me? I guarantee you he changes his mind. Right? We don't need DeLoreans. We need people that are willing to put themselves out there in front of everybody and take the beating for being the ex-convict or the ex-liar or the ex-thief. And I'll take a beating so that some of these people can learn from me.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing.
And a lot of people don't think that way, right? Because guess what? Here we all are, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about the Idaho 4. Yeah. At the worst case scenario, we're sitting here talking about because a young man named Brian Koberger didn't use his brain properly to think about the bright future he could have and instead threw it all away. Or we're talking about a conglomerate of people that legitimately have just abused and exposed our justice system for how weak it really is. So overall, no matter how you look at this, it's a loss all the way across the board.
Now, do you think there was more than one person involved in AR You think there was just
I
one,
do.
or
No, I believe there was more. I do. I believe how about if I make a pretty bold statement and state that I would put everything I am on the board that at least 2 people were involved and knew of it,
Right,
if
it has
not
to.
more.
Can you tell us
I'm not saying it
why do you think that?
because this crime does not set up as a single individual passion crime like everybody that wants to play the guilty. And Jeff, please bear with me because you and I have had a lot of conversation on how he could be guilty. So don't think that I'm throwing you out there right now. Okay, please, Jeff.
Sure. Oh,
But
not at all.
what I'm, in my opinion, from what I've been around, this is far more than any type of, man, I really wish she had gone on a date with me and I'm pissed off that she said no type of crime. This is far deeper because I've been around the people that commit the far deeper crimes. I get it. Like, I understand the why, the how much money would it be in drugs that had to be flushed before a big name person would literally handle it this way? And I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying I get that. I get the whole retribution for certain snitching situations. So I can see a big wide picture and I can reel a lot of it in. And this is far more than just an emotional, you hurt my feelings type of crime. Because if that's what it was, this would have been like the other incel kid that did all the talking on his cell phone and then went with a gun and shot up a couple of sorority houses. That's what this would have been,
right,
compared to this destructive and angry of a crime. This is anger. This is, I'm going to prove the biggest point you've ever seen type of crime.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to disrespect me like this again, ever type of crime.
Right.
Because if you do, look at what happened right here. I took out 4 people in a matter of minutes. And you think I can't touch you if you disrespect or cost me my money? Or change my life in a negative way? You don't think I could get to you? Watch this. And that's what happened. That's my opinion.
Terry
Right.
Martin has a question for us.
Who does?
Terry Martin.
Go ahead.
Okay, what is it?
Terry. Terry asked me if I was available tomorrow afternoon. See what you did, AR? Now everybody wants to.
Yeah, Terry.
It says I am
Well,
ready, but I will wait till AR talks.
Okay. Does Terry want to come up on panel?
Terry, you want to come up on panel?
Is that what you're saying?
I just want to make sure. Like, I'm wondering if she wanted to come up because I'm more than willing. I know Terry has a good voice as well, and I'm more than willing to let her replace me if she wants to come on up.
I think I can fit 6 on here.
I can step down too.
It says
no.
Lada Drug says drug flush by DR.
DR. Demetrius Robin. Yeah.
Guys, the only thing that I say, because I come from a background of this type of stuff, is take a deep breath before we start referencing a certain name intertwined with who would be involved if a flush happened or not. Because as many of you know, I've already spoken out there, guys. Jesse James Bailey, I know the man. Okay, I know the man. I don't have to hide that. I know the man. Okay,
Wow.
I come from the same background, ladies and gentlemen. I left that life, thankfully, but I know the life. I know the man. Okay, I know Queen Kelly's dad. I know Queen Kelly's dad, who's sitting in the penitentiary right now. I know these people, guys. So all I say is just be careful with names that we put out and tied to certain things. That's all I'm saying.
That's her question on the screen.
And if Demetrius was was involved, sorry, just said his name again. If that man was involved, then who's to say that he carried it out? If he's such a big time guy, then he would have somebody else do it. That's my assumption.
Well, and that's one thing that I want to give people a little bit of background on. When you talk about, because I've heard the word cartel used, I've heard affiliation used, I've heard, different names used in a pecking order. And the only thing I want to state within this is just always remember, a pecking order starts with somebody that's next to nothing on a pecking order level. They're literally ground level. And then you work your way all the way up to a name you'll never know. They're so high you'll never know who they are. Okay? Somewhere in the middle of that is the so-called shot caller that would make the call. Right, and then you work your way, you make your way downward from that of the people that would carry out said acts that were said that needed to be carried out. So the people that a lot throw names out there, people that would be making these calls, are too high on a pecking order.
Right.
Okay. Those are the people that are not dispensable. So they're not going to be the ones that could get tied into cases like this. Does that mean, no, they didn't have any say or they had no knowledge? No, that's not what that means. What it means is you will never tie it to them because their name will be protected. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So when you start working your way down the pecking order, from the middle of the pecking order down, is when you start actually getting into names that could be tied to something happening. So if you really, let's just speculate, you say, okay, Idaho 4. Let's say it is a drug situation where a big boy made a call for things to happen. You would never know the big boy names. Okay? You wouldn't know. Like, we know who they are, but we can't tie them to it. But as we come down that pecking order, we're going to start realizing people, oh, wait, they could have been there. Oh, that makes sense. We've seen them at the house quite a few times. Oh, that makes sense. They drive the car that dropped so-and-so off. Now you start getting into the order of people that are expendable in a crime. Meaning they may not even have been there either, but damn, if they're not expendable, we'll just throw them to the wolves. Bye-bye. See you later. Okay?
Exactly.
So a lot of people, they've asked me because of my background. They're like, dude, you have to kind of have to know the pecking order a little bit. Well, of course I know the pecking order, but does that mean I'm going to give it to anybody? I'm not dumb.
No.
I'm not dumb, but there are people I know. And let me just kind of clarify. It's below Jesse James Bailey and it's above Demetrius. That would be the pecking order. You got the bottom of the barrel, and then you got a middle of the line person that could have some say. And it's going to fit in between those individuals.
Now, do you think, AR, do you think that Bethany and Dylan was involved at all?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's hard. I made the statement. One of them needs to come up to the point of telling the truth so that people could better understand what did happen. So, did they furnish the actual weapon? Most likely not. Most likely not. Do they know who did? There's probably a possibility. I'm not going to lay it on their shoulders because I don't know enough about it. Because of what the prosecution and the entirety of the whole gag order and all the hiding of evidence, we're never going to know that, guys. We can claim it all that we want to. or we can protect them all that we want to. Okay, I've been in cases. I mean, I get the fact that, well, we got to protect them. They survived. But then I also look at it and go, dude, you didn't call cops for 8 hours, and I know you were awake. I know you were messaging each other. So how do you not know something? So it's a hard question to answer, and I just hope.
Floors, and they both have windows.
You know, I was thinking about that. Think about this, Pia, Bob, Jeff. Jeff, I'm going to point this at you because you're a critical thinker, and I know we talk a lot. Think about it. You see somebody in the dark of your home that you're questioning why the fuck they're there. I'm sorry, I never cuss. I just said that, and I never cuss. I apologize, everybody. Everybody's going to be like, oh, my God, AR cuss. But think about that. You see them walking by, bushy eyebrows, clad in black. They're walking out the back door. You heard moaning. You didn't go to your back window when they walked out the back of the house to see where they walked to? The only way a person out that back door, if they parked in the back, to go is directly in the view of that window. Directly in the view of that window. And she never made another statement, or it was never in the PCA, of, I watched him climb the hill. I watched him walk through the foliage. He walked around the side of the house and got into his white. Come on, there has to be. You had to have seen it.
Anything.
Because I know myself, even if I've had 38 beers on a Friday night, and I see you walk through my house in the dark, and I don't know who the hell you are, I'm either following you out the door you walked out of to figure out who the hell you are, or I'm going to look out my back window and see where you go.
Right.
That's just me. That's just me.
Chalk, what
And
do you think? Rock Chalk's up here, guys.
Oh,
Hey
hey,
guys,
Oh.
how's everybody doing?
Rock Chalk, good to hear you.
Good to hear you, AR. How's it going, man?
Hey, we're surviving day by day. Day by day. The wife keeps putting me in check, so I'm getting better and better by the day.
There you go. Glad your health's doing good. Strange, how you doing, hon? It's nice to meet you, Strange.
Oh, nice to meet you.
You too, Robert. Jeff, are you jumping
Nice
down
Rock
on me or
Chalk.
what?
Is what?
Seems like every time I get on panel, Jeff, you haul ass.
No, not now. Last time
He's
I heard
right
you,
here.
you were giving Detective John a run for his money, weren't you?
You was begging him to get me off, but you know what, Jeff? I said what I had to say, and I ain't said anything since. So
Yeah,
I
you're
had the
tenacious,
receipts.
that's for sure.
I had the receipts, and
Hey.
as long as he does what he's doing and not attacking the creators, I have no problems with the man. So,
Well, I
Hey,
mean,
Rock
that's the
Chalk,
reason
he
I left the
hasn't
show
said it.
because of that.
Rock
Yeah, I
Chalk, he
didn't hear
hasn't
you
said
say it.
anything since either.
well, I had the receipts, baby, and you know what? I had just had enough that night. Nobody knew I was going on that panel. I sat back there for 3 hours. But Jeff, you kept saying, "End it, hit the end, get her off of there." I saw you.
I did.
You know I had his lunch, didn't you? You know I had his
You have
lunch.
to send me some still pictures of that because I don't remember saying that.
You did. You were in
I'd
the
never.
chat.
Why?
Yes.
I would never say to shut anybody up.
Oh yeah, you said end it. You were saying it in the chat. I promise you. Anyway,
Well, I mean, maybe I remember the tenacity of it, so maybe it was like, okay, this is a dead horse here. Maybe I
but
might
I
have
will
said
tell
something along
you,
those lines.
I will tell you that Tony Martinez is who dropped his pants on John's live. I have the proof.
Who's Tony Martinez?
He's the
Yeah,
one that was
he's
up
the
there
guy.
with you that bailed ass too.
Who is that?
He's the
that
one that went
long-haired
at
guy.
me. Hey, Jeff, he's the one that went at me saying I was wishy-washy and lying when I got up there and only told the truth about myself. When I'm even saying that I'm an issue and I'm an ex-convict, he's the one, you can't trust him. He's a convict. I'm like, I thought I just said that. Like, I thought I just told you I was a... You know what I mean? It's like, really? No, but he's one that was over on a panel with Nellie B, and he was supportive of Dinky, and he was supportive of some of these people, and then all of a sudden he just like I went on live with him, and he literally just turned his back on everybody. And then I'm on that. exactly what Rock Jock is talking about. I'm on that live over there on Detective John's, and all of a sudden you just see the balls and the butt, and I'm like, I knew who that was. I knew
It was
exactly
Tony.
who
I'm
that
telling you, it
was.
was Tony.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
And I got the
None.
video to prove it. I
Yeah,
grabbed my
hopefully.
phone
I
real
mean, that.
quick.
Yeah, it's not much to see.
No. So
Yeah, Robert had
anyway,
one of those situations
Balls in the
recently.
butt? Is that what you said?
That's disgusting.
I'm sorry, Strange. I couldn't hear you, hon.
Did AR say you see the balls in the butt? Is that what
Oh
she said?
yeah, I got the
Oh, yeah.
video. I have to send it to you. I was
Of whose
watching.
balls and whose
I was
butt?
listening to Dinky, and it came on my screen, and I grabbed my phone real quick. So I think I'm the only one that got the video, but I'm laughing like crazy in it. But I got the video of it all, and it is Tony. So
Oh my
AR's right. It's
God.
100% Tony. Dropped his pants, and his dick was showing.
Ooh.
All
You
you
ever
could
me-
see was his flip flops, and it was the same flip flops he had in Nelly and Dinky's live. So I know it was him.
You all remember that old
Wow.
song, the Streak? Am I the old?
Yeah.
Maybe
Oh
I'm too
yes.
old.
Don't
Oh
look,
yeah,
Ethel.
by Ray
Don't look,
Stevens.
Yeah,
Ethel.
like
She
don't
done been mooned.
look, Rock Chalk. She
That's
done been
right.
moved.
Listen, I was looking and I called my husband back here. I said, "You guys see this?" And I kept rewinding it, laughing. I'm sorry. Anyway, Jeff,
But,
I think it brought a little attention to John, and he started doing things the right way. I don't have a problem with John. It's when he's attacking all these people and their children and the creators. That's not cool with me.
yeah. No, I know. I know he knows that ruffles feathers. But it seems like we can all do it because it he got it back and we back at him. It goes, it's like that's the reason I keep saying there's a Bible verse that says a soft answer turns away wrath. And it's like if you don't give soft answers, you're just asking for the stuff that you spew out to come right back at you. And that's why I couldn't be part of that part of Detective John's show. I took my leave of that when it was going to be about
There was too much
going after
hate. We got too much
YouTubers.
hate in real life, let alone on this damn YouTube channel. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But each of us gets upset about something, and some of us are vocal about it, and then some of us are vocal about it and then have like a whole bunch of people in chat, and before you know it, it becomes everybody's hating on everybody, and that's a shame. I try my best not to give any of that back. I always say, and Detective John has quoted it many times, your enemy today can be your friend tomorrow. Leave the door open to that. And the best way to leave the door open to that is treat everybody with respect 100% of the time, 24/7.
I
And
didn't
in my
disrespect
case,
him, Jeff. I
in
did
my
not
case, a Bible
disrespect
verse
John,
helps me
no.
to remember that. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying everybody should.
Yeah.
Everybody should.
No, I
Should
came
treat
with
everybody.
receipts, and I just listen. I told nobody. I had nobody in this chat that was my buddies or anything. Actually, I told nobody I was going, but I had just had all this fighting amongst the creators. Listen, you might not be my cup of tea. I won't talk bad about you. I'll just move on. I try to watch as many of you as I can, but there's a few that is not my cup of tea, and I just move on. You don't see me bad mouthing them and tearing them down. I'm not like that.
It's funny. That's the word that
that's
Harsh
what-
Reality used to describe me. He said he had gotten emails from a bunch of people and said, apparently Jeff Heitch is not everyone's cup of tea.
Jeff Heitch.
Well,
he
I
called
mean,
me
literally,
Jeff Heitch.
He's like,
literally, we all control the drama amongst ourselves. Unfortunately, as content creators, I may not agree with what everybody has to present, but I'm there to support them. And then I just move on. I have nothing negative to say. Even if I disagree, I don't say anything. I move on. I support them and I go. That's what we need to do because this is a very hard platform for everybody that tries to do it. It's a very difficult platform. It's one where you get attacked from the people listening and watching that are outside of YouTube. Then you have to protect yourself from people's opinions within the creators groups. Then you got to, there's just so much you have to protect yourself from. And in a sense, we shouldn't have to do that. We should just all be able to say, this is my voice. This is what I have to say. If you love it, you support it. If you don't, you give me a high five and you go about your way. Just don't say anything negative about it. I have nothing negative to say about any of the other content creators, even the ones I disagree with and I don't like their content. So be it. I have the right to move on
But are
and
you
not
gonna?
watch it.
But AR, are you gonna take the time to go to their channel to leave a negative comment? No, neither am
No,
I.
no. And I'm not going to do a video about it. And I'm not going to do a back and forth exchange of videos about it. I'm not
No.
going to do any of that.
But you
Because
know
you know
what? This
what?
has been going on a long time. It was going on during Chris Watts. It's the whole true crime community.
Yeah,
The difference
yeah, it is.
many of us came because of the Idaho 4, so there's more of us. But like in my Discord, I got a lot of people from the Kylie Rodney that's been attacked. And you think
Yep.
Idaho 4 is bad? Kylie Rodney was just as bad. Everybody's
So
got to,
is
if you don't like something, move on. Go to something else.
so is Delphi. So is
Yeah.
Chris Watts. They're all bad in the sense that you have the trolls across the board that are not willing to use their own voice and share their own opinions, so they would rather attack others who do.
Isn't it
It's
kind of
just
like
point blank.
it's kind of like road rage? Maybe we should call it like tube rage or YouTube rage, because
Right?
we kind of treat it like you know, or like I know they
No.
call it keyboard warriors. You know,
Jeff,
Mhm.
it's called ignorance.
Ignorance. I agree, because also people say it's the internet. Well, I'm sorry, we're real people behind this internet.
It
So don't
is
just tell me
called
it's the internet.
ignorance, because you know what? Look, I'll give you a point of view. Prison is full of drama because you got every wannabe convict in the world in there that thinks they're better than the next. But at the end of the day, they're all ignorant because they all committed crimes and
They
are
got
now
caught.
living in a penitentiary. This isn't the smartest thing on the block, people. Let's stop doing what we're doing. I don't need to go attack people because they have a different opinion than me. I told my wife today, point blank, she says, "Why do you listen to all those different content creators?" And I looked at her, I said, "Because I learned something. Even if it's something I don't agree with, I learned something. I don't need to be negative when I'm actually bettering my intelligence level. I just need to utilize that to speak better upon my own thoughts. So why knock somebody down that actually bettered me by showing me something I don't want to talk about?"
Oh yeah, I know.
I think keeping an open mind and being just a nice, respectful person is a good way to be. But I think if from my perspective, it's, you know, if you value every person as valuable, then you can't allow yourself to really just like go off on somebody as if they have no value. So if it's like and it seems to me like that would be, I wish that could be like in society. It's like, you know, somebody that's thinking of going to unalive other people, it's like if they could stop and say, wait a minute, their value is they're just as valuable as me, and in fact everyone's valuable. So, you know, it's unfortunate that mindset isn't in everyone. And, you know, I mean it's not, I think I might have naturally felt that way. I think but you know, I have reasons for the way I think the way that I think. And
Well, think about this, Jeff. Like, if we literally polled everybody in the chat right now and said, would any of you believe tonight the panel would be A.R. Hayes, Rock Chalk, Jeff H., Pia, and Rock? How many people in their right minds would come out and say, wow, yeah, that's the channel and the whole thought that we would put together as people on panel. But look at how well we're all working together.
Yeah.
Right.
And do you think all of us agree?
It's like a buffet table at a restaurant. You don't take everything from the buffet table. You just think, I like a little of this, I like a little of that. I don't like that, but I'm not going to take the bowl and throw it onto the floor. No, you know, it's like, you know.
Shit, I take it all. What are you talking about? I take it all.
So AR, I got a question. AR.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry I missed part of it, but are you and Tommy good? Because it seemed like it was pretty rough in there. I don't know what happened.
Tommy and I are always going to be good. We are always going to be good. I have absolute love, respect, everything for Tommy, and that will never change. He misread something I said and didn't see a comment that was higher up in the comments. And you know what? That's my own fault. And I tried to correct it, but another troll entered the chat at the same time. And my comments got taken a certain way, and that's fine. They were my comments. He took them. I messaged him. I've apologized. I've made my statement. I get what he's saying too, and we're going to be on the same page immediately, and there will be no issue moving forward.
Thank you. I
None.
only heard part of it, and everybody was talking about it, so I thought I would just ask you. Thank you.
No, and the absolute clarification at the end of the day for anybody that's worried about that, anybody that saw it, I will take my own part of what happened and take my medicine for it, and there will be no issue moving forward. I absolutely respect him, and there's no negativity on my part moving forward, and I'm sure him and I will work it out just fine. There's going to be no problem. Yep, no problems here. Never will be.
The streets get to talking and they get to spreading rumors, so I just wanted to ask you. You were up here.
It's best to come right to the source because I was involved in that situation, and of course, many people know that. They saw it happen, and it's going to be okay. It's going to be fine. Tommy needs a little bit of a night's sleep. I need a little bit of a night's sleep, but I said something. He didn't see a statement prior to the one that I made, and he took it accordingly based off of something I said. But you know what? My issue is not with Tommy. My issue is with another content creator that is starting the drama, and I'm very upset with that individual. I actually called him a word that I normally don't use, and I used it. I called him a bitch. I shouldn't have done it, but I did it.
Dang it.
Was he in there?
Well, guys, I'm not going to hide it. I do not like Get a Clue.
Yeah.
I do not like Get a Clue. I think he's a weasel. I think what he did with the Gray Hughes situation, where Gray Hughes did a fundraiser and got money for the channel, and then somebody had to go up to double that of a person that says, I'm not monetized, I'm not about the money. Well, you're taking just as much from your subscribers as any content creator out there. So don't lie to people.
That's
right. Do not lie to people.
That's right.
That's the one thing I stand for. Rock Chalk, you know this. I will take my medicine when I misstate something or I make a mistake, but I will not intentionally lie to anybody. And I will not use.
Yeah, I've never known you to be a liar.
I do not use people
in that manner.
I do not use people. I do not bully people. But you know what? If that man wants to have a back and forth with anybody, I will beat his ass, not only on social media,
there you go,
YouTube platform, but I'll show up at his front door and I will beat his ass to a pulp.
Ooh.
Because I don't like what that man is representing himself to be. And he even called me out recently, and I kept my mouth shut. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. And I've been very nice and I've been very cordial. And my wife's looking at me right now shocked that I smoked the way I did, because I normally don't do this. But he attacked Tommy. He's attacked Pia. He's attacked me. He's attacked everybody. He's attacked people as if he's better and smarter, and he's not. He's doing the exact same thing. All he's doing is content creating. That's it.
Hey, but AR, you got to admit though, he's got a nice voice, don't you think, Pia?
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
I'm just making a joke. Pia has always said that my voice sounds like his. That's just a joke.
My wife has a nice voice. I love my wife's voice.
She does have a nice voice.
Get a Clue sounds like a prepubescent girl.
Right.
Well, hey, guys,
drama.
I normally don't. I normally don't get caught up in it. I normally don't speak as harshly as I just did. But he has attacked people in a manner that is absolutely disgusting. It's
Right.
absolutely disgusting. And it's not even just people like us as creators. What did he just do to his own subscribers? To his own people?
What'd he
Making them
do?
donate. He made them donate money that most of them can't even afford. Like, I hate to say that, ladies and gentlemen. This man put up, I'm not going to put up another video unless you donate.
What?
Well, some of these people really support him and live by his work, and that's great. I love my supporters too. We all do. We all do.
Right.
But we don't have to take them for money they can't afford. And then to accuse me that I only do my channel for a financial gain,
Yeah.
I've never asked for a penny. I've never asked for a penny. I've told people, let me make money based off of YouTube. Let YouTube pay me.
Yeah, I heard you
Let
saying
the
that. You were like, I make
advertising.
money off YouTube because they pay us for ads and stuff. They pay us for all
They
kinds of
do. I've
Yeah.
laid it out flat. Just watch my videos and I get paid.
Yep.
Like I do. Do I make $1 million? No, but I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it because I would rather you all pay your bills, buy your Christmas presents for your loved ones, feed your families, do every vacation you could imagine on your dream list before you had to give me money. Now, don't take it that I don't appreciate $1, but I ain't gonna beg for it. I will not do it.
Yeah, same here, AR. I mean, I've got 10 members. I didn't go after my say, hey, you need to do this, hey, you need to do that. Yeah, if they want
Right.
to join my
They wanna
channel,
know.
then it's a blessing if they want to join my channel. For the longest time I wasn't monetized. I just became
Right.
monetized like a month and a half ago. And I don't like everyone else on here. I get paid by watch ads. And
Yep.
I'm not rich. I only made like $100 and something this coming month. I'm happy.
Yeah. Guys, I'm not going to say what I make on YouTube because
Mhm.
that's YouTube paying me.
And
But
they take a lot from us.
you know what? I'm appreciative of anybody that's willing to spend the next 10 minutes watching a video of mine.
Right.
Like, that makes me actually feel good inside of me more so than what a $5 bill would make me feel.
Right. It fills your heart.
It does. You know what? And I've lived on the wrong side of the tracks and I've been broke and I'm cool with it. Like I'm okay with that. I love people like Marietta Rosser that's in here. She watches out for my health. Rock Chalk checks in on me all the time. Strange Suspicion. You and I have had great conversations on the
Mhm.
side of things. You know, Bob,
Absolutely.
you and I are just getting to know each other. Jeff keeps me mentally stable. I could go through each and every single person that I know that intertwines with me as a subscriber, and I can give you all of the reasons why they matter to me, and it's not a dollar bill. It's
Right.
never a dollar bill. Ever, ever, ever. You know, and a lot of people don't know I'm working right now. I'm going to be doing some lives with Unfiltered Lucky. He's amazing as well. And I'm going to be working with him on a few things. I just did Murder Metal Mayhem. I just did an interview with him, and we're putting out some work. I like to collaborate with everybody, not because of the financial means of it all, but because this is what it's all about right here, what we're doing right now. What we're doing right now. We're
Thank you,
talking.
Jeff.
We're enjoying each other's time.
Yeah.
It takes that.
Um,
Strange. I have to
I'm a
apologize.
smartass.
I have to apologize to you because I did watch Get a Clue. I'm part of his Substack, but I haven't watched his YouTube, and that saddens me that he's been attacking you all.
Yeah,
So I won't be
he
watching him no
didn't
more.
actually mention he said that the channel had the initials SS and then he said clown, so I know he was talking
Well,
about
I got cut in for a minute. Rock Chalk, about a month ago, he was going at Tommy in regards to a situation. And to tie everything in with Tommy, he said, that criminal son of a bitch that talks on YouTube just puts out more misinformation than anybody else. That criminal. Who else could he be talking about?
Nobody, because they don't do true crime. Because I do watch ex-comics channels. I watch Lockdown 23 and 1.
Yeah, but it's me. Because his Chloe Penny was a part of my Idaho 4 Facebook group, and I booted her out for disrespecting members of my group.
But is she real?
Yeah, she's a real person.
Okay.
She's a real person. But she's not a nice person.
Obviously, yeah.
But, you know, the thing is, here's the whole thing about me, and I hope everybody hears this. If you want to talk negatively upon me, I'm okay with it. Just do it with me on panel with you. Just tell me right to my face how you feel. And you know what? I won't get angry with you, and I won't disrespect you. I will accept it and say thank you for your opinion. Because you have the right to have that. But if anybody out here thinks that I am a disrespectful individual towards anybody, and I don't care who you are or what your opinion is, you're wrong. I will respect everybody. That's what I'm about. I'm about hearing people out. I'm about accepting what you have to say, and I will never disrespect you. Jeff and I don't agree on everything, do we, Jeff?
Heck no.
But you know what? The thing is, we love each other. We respect each other. Rock Chalk, have we had our Rock Chalk? We've had our differences, haven't we?
Well, I don't know that it was differences. I just
difference of opinion.
Sure. Well, it wasn't even a difference of opinion. You know, I was married to a U.S. Marshal. You know, 33 years, retired. I was state investigator 25 years. It took me a minute to warm up to you, AR. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't
but
talk
the thing
bad
is,
about you. I never talked bad about you, though.
And that's the greatest thing of it. Did we respect each other at all times, no matter what we felt? Always. I never had a negative thought about you. You maybe didn't 100% trust or believe everything until you got a better grasp, but we never disrespected each other.
No, and Pia, I never disrespected you, and it wasn't that I liked you. I'll be honest. When you first came on, I was like, if you want my honesty, and you know I'm pretty honest, I was like, oh, I'm going to listen to an ex-convict tell me how it was in prison when I throw people in prison. That's where I was coming from. But look where we are now.
And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
I hated you or I didn't like you. It took me a while to get used to you.
And you know what? We respect and love each other now, even if we're not always in agreement.
That's right. And I'd go to bat for you in a minute. You know it. Actually,
and I would do the same for you.
Until you do me wrong, I'll, even you, Jeff, I'd go to bat for you, even though you get on my nerves sometimes, but I love you.
Back at you. How do I get on your nerves? What do I do to get on your nerves?
You know, I can go down the whole list. I can go down Pia. I love and adore you. I fully supported you since you came out. Does that mean I agree with everything you put out? No, but I love and adore you and I respect you. Bob, I've only gotten to know you a little bit. Does that mean I agree and love everything about what you do? No, but I respect you and I'm going to support you. Dago, him and I have had our back and forth. I still love and support him. Clue, same thing over there. Cluminati, not Clue. Okay, let's get that equaled out. Cluminati, same thing with her. Tommy, we go back and forth all the time. I love and adore him. I'm always going to respect him, even when I tell him he's a fool. No big deal. I love him. This is how we are, but we're not going to knock each other down. We're not going to disrespect each other. And that's where I draw a line. When I start seeing somebody, and I'm sorry I got a little heated towards Get a Clue. I'm sorry I got a little heated. The disrespect has been going on for a while, and he's attacked numerous people that I care about. And I'm not okay with that. And the thing about it is, he won't come face to face with me. I'm only saying The only way to rectify this is let's do a live.
Yeah.
Get a clue.
Yeah.
Get a clue. Let's do a live. You debate me. Let's do it. And then we'll satisfy everything that the subscribers want to see. Get a clue, do a live,
Give
and
him his
debate
moment.
me.
Yeah.
That's it. Debate me, bud, because you called me out specifically as a criminal. Now let's debate it.
Right.
Let's see who actually.
I just
If you think
a troll.
if you think you said I have no brains, I have no intelligence. Well, let's just put it to a test. Let's try. Let's have a discussion. That's it. And that's not being disrespectful, right? That's just saying, let's have a discussion.
Yeah, let's not be one-sided here. Have a one-sided conversation.
Well, you
Kinda
know, talking
reminds
about
me-
one-sided conversations, there's 2 creators that I haven't did anything to, not a damn thing. I've always been nice. I've stood my ground. One banned me, talked the other one into banning me after I asked her. I heard the rumors she was going to ban me. She was on the panel, said, I'm not going to ban you. My friend did her Discord, and then she banned me the next morning. And I ain't did anything to either one of them, but they want to talk stuff. But then they got me banned where I can't even come over there and defend myself. And I did nothing to either one of them two. And I donated a lot of money to both of them.
Oh, that's messed up.
It is messed up.
That's
Are you
disrespectful.
talking about Michelle?
No, I helped her too. I busted my ass for a month. I had her straight. No, I'm talking about Dago and Clue. Dago got mixed up in talking some stuff, and I called him out on it. And he still talked some stuff in his Discord. It was screenshotted and sent it to me. I didn't do anything to him.
Rock, the craziest thing that I have to say, and I don't know a lot about it, but this Discord is a problem. I don't have it. Thankfully, I don't have Discord.
I'm not
because I'm not even smart enough to do Facebook Messenger or text messaging or all of this. And people are like, "Hey, get Discord." I'm like, "What the hell is that?"
I
The
have
name
a
of it.
Discord. I have a very functioning Discord, but we don't talk about other people. As a matter of fact, any of you go live, I will not show the live in my Discord. We go watch it on our own. We like your channel. We give you the views. And if there's something that happens in there, we go back and watch it. But we never are in there talking about people. But that particular
Yeah.
Discord you're talking about, it tore up a lot of stuff. And he talked a
Well,
lot of crap
there's-
about people, and then people screenshotted it and shared it. And that gets you in trouble.
Unfortunately, Rock Chuck, I got to agree with you because I have heard of Discords that I can only speak upon myself that had a few negative things to say about me. And it's like, dude, you're not even talking to me. How the hell would you know? Like, you need to come to me. If you think there's something negative being said or done by me, and this was all coming back, I think, at the time where I came out with the Kara video with Crime Sleuthing and Jules, and it created all this craziness. It's like, guys, if you really don't understand what's going on, just come at me. I'm right here. I'm okay. I'm cool. Come at me. But unfortunately, there's some drama behind the scenes, Rock Jock. I'm sure you'll agree. There's drama behind the scenes.
I was in Dago's Discord. I got doxxed in his Discord, and I donated over $600 that month. I got doxxed because I was at my house in Oklahoma, and anyway, somebody wanted to see it, and I took a picture of it and got doxxed. Really? What the hell? And he wouldn't do anything about it, and then he doxed me himself. I'm just saying, my Discord, we're pretty laid back. We go over your stuff. We visit about it, and there's never anything bad said. I won't let anything be bad said. But you get a Discord and you think you can go in there and talk about everybody, there's issues because it's going to get out. That don't happen.
Yeah. And if I could just make one statement, Rock Chalk, I love you, and I've grown to get to know you better. And then Ashley Ann out there, I know she's in chat. At a moment, her and I had a little disagreement. She's amazing. The thing, I just wish more people, and Rock Chalk, you're really good at it. Jeff, you're good at it. Pia, you're good at it. Bob, I gotta learn whether you are or not. I can't say you are because I don't know you well enough. But just talk to the person involved. Like Ashley Ann came right at me when she felt as though there was a disagreement in regards to something I had done. She came right at me and she said, "This is the way I feel." I said, "Well, okay, this is where I stand on that." And then we worked it out immediately. And she said, "Okay, great. We're on the same page. Cool." And that's what we need to do more of because, there's too much drama out there already. And I already now see people. I hate to say this. I shouldn't even go there. I know you're using and abusing the system. Like, I already see what you're doing. And I'm just not saying anything because I'm that type of person. I might go about my way. I might do my YouTube videos. And unfortunately, lately I've been ill. I haven't done a lot of work and I'm getting back into that. But it's like, I'm not going to come on YouTube and do a video directly at you, calling you out for the stuff you're doing. But we all see it. We all see it. We know what's happening. We know why the algorithms are messed up. We, why? Why are you guys doing this to people that have supported you? Why?
Yeah, I try to think positive. You know, I didn't know of it until earlier today. I saw Robert somewhere, but I was born and raised in Hayesville, Kansas, and I'm in Wichita right now. But I have a house in Wichita. I have a house at Lake of the Ozarks. I have a house in Colorado and a house in Oklahoma City. I travel, but I come from a family. My grandpa was Attorney General. He was the sheriff 8 times, all during Dennis Rader's stuff. And, of course, I was married to a U.S. Marshal 33 years. He was a U.S. Marshal. He arrested Timothy McVeigh. I worked for the state. I was a state investigator 25 years. I threw people in jail. But here I'm on this other side trying to figure out Idaho 4. I try to put my past, I'm retired, I try to put my past and listen to you guys, and I'm pretty much on the same page as all of you.
Rock Chalk, you better come to my channel. You seem like you're full of wisdom. Seriously.
I'm just wondering, Rock.
Channel, sweetheart. I do come to your channel.
Oh, you do?
Rock Chalk, did you lock me up, Rock Chalk? Did you get me caught up?
No, but I can guarantee you my husband gave you a few rides, buddy.
I wouldn't doubt it.
I asked him. He definitely knows who you are.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, and Rock Chalk, I mean, I wish people would understand. They look at me like, okay, call me a nobody. It's cool. It's cool.
You're not a nobody.
Cool.
You have your own knowledge. You have your own knowledge, AR. It might be different than mine, but I appreciate it.
But the thing is, Rock Chalk, you and I both know I've been around the block a lot. If your husband knows who I am, I've been around the block enough.
Well, hello. He's been a U.S. Marshal for 33 years.
Yeah.
Like I said, he arrested Timothy McVeigh. I can tell you the people he's arrested, and they're pretty high up on the list.
Yeah, and unfortunately,
good people make bad mistakes, and the first part about them bad mistakes and becoming a good person is acknowledging the mistakes, and you did that, sir.
That's what I'm all about. Is I want to teach people what accountability means. I think that's where a lot of younger people that are still committing crimes and making mistakes fall short. Is they're not willing to ever understand what the word accountability means. And when you learn what that word means, you can become a better person in the world. You can take a step forward and say, you know what? I've been a dumb son of a you-know-what in my life, but now I can make a difference because now I see why I did what I did. I can admit to it, and now I can teach people why it's not worthy of doing that. Because it's not worthy of doing the things. I was a thief. I was a home intruder. I was a bank fraud guy. I was a criminal organization guy. All of these things added up to one thing, and that was, well, I just never used my own brain to go out and do something important in life.
And
Instead,
that was considered person on person crimes, even though you didn't hurt any persons, right?
everything I
Yeah.
did was a
So
person on person.
They're
No,
non-expungable, but you know what? Listen, I say this all the time. I can tell you I have $1,000,000, okay? You can believe me or not. But people's words, once you go against your word, you're nobody. And that's one thing I try to stand for. Everybody on this panel will learn it soon enough, and Jeff and AR already knows it. I'm all about my word, and my word means everything to me. I'm not going to blow smoke up your ass. Sometimes I'm a little straight shooter, and some people take it wrong. But I am all about the truth and being who I am and telling you the truth. I stand by that.
and I had to
I think
learn that,
too.
Rock Chuck. I had to
I was
learn
gonna
that
say,
because the
Mhm.
Go ahead,
Sorry,
Jeff.
I
I'm sorry.
was just gonna say that. I mean, you're you're a perfect example of like what you were is not what you are today, and that's why I always say your enemy today can be your friend tomorrow. Leave the door open to that. When you're seeing somebody today and they're awful, that doesn't have to stay that way. Now, one thing you can do if you come back at them and just attack them the same way you're probably going to keep them that way a little longer. And that's why with the whole Detective John thing, I thought it was very unfortunate. I think there was peace for like maybe one day, part of one day, and we all got a glimpse of how it could be. And like, but you know, the forgiveness level towards Detective John was not there. And it's you know, just it's not that it was unexpected. You know, I none of what happened it was unexpected to me, but it's the opposite direction than I go. You know, people maybe call me foolish for trying to get along with everybody, but I think it's possible and it's working for me. And I have peace. I sleep well at night, and I can talk to just about anybody because not just about everybody has worth. Not everybody's perfect, and the mistakes people are making at the moment don't necessarily define what they're going to do tomorrow.
Yeah.
But like I said, how I treat them back can determine if they're going to get better tomorrow. You might be the one person, there's just a one person that treats somebody, because most people that are doing bad, they can't forgive themselves. They just, oh, I've just been so awful. I guess I'll just continue being awful. And then you got that one person that shows them some respect and shows them that they're valuable and that you care. And then they, whatever, like AR was saying, to prevent what that person is planning to do. I talked to a homeless guy one time, and I'd see him very often, and he was telling me about how this woman that worked at the Hallmark store was instrumental in getting his dog taken away from him. And he was, as I'm talking to him, and he's like, you know, I know what time she gets off work, and like I'm hearing this stuff and I'm like not liking what I'm hearing. And I talked to him, and he was walking with me on my way to work. And we were talking kind of biblical things, and it was him all on his own. He recalled like Sunday school when he was a little kid, and the story of Samson, how Samson got revenge on his enemies by knocking the pillars out from under the roof, and they fell down, you know, killed his enemies. But the guy, as he was recalling that, he said, but you know, he said, Samson also died when that roof collapsed on him. And it's like anything that I would do to that woman is just going to come back at me as well. And he talked himself out of doing something that I think he was considering to this woman. And then I heard months later that I was asking somebody that was aware of him, and apparently he passed away. So, but he used to wear like this German helmet and like a long trench coat. I mean, he was a scary looking dude, but I'm telling you that where I was at that time, I was going to church all the time. My next door neighbor was the pastor of the church, and I was at a place where I saw value in everybody, and I wanted to talk to everybody. And the bus happened to let me out right at this Dunkin' Donuts. I'd get my coffee. I'd sit on the wall by the bank. I would say a prayer that if you got somebody for me to talk to, here I am. Use me as you would see fit. And homeless people would sit and talk with me, and all kinds of people. And just, I mean, people have value, and you can make a difference in a person's life with just caring. And you got to have the, I guess you got to have the courage too, because some of these people, like that guy I was telling you about, the dog, I mean, he was a scary looking dude. He looked like a bass player from some metal band or something. But I saw him as just a just a friend. I basically viewed him as a friend. And if you can view everybody as a friend, if you can possibly do that, I really think you can make a difference in this world, if not just in that one person's life.
Yeah,
well, AR's experiences and talking about them, AR, that helps a lot too. Hopefully you actually spend time with people that just get out and let them know that there's other ways, and you can show them ways. Did we lose Strange?
Well, we did.
Yeah, yeah. Check. She left a message in live chat. Yeah, I got a jet. Thank you. Thank everyone for me, and maybe suggest they check out my channel. My neighbor has the cops at their house. I gotta go check on her. Thank you so much. I don't want to interrupt, but please pass the message along. Email me email me any of you. My email is my channel description. I am available for panels when I'm not on my own schedule. My videos come out at the same time, Mondays and Thursdays, at 4:20 Eastern. But please reach out for collaborations, conversations, and anything.
Perfect.
She's a good young lady. And I gave her a shout out on my channel. I don't do a lot of it, but I did for her because I saw her as an up and coming voice, and I hope that she continues down a path that utilizes her brain and her. I believe it's her fiance or husband that's with her, and the capability he has within
she said boyfriend.
Yeah, I hope the two of them keep going down a path that really utilizes their brains. But Rock Chalk, to kind of get to your point, that's where I feel like my niche is, because I really had to think about this, especially the other day, Jeff. And again, I thank you for the conversation we had. Jeff and I talked in private, and it was very necessary because I was coming unglued a little bit the other night. It was bad. But
that's what friends are for.
Yeah, no, I really needed that, Jeff, and I really appreciate that. And I hope people understand, I don't talk negatively about anybody on any platform for any reason. Well, Get a Clue. Okay. I talk negatively about Get a Clue, but I don't talk about everybody else. But, I appreciate that. Rock Chalk, you've been there for me. And Bob, I hope I can be there for you. Like, I know this is your panel, this is your channel. First of all, I got to say thank you for inviting me up. I know that I've said I would come up, and I'm glad you gave me that opportunity. I appreciate it.
Anytime, AR.
I appreciate
did you do that video today with Metal Mayhem? Because I was going to watch it. Did you do it?
I did. He's in the works of actually editing that. So he said it'll be up in the next. Yeah, the wife was sitting next to me while I did it, and she said it turned out relatively well, if I wasn't as ignorant as I normally was. But no.
Hey, Robert. Hey, Robert.
Yeah.
He's looking for people to interview. Maybe you might be interested in doing that. Get your channel out there more.
Okay.
He said
Robert,
the other day,
I'm sorry. I'll shoot him over.
Yeah.
I'll shoot him a heads up for you, Robert, to see if I can get you in there. And him and I, we really hit it up well. And I'm going to be working with, again, I'll say it, Unfiltered Lucky. I'm going to be doing some work with him here in the near future. We're going to do a couple of lives together, a couple of videos. I'm excited about that. Unfiltered Lucky is a guy I discovered a while back as well, when he was newer to the platform, as well as I was too. And he has a good mind on him as well. So I'm excited about that, just like I was when Pia came out too. So
listen, there's a lot of creators and there's a lot of subs. And you know what? It costs nothing to sub. So I don't understand the fighting on creators, because there's plenty of us out here to sub.
Rob, I want you to know as well, I stop into lives as much as I can. Like it's not every day, and I'm not always vocal, but you do have my support. And if I can help you in any way, please reach out to me, Bob, and I will do what I can to help you. I can't guarantee you like subscribers and views, But if I can help you in some way, I'll be more than happy to do that for you, Robert. Okay. So don't ever hesitate within that. And then also, Rock Chalk, you know what? I have a lot of respect for you, sweetheart. Like we didn't talk a lot at the beginning, but through time, I've only built more and more respect for you, and that's not going to change. I sure hope you and I.
I appreciate that. I got respect for you too. You know, respect's earned, and I appreciate that, and you've earned it with me, my man. And listen, I'm in Vegas a lot. I'm in Vegas a lot. My son fights UFC. I'm in Vegas a lot. Maybe
next time you're out here, yeah, come on out. Let's have some dinner, some coffee. Just shoot the old wind. I would love to hear your story. Shake your hand, and it will mean a lot to me if we can do that. A lot to my wife as well.
I have a host that's with Harris, so I usually stay right there at the right by the Bellagio fountains.
I know it quite well. I have a few hosts myself, unfortunately.
There you go.
I've got a few myself. So definitely anytime, please reach out to me. I'd love to have lunch with you. And Jeff, you know I'm a big fan of yours, Jeff. I'm definitely a friend. I don't care what anybody ever negatively has to say. You're a good friend to me, and that's not going to change because I believe in Rock Chalk, and I believe Bob. I think all of us are going to agree. We all need that somebody we can fall back on in the mental part of our day. When we're unraveling a little bit mentally, and you can reach out to somebody and say, "Hey, I gotta talk. Like I really have to talk." And let me tell you, when I did that the other night, Jeff immediately said, "Hey, give me 1 minute. We're going to chat." We talked for hours, and it so calmed me down, put me back into a great place that I'm so appreciative. Like, I'm really appreciative.
I'm always telling them I'm good for something. There you go. Now I'm
Jeff,
good for
I like to shit on you, okay?
I put my phone number in panel. I put my phone number in the private chat if you guys want it.
Awesome. I'm going to take that down. Thank you.
What did you say?
Robert,
what did you say,
Rock
Rock?
I missed that earlier. Is that what you want me to call you on, hon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in the private chat, guys.
Yeah, I'm going to get my pen. Everybody be prepared because I'm going to put it all over the internet. No, I'm just kidding. You brought up Michelle. Robert, you brought up Michelle, and let me tell you, I have no ill towards Michelle. I really tried to help that woman, and I wish her well, and I hope she gets the help she needs. But she really is a good creator when she's doing the right track, and I'm going to leave it at that. But I never had any disagreements with her. I just couldn't handle all the craziness when it gets crazy. I can't do crazy.
Good night, Sophie. Sophie said,
"If I may,
Sophie." Yeah, night.
If I may,
night. Yeah, night, fellow cult members. Cool panel. Thanks all.
What do you want, AR?
I just real quick. I know it's kind of crazy, but I like to do it even in other people's panels. Eric Pascal, I got a lot of love for you. Jamie Rosberg, she supports all of us, guys. She's amazing. Heather Fitzgerald is in every single chat, every single panel. Amazing. I'm sorry, guys. I just truly believe that it's our subscribers that make us who we are. And
you want me to tell you something, AR?
Yes, ma'am.
Jamie got beat down by a creator, and I took her under my wing, and she's become one of my very best friends. She's a beekeeper, and I order all my honey from her. She's just a real sweetheart. She really is.
Well, let me tell you, Rock Chalk. Number one, thank you so much for doing that. Number two, if that ever happens again, oh, she's such a sweetheart. She is such a sweetheart.
I love my Jamie.
Jamie Rosberg, I'm glad you're under Rock Chalk's watch, but just know 100% you're with me as well. I 100% I'm under Rock Chalk as well, so I'm with you, Jamie, 100%. So
thank you, AR. I appreciate that.
I I think it's extremely important that the subscribers understand. And Rock Chuck, I believe you have a channel now too, correct?
Well, not really. I mean, if it was up to Ashley and Jamie and them, I'd be live right now.
Well, you know what? Maybe
What's your
even
channel
me
name, Rock
too.
Chuck? I'll subscribe.
I will too.
You know, I haven't.
I will
It's under
too.
Rock Chalk, and I had some stuff on there, and I went live like 4 times. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do, but it ain't gonna be out beating people up. I'll tell you that.
I'll tell you what, Rock Chuck. No matter what, I back your channel, and every one of my 6,400 subscribers back your channel as well.
Oh,
100%.
AR. Much love. Thank
100%. And I will 100% at any point in time come to your channel. If you ever do a live, I will be a part of it. I will support it. I don't even have to say a word. I will just be rooting you on. You know what? That's what it's all about, guys. That's what it's all about.
It is.
You know, it really is all about, this is a really hard platform, and people just want to share their opinions and their thoughts and their love. And unfortunately, we have so many people that are willing to knock that down and hate upon that.
Oh yeah.
That's sickening. That is sickening. And we don't need that. This country literally needs to support each other. We all need to stand behind each other, whether we agree or not. It's better to love each other, to disagree, than to hate on each other, even if, for any reason. There's no point in doing it. And
if you ask my friends, that's mostly what I do. Is I'm always lifting everybody up. I'm listening, trying to give my best advice. I always look at the positive. I try to hardly ever look at the negative.
I just don't have time for it anymore. You know what? I'm 46 years old. I've done half of my life in the penitentiary. I have a beautiful wife that straightened my life out, got me looking more positive and moving forward. I don't have time for the dumb shit anymore. I really don't.
55. I'm 55, and I don't have time for the dumb shit. Been through the dumb shit. Don't want no more dumb shit.
I already lived all of that, guys. And you know, when I see people going into these other creators, and look, I get it. Tommy took something that I said today, and he didn't like it, and that's okay. It's okay. He didn't see what I said before that. He only saw the second part of it, and we'll work that out. No big deal. Tommy and I will always come back to being friends and love each other. No big deal. But you know, the haters out there, we all have them. We all have them.
Oh, yeah.
And it's sad. And you know, Bob, I hope your channel grows. I see your subscribers growing. I hope your views grow. I'll help you any way I possibly can to help you do that. I'll come on your panel. Whatever I can do to help you do that, Bob, I'll do that.
Thank you.
So I want you to take less stress in every day, because I know you said that you had a little bit of a health issue not long ago. Yeah. Take a deep breath. You've got support. Look, you got Rock Chuck.
Yeah.
You got Jeff H. You had some amazing people on your panel today, my friend. And I'm not even one of them. I'm just in awe of the people that come on your.
Don't cut yourself short, AR. Come on now.
You know what? I'm honored to be here with you guys. I really am, including you, Bob. I'm honored to be here with you, my friend. You know, I only want the best for you. I want the best for the other creators out there that are willing to do that for themselves as well. The only thing I can say, Bob, and I'm going to give you one bit of advice: just stay true to yourself. Do your channel your way. Say what you mean to say. Give only your opinions. Don't ever dive into others' feelings, thoughts, or opinions if they don't match up 2 years, because then you become fake. Don't become fake. Don't do it, my friend, because you'll be successful for exactly who you are. And don't change that.
Thank you, AR. It means a lot to me. I've noticed over like the last couple of weeks, like I've gone into Pia's live chat, I've gone into Tommy's live chat, and all I'll do is just text "Hey," and that's it. And like half the chat on both True Crime Cults here, True Crime Cults here. Hey, how you doing? I'm thinking, wow, and that's just for typing "Hey."
You know what? And all I can give you advice, Bob, on that is just take it graciously. Whenever I go into a chat and my name even gets mentioned with other people's names, it's such a blessing. What a feeling that feels like when you go, somebody knows my name? Wow. Like, I get in awe of it. I get in awe of the actual people in the chat. Not awe of myself. I can care about me. But damn, it feels good. Rock Chalk, you know how that is. Like when you see a creator come in, and you're one of the biggest ones, Rock Chalk, and Jeff, you are too. When you even just say hello to a creator, there's two ways it can go. They could take it graciously, like they're in awe, or they could be, well, I'm worth that. Yeah, and then you just kind of shy away, like, well, I wish I hadn't have said that. Yeah, but
Well, I hope I never make anybody shy away. I'm pretty open.
no, Rock Chalk, you're amazing. But I'm just saying, like, when I come in and all of a sudden I got 3, 4, 5 people, ARs in here, I'm like, oh my God, people, you guys are going to make me literally like crumble up in a ball and wonder why I deserve this. Because all I did was put out a video 2 nights ago. You know what I mean? It's not that big of a
It's
deal.
like that old,
but
it's like that song from Cheers, right? You want to go where everybody knows your name.
That's right.
Yeah, it's a good feeling.
And they're always glad you came.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing.
You gave the best
And
advice.
for
You always
them
got to
to
stay true to who you are. Once you start going off path and not true to who you are, you're not going to make it far.
Look on the screen, guys.
Kane said. And then there's Kane. Now Kane is awesome. We gotta, pour some love on Kane too, right?
You guys done stroking your egos yet?
I don't know that's that. You know, me and AR's never been on the panel together. Me and Jeff has, and he jumped down.
No, that's not true.
You disappeared on me though. You were gone.
Well, I think
Tony.
no, but I can't be on for like that long. I mean,
now you do know that Tony is the one that dropped his pants, right?
Wait, that's what you said. But I still don't know who Tony. I still don't know who Tony.
I saw that on the news.
Panel with you.
He was on the panel with us.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that crap on the news.
Jeff, you were on the panel with him on John's right before I got up there. The dude with the long hair from overseas, that's who dropped his pants.
Huh.
I wasn't lying.
Tony's an interesting individual is all I can say.
Stay far from him.
Interesting.
Robert, I'm going to give you advice. He tries to get on panels. Do not let him on your panel. It's your show.
Yeah,
I'm just telling you, it's a bad mistake.
Yeah, don't let
Robert,
him on your channel.
What is Kane saying in the chat? He's got something controversial. I think he's saying. You see that last comment? I wonder what he's talking about. What are you talking about?
I have to call you out on the Linden Lane audio, though, Jeff.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Kane? Explain to me.
Good to see you, Pebbles. Sorry, I have to cut in. Pebbles joined the chat. Great to see her.
I love it.
Rock Chalk, you're bringing all the people in here tonight, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. These are, listen, I'm not going to lie. These are my girls. These are my best friends. I love them to death.
I'm not going to argue with you because I know they don't follow me.
Well,
Micah
let's
Z
see.
joined.
They
No,
will now. Listen,
Micah
you've
Z
had a lot
joined
to
the chat
say.
too.
Go ahead, Robert.
Micah Z joined the chat too.
There you go.
You guys all watch Thought
Yeah.
Riot podcast, right? Thought Riot.
I do. I'm a
You watch
big
them?
supporter. Yeah,
I
big
love
supporter
I
of
love
Thought
those
Riot.
guys. I love those guys, but one I would almost call it a YouTubeism or YouTube communityism. But I love when Brendan, he'd be talking about something, and then Malia might point out, hey, like an example here, like, hey, look, Pebble's here, and he'll be talking, and he'd be like, and then he'll be like, hey, that I listen for it. He does it quite often. Like he'll be in the middle of something, and he'll say, hey,
No,
it's like,
and I gotta stand up. Brandon is funny. Like he is funny how he cuts out like that. But I have a lot of love for him. He has the same issue as me. We got about a half second worth of focus. Then we go out of focus. And then all of a sudden we're trying to claim we're back in focus. That doesn't mean we're actually back in focus. That just means, hey, counterpart of the life, save me right now, please.
I love when he leaves and he comes back. He always comes back real close to the camera and like smiles right into the camera, and then he sits back in his seat. That's great.
I do have to
really
just I got to take a brief moment, and all of you guys are amazing for allowing me to do this. But Thought Riot, one of my biggest supporters from day one, and they've always given me the utmost respect. I adore them for it. I don't, always make it through it live. I make it through like 5 minutes, but they are amazing. They are amazing. They always shout me out. They always take care of me, and that means a lot to me. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, I was blessed today to be on Pia's panel, and it was a tremendous blessing because I've been studying numerology for like the past couple of days, AR, and and what's weird is a lot of people say it's not a correlation, but if you look at it, back in November 13th, 1974 was the Amityville Horror, correct? Was with Ronald DeFeo Jr.?
Yep.
40 now here's the thing. 48 years to the date and time, Idaho 4.
And that address too is kind of interesting, right? It's a 112 Ocean.
Yeah, 112 Ocean Avenue, 1122 King Road Drive.
Yeah.
And a year before the Idaho murders, Ronnie DeFeo died.
And it's kind of interesting too that the house is such a focus of both. They're like iconic houses in both cases.
Yeah. Like Pia made the comment earlier. It could be a copycat, like a copycat killer who's obsessed with the Amityville Horror. What do you think, AR?
I mean, it's a thought. Oh man, it's just so hard to even put anything into reality when we talk about this. Don't you agree? Isn't it hard? Like you could go 100 different directions if you wanted to.
Yeah.
That's what's so hard about it. And Jeff, like I got to go Jeff's route because he keeps me kind of equated on an equal level of thinking. So then I come back to, all right, let's dissect this in a what I consider to be a realistic step-by-step manner, and I understand. But then I get the equivalent of fantasy world where I start looking at 98 different things, which doesn't mean it's actually fantasy. It just means there's that many different ways to look at something. And that's why I made the pretty bold statement. it's hard for me to talk about the Idaho 4 at this point because there's so many questions. There's so many open-ended questions that I feel foolish shutting any of them down. And because I feel foolish shutting them down, I kind of have to shut myself down. Does that make sense at all?
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, like what was weird, with the research I did today, if you look at it, when Ronald DeFeo Jr. killed his family, there was 6 victims that was in the house, and then, of course, all the 6 victims, he killed them, but by gunshot. But and then you look at the Idaho 4, there were 6 people in the house, but only 4 were killed. But there were still 6 people in the house. 6 people in the house at Amityville, and then 6 people in the house at 1122 King Road.
But then you also got to think too, okay? And I'm just going to stop you for a minute because I get your point, Bob. I really do. But then you got to come back to a standpoint of where I've been. Did you know I was in the penitentiary with a guy that killed 21 people in 9 minutes at 4 different houses?
Oh, wow.
And not using a gun. So when you relate to that, now it opens up a lot of windows to what could have possibly happened, right?
Yeah.
Because now these people that say, well, 7 minutes is not long enough. Well, it really is.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's just long enough for one person, but what I'm saying is this could be a crazy open window of so many things that you have to look at. And Pebble's right when you say you know a lot of peeps. Well, I served an extremely long time in the penitentiary with the equivalent of 10 to 15,000 people per complex that I was on. So if you don't think I got to know a lot of criminals and see their paperwork and see what they did, it's eye-opening. It's very, very eye-opening. So I get distracted when people say, oh, there's no way someone could have done this in 7 minutes. And then I think to myself, but I know a guy did that many people in 11 minutes in 4 different places. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then at the end of the day, I also say I don't think a single person in this case did this in 7 minutes. So now I'm contradicting my own self.
Our understanding of time can be like we don't have I think a grasp sometimes. Like I used to edit a lot of 30-second commercials that were political commercials, my old job, and 30-second commercials were a breeze. We were just so used to that length, and then when we do a 60 or maybe a 2-minute, it would seem like it was forever. I mean, just and then the opposite is true too. Things that you think take a long time. Like I could look at the clock and as I'm trying to get out the door and I got to grab my keys. Oh, I forgot this and I forgot that. And I get out the door and look at the clock in the truck and it's like, wow, that only took a minute. All that stuff that I just did to get out the door into the truck. And it's like, that was just a minute.
I got to disagree with that one.
Yeah.
I personally, I was in the Army. I have friends that was Rangers. I have friends that was Navy SEALs, and I feel like it would take somebody that's very skilled to do that many people. Ethan's a big guy, unless he was on some kind of drug or incapacitated in some way. I don't think your normal Joe could do that. And like Brian, I don't think Brian has the skills to do that. I'm sorry. But
well, I think Rock Chalk, I have to, from experience, agree with you due to the fact, one, I had to put my own experience, what it took to get into a home when I was doing some sort of home invasion, depending on the type of lock and mood and, was I nervous? Was I not nervous? Did I feel like something was happening? Was there someone that could see me, could slow me down, speed me up? normally that would take me 3 to 5 minutes by itself to get into the home. So now if we're talking, if it took me 5 minutes to get in, now they're literally saying it took me 2 minutes to take the lives. Well, you know, I've unfortunately been in some altercations in my life. Some I won, some I didn't, but they took more than 2 minutes.
I'm just saying you're
And,
seasoned at it. I could see you breaking in, but I just don't see that with Brian. He don't
well,
got them
and that's
skills.
what that's kind of what my point is too, is I was very good at what I did, Rock Chalk, and it still took me time.
Right.
So if I'm experienced, and look, the authorities say I'm a master at what I do. They wouldn't say that if I was a clown.
Right.
They
I
put
agree.
that in the documentation because I was literally the master at what I did, to where they wanted to study how I did what I did. So if they want to study it, that means I'm pretty damn good
Pretty
at
good
it.
at it. Yep.
I'm pretty good at it. Let me tell you, and I can give this with 100% truth. I was never, ever, ever caught in the act. Ever. At anything I ever did. Never. And I was never arrested within a shorter time frame of months from what I did. Meaning they had to truly investigate.
I believe that.
Meaning I was pretty good at what I did. I didn't leave evidence right there that you had me at the scene. So when you think about that, and I could say, okay, let's just imagine me, Idaho 4. And this is just me, my experience, parking my car and coming into that home. First of all, I wouldn't have driven around as much as they claim this
You wouldn't
individual
have did a
did.
3-point turn. You wouldn't have made yourself
No.
noticeable.
You would have never seen my car at any point in time on any video. It would have never happened. Never. But let's just say for shits and giggles, I decided to get somewhat distracted and nervous and drive my car around. Well, it's going to take a few minutes to do that, and then I'm going to find a way to park away from the crime scene. Not right behind it, not at the apartments right next to it. I'm going to go away from the crime scene. So that's going to take time. And then I got to get to the crime scene. So now I'm methodically walking my way to the crime scene. And I'm not going to be dumb enough to walk down the little Linda Lane road or come back down the road that drove my car or near the band field. Like, I'm going to literally weave my way back to the crime scene, meaning I'm going way left, I'm going way right, I'm going way left. I'm coming in from a direction that nobody would have thought I was coming in from. But then I wouldn't come in the back sliding door, because that's the most obvious door out of all of them. That's the one everybody expects you to come in because it's the easiest door to open. Like,
look on the screen,
why?
guys.
What's up with your screen? Hold on.
Would anyone dare to be a guest on my live? It's going to be called Idaho for the Purge, creator versus creator. And that's Kane B2.
What is your channel called, Kane?
Wait a minute, what?
Here.
What did I miss?
Okay, it was an invite from Kane to creators to be a guest on his live.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do it, I'll come on there. Creator versus creator. What are we going at? What are we doing?
It's called. Would anyone dare to be a guest on my live? It's going to be called Idaho for the Purge, creator versus creator.
Well, Kane, you got my Kane, you got my email. Just send it over there. I'll only come on if Rock Chalk, Bob, and Jeff H come on.
Well, you know I will.
Yeah,
I'll join you.
we come as a 4-pack,
know.
and you can't separate it.
That's right. And I come with a group of girls. We're real deep, huh, girls?
I don't know who I come with. I don't know who I come with, but I got bad gas and probably horrible discussion. But I'll be.
What are you talking about?
Well, there you go. I'll be there with you.
There
I'm
you
glad
go.
you saved me.
There you go.
I'm just saying, and I'll wrap it up real quick. If I was the one, and unfortunately I've been known to get in and out of houses pretty quick, pretty easy, and without people knowing I was there, I could take whatever I wanted. I could disrupt whatever I wanted. No, I did not stab 4 individuals, so I can't say I did that. But I could tell you I could get in and out of that house, and I could do it with ease, and I would not have been able to accomplish this in less than 8 minutes. There's no possible way. I couldn't have done it. But I could get in and out of the house in that, but I couldn't have ended 4 lives in that. And I've been in violent situations, guys, so I do know what that's like. I've been in the rumbles, trust me. And if anybody wants to get on to debate me on whether this, with 4 lives taken in and out of a home, and they want to get on debate me that it couldn't happen in less than 8 minutes, I'll be more than happy to take that challenge because I'm pretty well experienced.
I'd be right there with you. I've seen a lot of crime. The Carr brothers here, Robert might know him, but it took 2 of them.
I'm pretty damn good at this, and I can explain to you why a single individual in less than 8 minutes would have struggled. I'm not saying it can't happen because people get lucky. They do get lucky. But a first-timer PhD student that's never committed a crime like this before in his life doesn't get that lucky. I'm sorry. It doesn't happen. It doesn't.
I put my number in back chat, guys.
I wonder, one thing I wonder if we'll find out if the research question survey that Brian had, I wonder if we'll find out in the trial if and who might have responded to that questionnaire. Because
I don't understand why that's important, because that is actually something he had to do for that class. It's not something he wanted to do; he had to do it.
But I know his professor said that was the capstone of his project, and I wonder if it doesn't result as being like, teach me how to do this.
I don't think so.
Here's the questions I have.
Jeff, I gotta give you one answer to this. It's the only answer I know. I've spoken to somebody that actually took that survey when it was put out, and I know the results that came from what the response to that was, and it wouldn't have had anything to do with this crime.
Yeah.
And it's a person that has a background it's definitely a felony background. Like,
well,
I'd
imagine too, if I was Ann Taylor, I'd have those 2 professors that are mentioned on that survey to clarify what his involvement with it was, what his intent, and what if these were just standard questions.
But you gotta think, Jeff, it's a PhD kid trying to get his. He was just fulfilling the curriculum, and now all of a sudden, and I hate to put it this way, but this is what mainstream media does. They put it out there that this is something significant, and we're all led to believe that it is. But at the end of the day, Rockchalk, you're absolutely right. It's not. It's not significant.
I don't find it significant. Sorry, Jeff. I really don't.
No, it's fine. You don't have
It's
to apologize. No, but I think when because earlier we were talking about how somebody can kill somebody over $5, so we're trying to imagine, okay, why would this guy throw everything away? I mean, is his lack of being employed by the Pullman police enough to really piss him off that he wants to give the Pullman police and the Moscow police a crime they can't solve?
But let's think about it even deeper than that. Let's think about deeper than that, Jeff. This isn't a young man. He's getting a PhD to become something. Why are we all focused on he did a survey while getting a PhD to become a serial killer? He was becoming someone changing their life like I do. This young man had a drug issue. He evidently had a lying and a theft issue with his family. And now he's in a PhD program where people look at me and say, well, he's changed his life. He's doing for the better. You don't think I had a question last week about a serial killer? Does that mean all of a sudden I fell into the doldrums that now I'm going to slip back into crime? No, the kid was on the path.
Yeah, he was on a path, but I wonder, can you be on a path like I'm a PhD student and I'm about to lose another job, this TA assistant job. I cannot seem to keep jobs.
No. Stop, Jeff. Where did you get that he was going to lose the job?
Well, he was told
Where'd you
on the
get
15th
that?
He was told on the 15th that he lost the job.
Who gave you that information?
News Nation, Long Crime.
News. Yeah. Hold on.
No
Stop. News Nation. Come on. Okay, stop.
Well, then what we should do is then make a list of what you trust and what you don't trust in the.
And I get that. I get that.
Case.
But slow down. Just think about the source and think about what else they put out and what's come to tuition and what hasn't as of yet. Slow down, though.
We should throw out that he said he looks forward to being exonerated. Then, right? He probably didn't say that.
No, we should not.
Oh, he did say that, or he did.
I don't believe he did.
You're throwing out the one and keeping the other.
No.
So it's almost
no. What
like
I'm saying, what I'm saying is, I don't believe he said he was going to be exonerated. I don't believe that was ever said.
Somebody else
that's
said
what Brian
he said
Enton.
But what I'm saying,
so that's what
but Brian Enton works for News Nation, who is Banfield. So take a deep breath, because look, mainstream media is what it is, and most of us, for the majority of our lives, have watched mainstream media. And when someone gets arrested, we automatically gravitate to the point that that person was arrested for a reason. And I'm not saying Brian Koberger was not arrested for a reason. There's obviously something within the mix that helped him get arrested. And I'm not saying he's guilty or innocent or wildly sexual or unsexual. I don't care. But what I'm saying is we got to pump the brakes, Jeff. We have to hold on a minute, because you brought up a statement that has not been confirmed in any manner whatsoever, except for the one source, which is mainstream media that spoke upon it. That's it. So that's okay. We can say, hey, by the way, mainstream media made this point. We can say, okay, we're going to take that into note. And I agree with that. You got to take shit into note. You have to. But at the end of the day, when I watch Banfield compared to the next person over here that has very little experience in the manipulation of mainstream media. I mean, we're watching the Brian Koberger case, and they're posting things on the TV screen that are not verified. They've been stated, but they're not verified. Why are they being posted? It's to build a visual for people to continue to follow in the mold, we've arrested the right person. We've arrested the right person. And I get that. I get it. I get it. We need that safety net in the United States that our law enforcement and our judicial system is handling things appropriately. I get that. We need that safety net. But I'm sorry to tell you, Jeff, and you and I are friends. I come from the exact area where I've watched the lies and the misinformation lead to a misinterpretation, and that person walks home freely, is innocent, yet all of us are left baffled as to why that information was stated as truth. And I have no disrespect. I'm sorry, Rochuk. I don't mean to cut you off. Jeff H., I love you. You're a friend of mine. But you're falling into a trap, my friend. You're falling into a trap. All of this information that has been released by mainstream media, while there's a complete gag order, is allowed to go the way that it's going because it's painting a picture of guilt. Yet those of us who say, hold up a minute, that's not verified, that's not true, that's wrong, we're conspiracy theorists. Not because we're making up misinformation, but because we're putting up our hands saying, hold on a minute. Hold on. That's why I asked you, Jeff, where did you get your information on that? If you'd come
I'm
back
reading it
to
right
me
now
with
from
the
Newsweek, but Newsweek is saying, according to Banfield, that, you know,
okay,
and he goes on to say
okay.
they met on November 12th to discuss an improvement plan. Another meeting was held on December 7th to discuss how the plan was going. December 9th, Koberger reportedly had a second altercation with the professor. His post was officially terminated 10 days later. I mean, if it's not true, it's got a lot of detail, that's for sure.
No, but
I mean,
here's the thing.
How is this different
Jeff?
from us saying, well, it must be Loach and it was a fight at the fraternity?
No,
I mean,
no.
We've got little
that's
to go on.
That's all.
That's all what?
That's all speculation.
Yeah, I
Jeff,
believe that too.
everything about the Idaho 4.
As well.
Hold on, Jeff. This is exactly the conversation you and I had the other night when I said I have to absolutely pump the brakes on everything I'm doing within the Idaho 4 because I'm baffled, I'm mental, I'm going crazy. I can't believe bats are flying in with parachutes and all this stuff. I gotta stop.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the reason why. Transparency within the Idaho 4 all the way across the spectrum. All the way across the spectrum from day one is bullshit. It's bullshit. And it doesn't matter whether you believe guilt or you believe innocent, you've been fooled by the non-transparent lying that's going on by the important people of this case. And the important people of this case are not Newsweek, they're not News Nation, they're not Brian Enton, they're not freaking Kofendorfer, it's none of that. It's not the YouTube creators. It's none of that. The transparency failed immediately within law enforcement, prosecution, defense, judge, and judicial system as a whole. And that's the battle. If you ever watch my material, watch where I direct everything I say. I do not say at all that there's corruption. I don't say there's a wildness and everything going on. I say and it's very point blank. Watch the judicial system's issues within this case. And it starts from the minute that 911 was called 8 hours too late, the way the whole scene was improperly secured, then investigated, then described,
Don't forget
then talked about.
Yeah, don't forget the sororities and fraternities being called first, and the entire college town knew at 8:30 in the morning about the murders, but wasn't the cops wasn't called until noon, like you were saying.
And I get that, but look, Jeff, and here's the thing.
But that's more fact than this that we're talking about with the termination of his employment. The 8:30 is more fact.
So let's go to that, Jeff. Okay, let's go to that. First of all, okay, I watched an interview the other day that was handled by a student that Brian Koberger was a teacher assistant of, and how his demeanor changed over time, and then how he graded the papers differently. I'll take that. Okay, Jeff? I'll accept that. I'll listen to it because it's a legitimate student that was underneath Brian Koberger that is only specifying what he saw in regards to what was happening. Okay, cool. You know what?
So you're just avoiding hearsay, is what you're basically saying. Hearsay
no,
is
what
not...
I'm saying. Okay, I'm going to take that into account. Like, I'll agree to that young man is expressing how he feels, and he's speaking upon what he thinks to be the truth. Okay, I'm going to take that. But why? Okay, Jeff, where's the professor's statement?
Where's the professor's statement about what?
Yeah. Well, no, you were just saying he was in trouble with the professor, and he was in trouble for whatever it was happening. Where is that? Where is that? Where can I find that information? Can I go watch that professor speak live? Can I see his documented?
I imagine that's the kind of thing that's like we don't have. That's they keep that.
No. Jeff,
but just out of respect, you can't go look at somebody's altercations they're having on the job.
Jeff, I'm going to tell you from experience, buddy, and Rock Chalk's going to back me up on this. That would be the first thing that came out. That'd be the first thing out. That professor would be everywhere being he would be completely on camera talking to everybody about that story. Everybody would have it, and there would be so many actual live what are they called, Brock? They're interviewing him. They're talking to him. It'd be everywhere. He is not gagged.
No,
Jeff, he's not gagged.
Not only that,
he's not gagged.
There's 166
I don't think he'd want to be part of that, though.
There's 166
but why not?
pages that wasn't signed until December.
Same reason the TikToker that was accusing that professor of having a relationship with Kaylee.
Hold on,
she
Jeff.
Didn't go out and do interviews.
Jeff, hold on. You just said News Nation reported exactly what that man said. Where is it? He spoke to News Nation, right? You just said he gave a detailed situation regards to Brian Koberger's issues within his classroom and the way he handled himself and what was going on. Where is that? That would be on video. News Nation would never take that statement and not have him on video. Never. Because how do they corroborate it?
So you're saying they wouldn't just take information from a source about this instance and not?
Of course they would. Of course they would.
The professor and just put him out there for.
Of course they would. Why do you think Banfield and everybody says an unnamed source?
Well, now they do give Phil Weiler, Vice President of Marketing and Communications at WSU, told Newsweek that Koberger had received an appointment as a teaching assistant in the fall of 2022.
Great.
But then it says
Great.
Weiler declined to provide further details, saying information concerning a student's teaching assistantship is considered a student record, and universities were prevented from discussing.
But
student
Jeff,
by the federal.
I'm not arguing that individual because he used his name. There's a name tied to that one. I'll agree to that. I'm not arguing that one.
Right, but
You
I think in the
me-
beginning,
No.
all we were talking about, didn't this start from us trying to figure out why he might have done this?
No, Jeff.
Where did it start?
No, hold on. You brought up a situation of what the professor was giving information in regards to Brian Koberger and his ability as a teacher's aide and how he was in trouble. So all I'm saying, Jeff, take a deep breath. I love you, Jeff. I really do. Take a deep breath.
Gotcha. I'm breathing.
Okay. No, take a deep breath. You just gave me a name to a WSU person that gave a statement. So I said, I'm crediting you that. Okay, I'll give you benefit of the doubt that one. Perfect. I got a name to it now. Okay? All I want to know, because if it's somebody so close to Brian Koberger as the actual professor within his PhD studies that he was a teacher's aide to, that was costing him his employment based off of X, and Y. Okay, first of all, it's illegal. It's illegal within a college institution to ever give any details as to why an individual will no longer hold a position within the university. I know that for fact, Jeff. I know that for fact, so don't try to argue me. Don't try to go there because I'll blow you up. I'll blow you up, but I have a lot of experience there. But show me a source. Show me somebody that came out, heart and soul, face to a camera, name to a statement, other than a mainstream media bullshit outlet that's willing to put what they have to say in front of everybody tied to their own face. Show me. And I will 100% praise you. I will praise you, Jeff, if you could show me anybody at the University of Washington State University that will come out with a face and a name that could clarify Brian Koberger did something incorrectly at the University of WSU that was costing him his job.
He still had his office.
That's what I'm saying.
Brian
Hold
still
on,
had his
Rock
office. Explain that.
We already know that. We already know that because they had to search his office. They had to search
He
it
didn't have a
after
job,
his
why would he have
arrest.
an office, you know?
That's
I'm with ya.
right. But also,
How
Jeff,
do we
and
know he
I'm
still
not
had the
taking-
office though, if they're searching the office?
He did.
He did
Because
still
they
have his
had to-
office.
They had to issue the search warrant
Well,
for
I
his
mean-
office
I mean,
that he shared. He was
mean,
still
to
a
me, this
teacher's aid.
To me,
Amen.
Jeff,
this
he
is
was.
but
Jeff,
to me,
he
this
was
is something.
still.
I mean, we'll find out come trial. You know, it.
Jeff,
I mean, this
Jeff,
could be. I'm saying I'm agreeing with you. This could be incorrect.
No,
but it could
but
be.
what-
It could be correct. And like we were talking about in the beginning, this is a puzzle that we have like 10 pieces of a 500-piece puzzle. Law enforcement has a whole lot more. We'll learn more. But all we can do is sit here and speculate and wonder. And that's what we were talking about, was how could this guy throw all this
We're not
college
speculating
away?
that he had an office. He had an office.
No,
still.
but here's the thing. Like, Jeff, I agree with you. Okay, because you and I have both spoken about this, and everybody heard me say this case is so crazy. Like, it's wild. There's so much just uncertainty, and there's no transparency. But the one thing I'll tell you, Jeff, and you know, based off our conversation, everybody knows me, I dig deep before I say anything. Like, I don't go out there and just speculate. Has anybody watched my channel where I just speculate on anything? Like, I don't speculate. I don't do that. But I'm telling you, Jeff, when he was arrested, he was still enrolled at Washington State University. He was still a PhD student. He still had his office. He still had his apartment. Nothing had changed. He was only on Christmas break.
Vacation. Yep, I agree.
That's it.
I mean,
he was only
we'll find out. We'll find out because, I mean, December 15th was the day he was driving back. He was pulled over in Indiana a couple of times. December 15th,
Right.
apparently, according to the article, is when he received the notification that his employment
but Jeff
was terminated.
Jeff,
so he has to come back still and deal with all of the.
Well, let me ask you, Jeff. Did you go to college?
But if you can prove it to me that he was still had his job,
Jeff, hold on. Did you go to college?
No, I took some courses, but not. I didn't get a degree or anything.
All right. Well, let me kind of explain to you. First of all,
I started working in video right out of high school with a video engineer, and had been working video jobs right out of high school up to today.
You probably, much respect to you, you chose a path that was perfect to you. Me, I chose prison, which was the path perfect to nobody. However, I do know a lot of people that went to college. I did actually go to college a little bit. Now, the number one thing that people need to realize within this, first of all, Brian Kohlberger's college information would never be public information for any reason. Even in a quadruple homicide investigation, you could never get the real and true information, whether he was still a teacher's aide, a part of the PhD program, or released from his duties. You would never know that. Did you know they will never? No.
We're not gonna ever know that?
It's not public. It's not public information unless the actual professor gets called at trial to testify in regards to.
So he might be.
Yeah.
There's no way that guy can testify.
It's not going to happen.
No,
but I'm just saying, if the professor was called, he could step up to the plate and say, I was having issues with Brian Kohlberger in my class. And they would say, well, what issues were you having? And he would say, well, he was just acting odd. He can't give any more information than that. It's not public information. The way you act or conduct yourself within a college course setting is not public information unless you deem it public information. And Brian Kohlberger would never do that. He will never make that private or public information. So all of this information.
So I don't understand why you can't just speculate that this possibly could be true. There's so many other things in this case where we speculate this might
you're
be
right.
true, but that might be true. But this one I have to completely throw out because of the source. It came from News Nation. Don't even look at it because we can't believe anything. They've never said anything correct.
Where's News Nation now? They sure ain't been covering it day by day. They
but Jeff,
the stuff they want.
You're wrong that I'm combating the entirety of it, because I'm not. What I've said, if you put a face and a name to it, I accept it. And you know what? There's a young man that came out that was a part of the class that did an interview face to face and showed his face and said, "Hey, I saw some oddities. I'll take that." Because he put his face and his name to it.
So
That's
basically
transparency.
all you're saying is that this can't be correct because it's not allowed to be discussed. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying it can't be correct, because at the end of the day it could be. But what I'm saying is I do know through a lot of study and a lot of background digging into things. Jeff, look, man, I am a deep digger. Even though I tell people I'm not, I am. And I am a law digger. I dig into law. Okay? I wanted to be a lawyer my entire life, but I was a criminal instead. But that doesn't mean I don't still love law. I got a lot of lawyers in my family, and I dig deep into it because that's the only thing that could possibly ever protect me and my actions. And I know for a fact, WSU could never issue a statement in regards to Brian Koberger's employment or teacher's aide residency within that educational setting the way that it was stated they could. It's all false information. It's false. Now,
well, they
can
don't
I
mention who
hear
the source is. I mean, it could be a
no, exactly. They don't. Jeff, of course they don't. Hell, I called up News Nation last week for $1,000 unsourced and gave them info on Delphi.
But so what you're saying, though, is that you just said it could possibly be true, but maybe not, right? So
all I'm saying,
and all I'm doing is just speculating. No different than if we think about Loach and the fight at the fraternity, or I don't. The Joe Vito at the grub truck. I mean, it's just speculation. And when you're trying to, because I think this all started. Remember, this all started with trying to figure out how could a somebody like this with his education throw it all away. And that's why I brought it up. It was like, is it the culmination of a perfect storm? All the things going on, and is this the one of the final nails in the coffin?
But Jeff,
is like, but that's what we were talking about, because we were talking about his he's a PhD criminology student, and that's why I thought, well, if he's that high educated, but he's focused on why can't I seem to keep a job? That's all I was saying.
What do you mean? Why couldn't he keep a job? He went on to other jobs. That's why he left.
But like the fish cutting job with the
and Rock Chalk, I get your point too. Jeff, just answer me this, man. When did the info come out? When was it? Was it recent?
My info
was it recent?
Is bad, but the Loach and everybody watching, the murders on their phones with the grub truck. That's
Jeff.
That's so
Jeff, and I've already said I haven't said anything about watching the murders at the grub truck. I haven't talked about Loach. I haven't talked about anybody. I haven't said anything. And I haven't even discredited that your theory is right. All I've said is you got to take a deep breath, and you have to realize the source, when it came out, okay? Because this was way back, Jeff, way back, right? This was back at the beginning when the arrest was made. Believe me.
Well, this was an article from February 8th of 2023. So, but maybe the information.
So go back. Yeah. No, think about that though. Okay. So the arrest was right around January. I mean, it was just before January of 23. So think, it was very early. Now, Jeff, you and I have had a lot of deep talks, and we've talked about you know where my mind sits on the craziness that everybody, there's so much being said and so many different directions, and it's wild. I think it's wild. I think that a lot of this stuff is like, man, come on, bang your head on the wall and get some common sense. Rock Chalk, you'll agree with me too. There's so much out there that's like, please, God, just think like a normal human being. Think like a normal human being.
Yep.
None of this makes sense. None of it.
I do
No,
want to
it
make a
doesn't.
comment about the attorney in Pennsylvania, where he said that Brian was looking forward to being exonerated. A defense attorney is supposed to make their client look good. We don't know exactly what Brian has said to that attorney.
No.
And I
Well,
say
that was
that
Brian.
my
That was
grandpa
Brian
was a
Enton who
defense attorney
reported
for
that.
40 years, and he spoke up for a lot of people without even talking to him when he started representing them. So they try to make you look good. So I don't
Well,
know if he told that attorney that or not. Stop.
and Rock Chalk, I'll give you from experience because I've been arrested states over before myself and had to be extradited back. I didn't give a damn about the attorney in the state I was being arrested at. I would just tell him, hey, look, man, I have nothing to say, and you better not either. Like, don't say anything. We're going to be extradited. We're going back to the state where we're coming from, and then I'll go plead my innocence there. But you're not going to do me anything in Pennsylvania
Mm-mm.
when I'm going back to Idaho. Like,
I
you're not
agree. I think
doing.
that attorney spoke for him, not that Brian
Yeah,
told him to. I'm sorry.
that attorney had nothing important, and why he
Mm-mm.
even opened his mouth was only to publicize himself. So
Agreed.
Jeff, don't think that I get it, man. I've been guilty in 98% of the stuff I've been arrested in. So don't think that I can't see it from the guilty side too, because I get it. I 100% get it. And I'm the type of person, if Brian Koberger and I were to sit down at lunch tomorrow and I got the idea from the conversation we were having, like, dude, you're guilty as F. You better you take it, man. You did it, you handle it. That's the type of person I am. I'm not that one that's like, oh yeah, you got to battle it. You got to try to get out of it.
Mm.
But I will also be one that will say, if the judicial process is not being handled appropriately, if they are taken away from your rights, you fight that to the fullest and you expose every bit of that. And look, in every video I do, I honestly break down my view of the judicial system, not in the fact. And Rock Chuck, I have a lot of respect for you and your significant other and what they've done in life, and I hope you understand that. 98% of the time, law enforcement's dead on, and they nail it. They nail it. I've sat in that interrogation room where
Especially
I
the
knew.
feds. Especially
Oh,
the
I
feds.
know. I'm telling you, I could look right at them and I know when I'm done in. And I'm a master manipulator when you get in to an interrogation room and when you get into talking about crimes. Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Trust me, I'm really good at spinning the whole narrative and really just creating a story that people are like, oh my God, where did he come up with this? Oh my God. And I'm good. But
Not
look,
only that, AR, I would like to say something. I don't think
Mhm.
I think Brian knows something, but I don't think for a minute that all the cops are crooked. The FBI is not crooked on this. There might be
No, and
somebody in the MPD, But you can't tell me that all these law enforcement officers are crooked. I don't believe it for a minute. Not at all.
So I've got to go with you, Rock Chalk, and I've got to add to that because a lot of people, I guess, because they think when you're an ex-convict or you've been through the ringer, that you're going to be against law enforcement in the fullest, and you're just always going to contradict what they say, and you're going to put them down, and that's not true. Let me tell you, these individuals are good at what they do.
Especially the feds, man. The feds are good.
Yeah. Well, it's not even just the feds. There's state level as well. There's investigators. And I'll tell you, I'm good at what I do. And when I sat down with them in the interrogation room, I knew immediately what I was up against. I knew whether they had me pinned or didn't have me pinned. I could look them in the eye and just tell by the way their questioning was happening. Oh, shit, I'm screwed.
Yeah,
like, I'm done.
And feds never assume. They have the back.
Yeah.
They have the receipts. They
yeah, no, and it's like I'm looking right at him going, I can play this out as much as I want to play this out, and you already know more about what I did than I do. You're that good.
They're that good.
And
yes.
And they will, all of a sudden, pictures will go in front of you, and then all of a sudden, witness statements will go in front of you, and you're sitting there going, and I was going to argue this. I was really going to try to prove my innocence. Evidently, I can't do that. You guys have me. You have me. But
what I find kind of weird is a few of those cops, they were harassing those kids, for like a noise complaint or something else.
Yeah, that's your local cops. Yeah.
Yeah, the local cops, and then you had a couple of the local cops where I saw a video where he was saying stupid fucking kids, and then they were threatening them with like the Greek council and the dean, and when Hunter Johnson and when they were having that party in the house, when the roommates were at home, you could hear that kind of heavy set bald officer going, we know this is an off-campus sorority house. I've been a cop for 22 years. I'm not stupid. Don't make me get a hold of the Greek council. And
well,
AR, I got to ask you a question. I got to ask you a question. Okay. These people in the chat that's saying, well, what if the feds are inexperienced? Do you know you can't just go get a Fed job? I just want to throw that out there. They know what they're doing. I'm sorry. And they are not going to lie for no local police ever.
I gotta make a statement in regards to that because Rock Chalk, you're actually so right on regards to that.
I know I am. I live it.
When it comes to the state and the local the local police department, I can play games like you wouldn't believe. Like you can play games. The minute the feds step in, you're done.
It's over.
You're done.
You're done. For nobody either.
Yeah, and where people are a little misconstrued in regards to the Idaho 4 case is the feds were not the lead. So they can do the investigation. They can do a lot of work within the case, but they're not at the end of the day the lead of that case. So the issue for me when it comes to Idaho 4, because they're like, well, you're saying there's police issues, there's, issues with the crime scene. Because the feds were not the feds were only support.
They were only resources.
So the feds,
they were resources.
Yeah, so the feds actual support information that's given.
Yeah.
I actually believe. But when it comes to the state, well, now we have to argue. We argue a little bit.
No, state and locals work together. So does the sheriff. I'm sorry. But not the feds.
Right. But the feds do not have to, and they don't give all their info to the state or the local PD. That's why when everybody's like, well, we're waiting on federal information to come on this case, well, yeah, that's because they had the resources to do it. But what you also have to realize is when the feds know the state made a mistake, they're not going to back them either. They're going to back up. And they're going to say, okay, hold on. We're going to protect our part of this case. We're going to show our hard work and what we were able to find. But we cannot protect what the state did. And right now, I think that's where the issue is the state, they didn't secure the crime scene. They didn't lock down the actual evidence as well as they should have. And the feds have just put up their hands and said, well, you guys effed up what you effed up. We're going to give you what we got. And if you could prove it, more power to you. Maybe I'm wrong. Rock Jock, you would know.
Hey guys, this is an opportunity for me to jump down. I just looked at the clock. My son needs to get picked up like in an hour. He's working the night
go
shift,
get him.
so I might be able to sleep for a half an hour and then pop out of bed. Although there's a chance he might text me and say he's going to take an Uber. So I hopefully that's what he would prefer to do. But
go get him, buddy. Go get him.
You know what? You know what's great about what's great about your channel, Robert, is that here we're having a debate. We're discussing. We're not, we're maybe on different opinions on things, and nobody's getting blocked. Nobody's getting ridiculed. Nope. This is beautiful, and I hope we can continue this. Believe me, if I didn't have to get him,
little troll in the chat.
Well, I'm gonna make one clear statement, Robert, Rockchalk, everybody in here. I support Jeff H 100%. He's always welcome on my panel, and I hope he'll be on yours because he's the type of person that urges me to actually be better and speak more openly about how I feel, and I respect him. So just like I do you too, Robert, and you too, Rockchalk.
Translation
Absolutely.
is
me and Jeff can go at it, no problems.
that Jeff guy, he's I
don't know about all right, but
that's the translation.
Jeff, I respect you, brother, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right, you definitely will. Definitely.
Take care, Jeff.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Hey,
Love y'all.
Chuck, I just flagged the troll on the screen.
Who's trolling you, Rock?
It looks like it's not trolling me, but Skulls that seems to have an issue here. I don't even know why they're here.
Who is it?
Skulls. They said that him and 3 others did this crime.
Well, you know what, Bob? I'm gonna tell you.
He posted that we're right here. You guys are ignorant.
Get out of here, then. Nobody's asking you here. Bye.
Here's Robert. I'm gonna give you a little heads up. Anytime you have me on panel, you'll have just trolls because I get a lot of people that come at me, and it's okay. You know what? Just ban them. Move on. Be positive. Have fun with what you do.
Yeah, get you some mods there, Robert.
Yeah,
we got some good girls in here that's good mods too. Just FYI.
Well, hey, here's an offer I'll make you, Bob. Anytime you're doing a live, if you need me a mod for you, I will.
Okay, thank you.
Me too.
I asked P if she'd be a mod on my channel. She said, yeah.
Yeah,
you need a few mods, Robert. You really do.
Well, I'll support you. I don't have any mods on mine, and I'll tell you why. Because I just tell them F you and just move on. So it really doesn't matter. But you know what? We got you, brother.
Problems in the chat, though. We're up here on panels. A lot of things we don't see in the chat, and why don't they just go find something else to do? If you don't want to be here, why are you here?
The crazy, great thing about it is I got a wife that just watches all that, just says block, block, block.
But
And I'm
Robert's
like,
up here
oh
a
well.
lot on his own. He really needs a couple mods. You got some experienced mods in your chat, Robert, that would definitely help you out.
And
Me
just
and
tell
AR
me,
help
Bob.
you out too.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
she
well,
the last time I had a mod, it was Stellar Star, and she had a meltdown in my live chat and started just blocking and deleting everyone. Every one of these people that's in my chat right now, she started blocking and deleting and calling them trolls and everything else, and I had to go back and unblock and delete them all. So I removed her as a mod. Then she came back in about 10 minutes later under a different name, already modded, and started doing it again. And
Bob, just let me know next time you're doing a live. I'll come in and handle it for you. And I don't regulate like a lot of people are afraid of mods, but if somebody gets stupid, I'll handle it. We'll move on. You'll have a great live, and we'll just keep moving forward. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, the bigger you only got one in there now, but the bigger you get, you're going to have more. There's going to be people out there trying to tear you down. The more you rise, the more people come and try to tear you down. So
come into one of my channels. You got about 100 of them. We'll handle them. Don't worry, brother.
That's right. Bring me and AR together, boy. We got them. We'll be knocking some heads, man.
I'm telling you, Brock Chalk and I are on it. You ain't got no problems.
I agree. I agree. I do want to say, AR, man, I appreciate you a lot. I listen to you, and you make a lot of sense, and I love you, brother. I really do.
Yeah,
It's taken me a while to get used to you, and I do. I really like you.
And I got a lot of respect for you, and Bob, I've got a lot of respect for you. But Rock Chalk, and you know what? It's hard sometimes because somebody with my past is not always the easiest to trust because we've learned how to lie. We've learned how to be deceptive, and
You
a
gained
lot
my
of people.
trust, though. You remember,
Well,
I was real standoffish. I really was. I didn't
well,
talk bad about you.
I gained your trust because I believe you realize I've learned my lesson.
Yep,
And I've got a good wife that 100% pushes me to be better. If I didn't have that, I wouldn't be better. I hate to say that. I wouldn't be better. Without my wife, I would not be better. I would still be in my life. I would still be doing what I'm doing. But I've got a great wife that looked right at me and said, if you don't stop this bullshit, and I hate to use the word, like I said, I don't cuss a lot, but bullshit, dude, you're done. Like, I don't want to be with you. I love you, but I don't want to be with you. And I had to make a decision, and I realized, yeah, I'd rather have a good wife, one
good
that's
life, a good life.
Yeah.
Not
I
looking
mean,
over
like,
your shoulder, not running. Come on now.
I'm telling you, if you really look at it, you go, God, I can have some love. I can have a girl I hold hands with that's more beautiful than anybody else walking around me. People actually envy what I got. And then all I got to do is actually be honest.
But you got to give yourself credit, AR. I mean, I love your wife too, and I know she's good for you, but you're the one that's did the work. So make sure you give yourself that credit.
I try. I really do. I
I'm
really
telling you.
do. But you have to understand, Rochuk, and I'm sure you do, when you've lived years upon years of getting above board on other people's, I hate to say it, man. It's like taking advantage of other people's lower part of lives. Well, you know what? Now I'm good. Now I'm good. And I'm happy. But it takes a little time to build that confidence. And as we work through it, we're going to get better. And right now, my focus is on people like Kara, who just got sentenced to prison. And I got to try to help her get acquainted to what that's going to be like. because I do interact. You know, I just want to do other people better, so I feel a little
Yeah.
better. And once that starts coming through, I'm gonna get more confidence. And people like you, Rock Chalk, people like you, Robert, people like Pia, people like Tommy, people like Dago, people like Clue, even though right now I have a little bit of combativeness with some of them, they can make me a better person. They can make me a better person. And
Eric says
everybody in
Eric Pascal says thanks at True Crime Cult. Great live. Good night, panel and chat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Eric,
I'm fixing to get out of here too. I appreciate you, Robert and AR.
yeah,
You're
no,
awesome.
I'm about ready to do it myself. Get ready to bed and guys, you guys are amazing. Rock Chalk, I love you to death.
I
I
love you
hope
too. You're amazing.
next
I hope
time
you
you're
and
out
Tommy get
here.
this worked out, though. I hope you and Tommy get this worked out. Please do.
No, we're good. Like
Okay.
I already know even before we move forward. I've already sent him an email. I've already just let him know we're good, and he's gonna take a deep breath. We're good. We're good.
Yep.
You
Robert,
know.
let us know
Yeah.
when you want another panel, buddy.
I will. I think I'm gonna start just doing lives like on Mondays and Fridays, and because the only time I'm not gonna do lives is on the 1st and the 2nd of March because my daughter turns 9 on the 2nd, and on the 1st I got to prepare for her birthday party.
There you go.
She wants to do a Barbie birthday party.
Sweet.
Well, you know what? We're
Make it
all
happen.
about that. Send me an email. Let me know about that. I'm going to do a live calling her out, letting her know how much she's loved, how much we just all back her, and hopefully you could show that to her and let her have a little bit of love of that.
Look at that, AR. Look at my girl stepping up. Ashley,
No,
AR, you're being so kind to our bestie at Rock Chalk means the world to all of us. Oh. And True
no,
Crime Cult,
and
let us know. Yep. I
I
tell you,
I
I
have
come
to.
with a group, and I love them all. We're all together.
I know I have to just take a moment before we end this, and I know everybody's trying to leave. Ashley N, I absolutely love and adore you. You've only been respectful to me even in the toughest of times, and I just love and adore her. I love just every girl, Rock Chalk, that you bring over that I know backs you, and trust me, I know they back you. But
They're good girls. They're all good women. They're good people. And
well,
Sippa. Sippa is my
hope,
main guy too. He's a good guy.
hopefully they all know for one. And Bob, trust me, I'm gonna get to you in a minute. I really am. But Rock Chalk, I absolutely respect you. I love you. I appreciate you. I'm honored by you. I thank you. I hope that you and I could continue moving forward with amazing discussion, great copies, talking about your son, everything that's happening here in Vegas, your
Absolutely.
husband.
I left my
But
number in the back chat, AR. Make sure you get it, buddy.
I do. I have it, and I'm so thankful for you. I'm
You
thankful
got
for
my number too,
Ashley
right,
Ann.
AR?
I do. I have everybody's. And Bob, just to get to you, I do understand how hard this is, my friend. I do get it. And please understand the fact that I'm with you and I support you. I know what this is about. I know how difficult it is. Man, I'm an ex convict. I'm a criminal. Not everybody loves me, Bob. Not everybody is going to love your opinion. Not everybody's going to agree with it. But I'll tell you what, you have support, my friend. You really, really have support. If people like Rock Chalk and Pia and some of these individuals are willing to get onto your panel, Tommy, I mean, I'm telling you, you have love and support, my friend, and you're gonna be okay. You just have to take a deep breath. Just let it come. Let it come.
AR,
Yes, ma'am.
me and Robert's 20 minutes away from each other. Seriously.
Maybe I should be scared.
Well, I'm not at my Kansas house very often, but I've been here for about 4 months. But yeah.
You guys are amazing. Now, Robert, if I can give you one little bit of advice, and this is just coming from a guy that's had to literally work every moment to get a little bit of respect that he's got. And Rock Chalk, would you agree I've had to work for what I've earned?
Oh, absolutely, 100%. You've worked
I
for what
have.
you have. Yeah. And
I
you got to keep
haven't been.
working. It's
I
an
have not.
ongoing thing.
Yeah, I have not been given this, Bob. And I'll tell you what, never take it for granted. Love every single beat of the people that are willing to give you the love that they do. And look, man, you got me and Rock Chalk right here. We're on panel with you. We must be somewhat of fans, otherwise we would not be here, man. We wouldn't be
I
here.
wouldn't be. You know that. I don't jump on just any panel, so.
And you know I wouldn't be here.
I thank Liz for that. That really means a lot to me.
No, you earned it, brother. All
you
right,
asked me
you
earlier,
earned
but
it.
you caught me during a Jayhawks game. I do love my Jayhawks.
But let me give you a little bit of advice at the end of the day, Robert.
Okay.
Take the love that you get as a blessing. Don't expect anything from anybody that's not willing to give you, because it ain't worth it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
And
there's been a lot
always
of
stayed true to
there's been a lot.
yourself. AR stayed true to himself. That's the best thing.
Yeah, there's been a lot of times I've went live at night and I've only like peaked at like 6, like 6 viewers, and
Hi, Michael.
And I'll show a video, then it'll like jump up to like 12, and then I'll start talking again, and it'll drop down to like 4. And
all right, here's the only thing I can say to you, Bob, and I'm gonna interrupt you. Don't worry about it anymore. You got Rock Chalk and you got me on your panel. You don't have to worry about those numbers anymore.
Okay.
No more.
We got you, buddy.
We got you, brother.
Yep.
So don't worry about those numbers anymore. Life will be a little bit easier and a little more fun for you. Hey, next time you're live, I'll come up. Just drop me a link. Yep.
You want me
drop
back,
me a
Michael?
link.
I'll come back. Or Robert, I'll come back.
What are you at right now? What are you at right now? What are you at right now? Where are you at?
What the
what's your how many people you got right now in your life?
84.
What? That's better than 12, right?
Yeah.
He's got 3,703,000 subscribers. That's pretty good. You're getting there,
All right,
Robert.
here's the deal, Robert. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Tomorrow, I'm gonna give you a shout out on my channel.
Okay.
And tomorrow night when you go live, call me up on panel. Get Rock Chop over here too, because she's amazing. And you know what?
What?
Watch what happens. Watch what happens. Don't you think, Rock Chalk? Do you agree with me?
I agree. I also think you need to go live, and we'll come over to yours too.
Well, sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't.
Well, you got our numbers now. Let us know if you're going to go live and you want a panel. We'll be there. We'll be there for you too, buddy.
Well, let's do this.
Pebbles just said, with numbers comes drama for real.
Yeah, no, but you know what?
You
We're
got to
going to have a
ignore
good
the
time.
drama and do you. Ignore the drama, do you.
Rock Chalk's got the best advice for you, man. You look forward, you make a big ass smile, you just keep moving, man.
It's
Keep
like that Tech
moving.
Nine song. Walk right up in the room and fuck everybody but me. I love that song. That's how you gotta
Should
look
I?
at
I
it.
got that song on my phone, Rock Chalk.
Well, I'm a
Rock
big
Chalk.
Tech Nine fan, so.
Damn, I love you even more now, Rock Chop.
Yeah, he's actually a friend of mine. I'll be with him at the parade. Come the parade. Come, I think it'll be Wednesday or Thursday. He always does a big concert, and I stand right there on stage with him. Big Tech Nine fan.
I just want to make one call out real quick. Everybody that's in the chat right now, give us a big thumb up. Rock Chalk. Bob. Well, I guess me too. AR Hayes. We love all of you. We're thankful
sir.
you're here. Let's do this again. Anybody gives a thumbs up, gives us an idea. We should do this again.
Yeah, does the chat like the panel? Do you like the panel?
Give that shit a thumbs up.
Sophie says, I'm still here, trying to fall asleep, but still wanted to listen. Big hugs, Robert.
Pebbles,
Sophie's,
just warn me if you're about to walk in the room, please, Rock Chalk.
and Sophie was trying to go to bed like 2 hours ago.
It's been fun, guys. We will do it again. Just let me know. You both got my number. I'm down. Just let me know.
Guys, I love you both. Big shout, Rock Shot. You know I'm a big fan.
I'm a
Big,
fan of
big,
yours,
big fan.
AR. I'll be coming
Big
to
fan.
Las Vegas very soon.
Big love to you. I hope you do.
007 said, can't find a sum, but I'm thumbs up. But I'm saying thumbs up.
Michael's in my Discord. Michael is from over the pond. He's a great guy. Great guy. We love him.
So everybody, I'll give you a heads up just for shits and giggles. I'll go live tomorrow for about an hour with my wife, and hopefully Rock Chalk and Bob and everybody will join me tomorrow.
I'll come over
for about an hour.
What time do you think you'll do it? Oh shit, I'm headed to a basketball game tomorrow.
No, let's do it somewhat early. What time are you going to your basketball game?
I'm leaving at 4 and I got an hour and a half drive, but I can talk on the phone on my drive.
Yeah, but 4 o'clock your time. So right now it's 12:33 my time. What time's your time?
Right now it's 2:33.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
But I don't think my game starts till 7, so anytime.
Well, we'll go early. Go earlier than that, and I'll message both of you because I got your numbers. So I'll message both of you. But let's think 1 o'clock my time. Yeah,
That's
1 o'clock
3 my
your time. Yeah, like 1 or 3 o'clock your time before you all go, and that way you're still able to do what you're do. We'll get a quick live in. You guys can all say hi with me, my wife, get you guys introduced, and we'll have a little fun. And then who knows? Maybe Bob will go after me.
There you go. Sounds like a plan to me.
Yep.
Robert, thank you very much. I'm gonna step down. AR, love you, man. Keep your health up, and I'll definitely see you tomorrow.
I'm out of here too. I love you guys. Bob, good luck to you. Rock Chalk, we'll talk soon. Much love. Everybody, please continue to give Robert the support on his lives. I know he works hard. Please, I'm asking you nicely. Give him the love.
You have a good night, AR, and I will see you tomorrow, okay?
Yes, sir. You have a good night yourself, my friend. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye. Thank you for everyone that came into chat tonight and came out to watch the panel. And make sure you try to catch us live tomorrow on AR's on AR's channel, and then we're going to go live again tomorrow on this channel with AR and Rock Chalk. And actually, I'm going to be adding you as a mod. I'm going to go to your channel as you as a mod, as well as you, Bianca. Thank you, Micah. Thank you, Pebbles. Thank you, Holly. Thank you, Polly. Come back, Polly.
Thank you for tuning in to the True Crime Cult. The cult leader has left the building. Ha 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 ha.